One thing, Paul, to mention with that storm right now in Carroll County, the winds are fairly strong, but we really aren't seeing much of any brief rotation within that, which is great news because sometimes when you get a really strong line or stout line like we're seeing on radar where you get those purples and higher resolution, sometimes that can create a little bit of a brief spin up, but we really aren't seeing that moving through Carroll County. I think the biggest impact will be the hail. I think that's one reason why we're seeing some higher reflectivity on Fox 5 Live Viper. It has to do with the amount of hail within the storm, not necessarily the strength of the storm. Some people kind of misconstrue that from time to time.
Yeah, and again, the hail has really been kind of the incredible story of the morning. So many of these severe storms have produced hail, and we certainly appreciate all of the viewer videos and pictures coming in. Please keep them coming. Do it safely, of course, but here's our tag board. So this shows us all of the images coming in on online if you use the hashtag Fox5Storm, and we really encourage you to do so. Look at that one right on the left side of your screen. This is from Jack, who sent in a picture of hail coming down just on the hood of his Jeep there, I think. And boy, I mean, you really see the hail coming down. The one right next to it as well, that's hail coming down in Marietta. So please keep these images coming. They're really, really helpful to us. Make sure you get them safely. Don't be out in the middle of a dangerous storm, but if you can safely take a picture, take a video, please post it, hashtag Fox5Storm. Let's come back to Live Viper right now. So again, here is the really, really core, strong part of this storm right here. And you see these purple colors. This could be some hail coming down right near Highway 27. This is just about to move into Buckhannon here. Buckhannon already getting very heavy rain. And after Buckhannon, we're talking about it moving in toward Draketown. Let me zoom this picture out just a little bit for you. So Bremen, you're going to be next in line to get some of this activity as well. Temple, you'll be next in line to get some of this activity as well. I mean, really, look at this. This is just nasty looking, this storm. And this is currently a severe storm. So a severe thunderstorm warning is currently in effect for this system right here. It is moving to the east with a slightly northerly track as well. So that means Bremen, you are about to get this activity. It's going to get nasty in a few minutes, folks in Bremen. So please make sure you take cover. Temple, you're next in line for that. Draketown going to get this as well. Villa Rica, it's eventually going to move into your area as well. And again, this is the strong part of the storm. This is the severe stuff. But ahead of it, we've already got really heavy rain coming down, certainly lightning as well. So this overall is just a system to pay very, very close attention to. Let me clear some stuff off here. What I'll do is put a track on this again just to give you a better idea of exactly where this storm system is moving. So I'll click on it and it'll take a minute just to catch up with me here. But again, what this will do is tell us exactly where the storm is moving. All right, so now the track is on there. Again, it looks like this one probably has some hail in there, and it could be hail an inch or more. Please, if you see that kind of hail, again, if you can safely do so, let us know. Send a picture. It'll help us to pass that information on. But it's going to be in Braswell in about 20 minutes or so, and you see it moving mainly to the east, but it does have a bit of a northerly track. It's headed right toward Yorkville right there as well, and it's going to be just skirting on the northern edge of Buckhannon. But Buckhannon, I mean, you're still going to get extremely heavy rain. You may get some hail in this as well. Certainly there's going to be frequent lightning, could be some gusty winds too. So you really, really, really need to be prepared for this stuff coming your way. I'll take the track off of this really quickly and again just zoom out a bit to give you an idea of exactly where the storm is. So this is just north of I-20. It is passing out of Tallapoosa, but it's sort of in Buckhannon right now, headed toward Bremen, Temple, Draketown. This is coming in toward you as well. Of course, next in line eventually, as long as this holds together, Dallas, you could see some of this activity. Hiram, you could see some of this as well. You are all under the severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11:15 this morning. There's a live picture from our Georgia power cam, and again, it just looks very stormy, very dreary. Remember, all of this stuff is headed north and east, so it's headed back in toward Metro Atlanta. So even though we've already seen a line of storms come through this morning, more is certainly on the way, and this seems to be moving just north, but kind of along I-20 here as it makes its way in towards areas like Mableton, Vinings, and Marietta eventually. It's got a ways to go, but we'll be tracking this one very closely. We talked about the hail, talked about the rain, but Ryan, the lightning has proved to be a really big issue this morning. We've had so many reports of lightning-caused fires, or at least fires that appear to be caused by lightning, right?
Right, yes, we have. A lot of those have been kind of sporadic throughout the viewing viewing area, but definitely something to focus on. And I am looking at all of your comments on Facebook right now. A lot of people asking specific questions. We are going to do our best to answer each and every one, but keep in mind some of these comments move very quickly. I do want to just recap real quick as far as this storm is moving at 55 miles per hour. I had a friend named Courtney on here ask, hey, when is it going to reach Dallas? And it is headed in your direction. Again, that is going to be winds up to 60 miles per hour, hail up to quarter size, which can do some damage to your car if it is parked outside. If you are in the path of the storm, that's what you can prepare for. So again, right now, ask your questions, and I will do my best to answer them as I see them come in. So how's Lithonia? So as we zoom out a little further, we can see that most of the storms right now are out west in Carroll County, and that's going to continue to march right on in to Metro Atlanta as far as northern parts of 285, Marietta, Ackworth. Anyone trying to do some fishing today, not a good idea for that out on Lake Altoona, because that's where that storm is headed, but definitely down towards Carrollton. Hey, Paul, if you want to zoom in towards the city of Carrollton, you can see that little bottom threshold of the storm there right by Mount Zion. You can see a pretty strong thunderstorm moving through there. That's where we're talking about some of the stronger winds associated with this storm. So Newton County, a lot of this is marching right into your area, but not until later today. You have to wait a little bit longer for this round. I'm calling it round 1.5 that's moving through parts of our western communities through Carroll County and marching eastward into Douglas County as well. So keep that in mind as far as what you can expect. Someone asking, one of our friends asking from Canton, hey, how's Canton hanging in there? Well, you're a little bit further north than the bulk of the severe storms right now. So the big story, as Paul's showing here on Fox 5 Viper, the rain. Look at all of that rain. That is a ton of rain in a short period of time. So watch out for...
I just flipped on rainfall rates. So if you want to talk, I'll click around on it, but you'll see, I mean, the rainfall rates are huge,
are
really
through the roof.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So yes, we are concerned about the severe weather aspect in the wind, damaging winds and isolated tornadoes, but this rainfall really is going to be something that we watch very closely as well. So keep that in mind. So Maria asking, so is it headed towards Carrollton, Georgia? Yes. Carrollton, Georgia is about to experience some heavy rain, strong winds, and even frequent lightning. We've been talking about it all morning long as far as some of the lightning strikes have caused some house fires, grass fires. So this lightning is very powerful. Keep that in mind as you are out and about. Again, appreciate all these comments coming in. Where is the second wave heading? Paul, let's zoom out real quick and show them that second wave that's further south, because that is a great question. Let me see who asked that. Lost second wave. Casey asking that question as far as the second wave. Great questions down towards Montgomery. We have hours before that arrives. Yes, these storms are moving at 55 miles an hour, but keep in mind, going 70 miles an hour on 85 to Montgomery, it takes about 2 to 2.5 hours to get there. So painting that picture as far as the timing at which it's going to arrive in our neck of the woods, round 2, that is going to arrive during that time frame, probably after the 1 or 2 o'clock timing. But again, there is a severe thunderstorm warning right now for parts of Carroll County, now moving into parts of Douglas County. Dallas, you are right in the path of it. Yes, it's raining in Dallas right now, but the more severe part of the storm is still off to your west. That's where you're seeing those bright purples and reds. That's embedded hail and frequent lightning with that as well. And you could even have some gusty winds. Paul, I'm going to send it back over to you, and I'm going to see if I can get some velocity just to make sure that we're still seeing a line of wind versus any rotation.
Yeah.
Right.
And we should mention, too, I mean, this warning area extends all the way up even into Cartersville. And so even though right now in Cartersville, you're looking outside saying, well, we just have light rain, you are in the line for the possibility of some severe weather here coming up before 11:15. Again, this flashing box right here, this is for the severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11:15 this morning. So the really strong stuff, the core of this activity is down around Buckhannon right now, but it is moving to the north and east. So folks who live in the path of this, please be aware this storm could have some pretty good sized hail in it, certainly very heavy rain. I just showed you the rainfall rates. I mean, they are are through the roof right now. Certainly frequent lightning, and we've already had reports of lightning-sparked fires, so got to watch out for that. And again, just the really, really heavy rain. But all the way up to Cartersville, included in this warning box here, Dallas, Hiram, Yorkville, Rockmart, all of you are going to get this really strong stuff. And in fact, I'll zoom off and just zoom in a little bit closer here just to show you. So this is where the really strong stuff is. It is just now to the east of Buckhannon. That has got to be some hail coming down. The way that looks on reflectivity, it is so ugly there. I would not be surprised at all if we've got hail. Now, just to zoom out again, this is all just north of I-20. So you see Bremen, looks like you are just through the worst of the rain. It's probably lightening up a little bit. However, Temple, you're about to get much heavier rain. So this is moving in toward Temple. Villa Rica, eventually this is going to move to you. So folks in Villa Rica, please know you're going to get heavy rain, possibly some strong winds as well. Draketown, you are next in line for this as well. So this is going to be moving in toward Draketown. I think you're going to see some very heavy rain as well here. Probably some good winds and maybe even some hail as we move into the next couple of minutes. Again, this particular severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 11:15. So we've still got a ways to go. In fact, I mean, the warning polygon extends all the way out toward Ackworth this morning. So it really does contain a very large portion of our viewing area here. So even folks in Ackworth and Kennesaw, you're just outside of that polygon, but that doesn't mean you're not going to get some strong weather here before we hit the noon hour. So just be prepared. Ryan, this is all part of kind of a much larger system that could produce the threat for severe weather for much of the day today.
Yeah, absolutely. And Amanda asking a great question as far as she's seeing the purple on the radar.
Yeah.
And she asked, you know, is that part of a tornado? And I understand your mindset as far as you're seeing those higher reflectivities, and it does bring the sense of urgency, which in this case, it's straight line winds and hail. It is not indicating a tornado, but that is a great question. Really appreciate you asking that. Paul has mentioned a couple of times as far as the hail that we are seeing, and here it is on Fox 5 Live Viper. You can see a good amount of hail popping up right now. Embedded in that hail, that's where we are seeing some of the more fierce winds at this time. And flipping back over towards our Fox 5 Live Viper, zoomed in towards Draketown, Highway 120 over towards Highway 113, right where that intersection is. That's where we definitely could have some strong winds, frequent lightning, torrential rain. Anyone traveling on State Highway 120 near Draketown, that's where you need to be aware as far as ponding on the roadways. If you see me look down at my phone, I'm just looking at your comments because I do want to do my best to answer some of your comments. Draketown is coming. Absolutely, it sure is. So one thing that I love about Facebook Live is we can give you a personal forecast right to you, which is what the whole point of this. Someone asking about Atlanta. What about Atlanta? Can we get an update on that? Well, Christy, I'm going to zoom out real quick and just give you a quick overview of when it's going to arrive in the Atlanta area. Yes, we are still seeing some light showers across downtown, but it's not until later today where we are going to see these stronger winds arrive in the Atlanta area. Again, it's moving at about 55 miles per hour. About 30 minutes from now, 30 to 40 minutes, we could see this strong line of frequent lightning, damaging winds, and large hail rolling right into downtown. Notice that the cone or the polygon, I should say, is tilted a little bit to the northeast. Yes, that is the storm motion right now. So Dallas, you are in the bullseye of this part of the storm, stressing the strongest winds and potential for large hail. But moving up towards Canton and the I-75 and I-575 connector right there, or split, I should say, that's where it's going to be probably about an hour. And Paul, do you have some new information?
Well, we've got some viewer images coming in, and you were just mentioning the great thing about being here on Facebook and getting to chat with viewers. And another great thing is that you're able to show us what you're seeing out there, and that is so important to us. And we really, really appreciate you being able to share with us what is coming and what you're seeing out there. And it just makes a big difference for us to be able to have eyes out there. So I just want to show you a couple of the videos we're getting in. Please post these. Do it safely, of course. If you can get a video. Do it safely. Make sure you're not in the middle of a storm out there with your phone. We don't want that. But we would love for you to post something using this hashtag Fox5Storm. And if you use the hashtag Fox5Storm, we can pull it up right here in studio. This is some great video. This comes in from a guy under the handle Tall Dog Dorsey. I-75 north from 10th Street. I mean, look at the ponding on the roadways there. I mean, that is driving through some pretty good water standing on the I-75. So this is just a good indication of what people are seeing out on the highways there. Got to be careful as you're out and about driving in weather like that. And certainly don't drive with your phone in your hand and take a video. I don't like to see those. Make sure you're pulled over if you're going to take the video. This one comes from Brooke. This is flooding in Snellville. You can see the water starting to really pond here in her backyard. So no surprise there. We're having incredible rainfall rates right now. We showed you just a few minutes ago, 4 inches an hour. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to get 4 inches of rain, but it means that you've really got heavy rain coming down where you are in many spots right now. And that is especially true where we have the severe thunderstorm warning right now. So folks are seeing very, very heavy rainfall. Here's a great shot from Atlanta Airport. I mean, talk about getting pummeled. The airport really got it earlier this morning. In fact, there had to be a ground stop, as you know. And so here's a shot of it looking very quiet at the airport as some very strong weather moved through there. Meanwhile, great shot. This one came in from Jack. I don't know where it's from, so make sure when you post your pictures and videos, you let me know. But look at the hail coming down. Looks like that may be on his Jeep there. And you've got some hail coming down. That's been one of the big stories of the morning, is that so many of these storms have produced hail, at least pea-size, if not larger hail. So again, a big thank you to all of you. Please keep these coming. If you can do so safely, take a picture, take a video, post it online, use this hashtag Fox5Storm. We'll pull it up. We really appreciate you being with us here on social media. Again, Ryan, you're keeping an eye on all the comments coming in, and we can be really interactive, which is great.
Absolutely. You know, one of the most recent comments that I saw that I thought was interesting, a lot of people asking about this second wave, wanting more information on what that second wave is going to hold. Well, honestly, it could be more intense than what we have seen already this morning, because the amount of ingredients that you need to support severe weather. I always like to reference a cake, as far as you need eggs, you need your flour, you need milk, you need all that to make the batter for the cake. But now we're talking about adding sprinkles, we're adding frosting, as far as the ingredients in the atmosphere that's really going to blossom these storms later on today. So zooming in a little bit closer, let's track out that the strongest cell right now moving into parts of Douglas County, where we are seeing some of the more fierce winds there, and putting a storm track on it, getting into New Georgia about 20 minutes, Union about 6 minutes, Dallas 18 minutes. A lot of friends on Facebook right now asking about Dallas and when it's going to arrive in your neck of the woods. So some people even saying, hey, my husband works there, which that is very informative as far as, hey, give them a call. Make sure that they know that this strong weather is headed in their direction. Just keep that in mind, that this is going to be something that we are going to be tracking for the next several hours. If you're getting a break right now, got some reports up in the Roswell area that it's now more of a light rain versus a moderate rain. Don't let your guard down, because more intense rain and wind. Look at Marietta right there on the split of 75 and 575. That's some pretty strong winds, rain, lightning. The whole enchilada, if you will, is headed for Marietta right now. However, I should say there is a tornado watch, meaning you need to watch us to stay informed for all of our viewing area, most of our viewing area through 1 o'clock. Now, there most likely will be an extension to this as we head into the evening hours for our southernmost counties, but for now, that potential for a brief spin up is still possible, especially with that cell tracking right along I-20, moving through Carroll County at this time, and that is moving right into Douglas and eventually probably clipping South Fulton County, which is more of a domino effect. We've already had those areas hit this morning, and they're about to get hit again. Kayla asking, what about Villa Rica? Absolutely going to see some stronger winds and rain in the next probably 20 to 30 minutes. It will be arriving there. So keep that in mind if you are getting prepared. What about Coweta asking, and Heard counties? Amanda asking about that. Well, that's where we are tracking some of the more stronger parts of the cell right now. There's
Ryan, check out Villa Rica real quick. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, but I mean, you're about to get the heaviest rain here. I mean, it is right on the doorstep of Villa Rica. So for that viewer right there, I mean, the strongest is about to move in within the next couple minutes. So
if you live, I guess, on the west side or north side of Villa Rica, you're probably already experiencing it, but the east side towards Winston, it's going to be a little bit more delayed. In Douglasville, it's going to be in your neck of the woods in the next probably 10 to 15 minutes. This storm, Paul, is moving at 55 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So it is really hightailing it. And folks in Carrollton, I had a couple people already ask specifically about Carrollton. North Carrollton seems to be getting hit the hardest up towards Shady Grove. But conditions are improving there as far as the worst is now passing you or right over you, depending on where you live in Carroll County. And that's going to continue to march off towards the east, again, at 55 miles per hour. Okay, great question, Rena. I'm really glad you asked, saying tornado in Ackworth, question mark. We have not had any official reports or confirmation of any tornadoes in the Atlanta area for today. None at all. We have had actually very minimal damage from these storms in regard to wind damage. With that said, something that we don't track in the report category, lightning fires, flash flooding, hail. Yes, we've had one hail report, but as far as the larger impacts of severe weather, meaning the damaging winds and tornadoes, we have not had any confirmation of that so far. But that's where you, the viewer, come into play as far as sending us your pictures so we can confirm if you have any damage near you. Let us know, again, if you can safely take that picture. Anyone traveling on I-20 right now through Douglas County, that's going to be quite rough as you head into Douglas and eventually into Carroll County as well. Heading towards the Alabama state line does not look like a very safe or fun drive, if you will, given the amount of rain that is falling. And drive for the conditions. I cannot stress that enough. As far as if you're experiencing torrential downpours, don't put your flashing lights on. That's to indicate that you are stopped or stopping. Make sure you slow down, have your headlights on, and proceed with caution. That's going to be most important as far as what we're seeing on radar right now. And the rainfall totals, look at this, almost 2 inches in Carroll County, over towards DeKalb County, checking in about 1.5 inches. That's another way you can send reports. If you have a rain gauge, let us know as far as what your rain gauge is reading. All right, I haven't looked at a lot of your comments in a while, but Alana, perfect timing as far as looking down. Is this going to be an all-day event? Fantastic question. You know, we are trying to stress over and over again that this is going to come in rounds. And my biggest fear with this type of setup is that this break, if you will, where, Paul, draw a big circle where that break is. In between that gap that is highlighted to the south of Montgomery in round one, that's what my fear is people are going to let their guard down because it's not storming, because maybe even the sunshine peeks out. Let me tell you, if the sunshine breaks out outside your window, especially along the I-20 corridor and south, watch out, because that is going to it's almost going to be a spark plug for these severe storms, really regenerating the atmosphere and allowing all of that energy to create much more potent storms, if you will. So Dallas right now, as far as, can we zoom in a little bit closer to Dallas and maybe point out some streets? Because that looks like some heavy rain falling right now near downtown Dallas and south, maybe in a little bit of hail embedded in that. So a lot of our friends in Dallas asking about that. State Highway 120, watch out for some heavy rain along there. Same thing around State Route 61, experiencing some heavy rainfall, gusty winds in addition to that. One thing, Paul, that we haven't checked in a while, and I can toss it to you and the storm wall, and I can let you, and I can maybe see the velocity, see if you're seeing any rotation.
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
Maybe if we do that.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and check the velocity, we'll just make sure there's no. It hasn't been the case in a while. Of course, we did have some rotation a little bit earlier this morning, and that's why we had a tornado warning earlier this morning. This right now is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 15 more minutes, so until 11:15 this morning, and you can certainly see the core of the storm right here. It looks like it's just to the north of Villa Rica, stretching up toward Dallas. So for folks, Villa Rica all the way up to Dallas, you're getting very heavy rain, certainly a lot of lightning in here, and the possibility is there for some small hail. Doesn't look quite as conducive to hail to me right now as it did a little bit earlier, but the possibility is certainly there. And if you are seeing hail, be sure to let me know. And next in line for this is going to be Hiram to Powder Springs, up to Crossroads. And notice this big polygon here. This is for the severe thunderstorm warning extends all the way up into Cartersville and Ackworth. So even those areas could get some stronger rain and maybe some storms as well, although I think the worst of it is going to stay south here right around Dallas. And if I can, I'll stick a storm track on here and just give you an idea of where we're expecting this stuff to continue to move. So Villa Rica, in about 5 minutes, you're going to be getting some very heavy rain and some of this more intense storm. So if you live in Villa Rica, in the next 5 minutes, no, it's going to get very rocky there. Powder Springs, you're about 25 minutes away from this one here. And I think the big threat in this particular storm cell here continues to be the possibility of hail, certainly gusty winds, and the very heavy rainfall. We turned it on a minute ago, and Ryan read over and showed you. I mean, I turned on the 6-hour rainfall estimates. And again, these are just estimates from radar, but it looks like many areas have picked up between 1 inch to 2 inches, and there's still a lot more to come. And this rain is really coming down right now. In fact, I'll step off and turn on rainfall rate here for just a minute, just to look at how heavy this rainfall is. And I have a feeling it's coming down pretty hard here because you can see the reflectivity. You see the purple colors there. If that's not hail, it means that we're seeing some very, very heavy rain. So let me zoom in here again really quickly. Just bear with me as the map moves around here. This is rainfall rate. So this is estimating how hard the rainfall is coming down. And just to the west of Villa Rica, about 4 inches an hour. So when this hits you, Villa Rica, which will be in the next few minutes, you've got rainfall rates on the order of 4 inches an hour. That is really heavy rain. So when it comes through, you're going to know it. It's going to be a soaking rain that comes through. It's going to be dangerous to be on the roadways. So if you can, just stay inside right now, relax, and wait this one out, because this is going to be a very heavy rain. Could have some strong gusty winds in there, possibly some strong hail as well, or at least some small hail in there. As Ryan's been mentioning, I mean, the concern here is that, we're going to get this stuff out of the way, but there's still more to come. This is not done. This is a kind of a complex system for us. So way down in southern Alabama, look down towards Montgomery, you've got some cells down there firing up, and these are those discrete cells that David talked a lot about yesterday, and as we headed into yesterday evening, some of these cells that could form later in the days that could also end up being severe. And I want to show you too, I mean, this is out towards the east here. We haven't really shown too much going on towards the east because much of the stuff coming in is from the west, but off to the east here, out towards Monroe, Madison, Social Circle, New Bern, you've got some heavy rain and a little bit rotation showing up just on Viper. Now, this is probably broad rotation. I wouldn't be too concerned about this right now, but it certainly bears watching. Out towards Botswick, this is going to move in towards Watkinsville. You've got certainly some strong activity out there, very heavy rain, maybe some gusty winds, and at least some broad rotation showing up here on Fox 5 Live Viper. So it's easy to get tunnel vision and kind of worry only about the severe thunderstorm warning, but a lot of you right now are at least getting heavy rain. I mean, Ryan, we go up north of the perimeter here. I mean, Roswell, Alpharetta, Woodstock, Sandy Plains, everybody getting dumped on right now with rain.
Right, and I'm really glad you mentioned that tunnel vision, because that is 100% true. We get focused on these one storms, and just got the question, what about Griffin? What about Griffin? They came in about 7 times in a row, and then, Paul, if you scoot down towards Griffin, scoot on down I-75, look, you have these pop-up storms. Keep going just a little bit further to the east now. Here, if you want me to take over.
Go. Yeah, you want to grab it?
Yeah, I got it real quick.
Where you want it to go.
Look at this. We have these pop-up storms down towards Griffin, moving into Harleston, Brooks, Oakland. These pop-up storms, those are discrete cells. So what that means is that they have an unending supply coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, which can enhance their strength over a very short period of time. It's going to rapidly intensify if that's the case. Now, I'm going to put it in motion real quick just to see exactly if that lines up with what I'm seeing. You can see, look how quickly they're intensifying.
Yep.
So this, again, I think can be in the ballpark of round 1.5. Round 2 is still way down towards Montgomery and Dothan, but I'm really glad people interacting with us, letting us know, hey, what about Griffin? Because that does help us, because sometimes we get so caught up on just the warning that it's easy to not mention other cities. So I'm really glad Griffin was mentioned, because we can really paint the picture as far as towards LaGrange, Greenville, and then Noonan. Once again, you're going to get hit by another round of storms, as you had quite a soggy start to your morning with a couple of tornado warnings in that area as well. But right now, the only active warning we have, there it is, severe thunderstorm warning, which goes until 11:15. So, and my hunch is in about 10 minutes that warning is probably going to be allowed to expire, is the way that they word it. But nonetheless, Marietta shooting down towards Sandy Plains, that's probably in about 20 to 30 minutes from now, you'll be experiencing some heavy rainfall. So again, I appreciate everybody talking on Facebook, asking questions. Most recent one, what about Calhoun? Well, everybody is going to get in on some of the stronger storms, but Calhoun right now, you're experiencing some of the lighter rain and non-severe thunderstorms. However, later on this evening, again, don't let your guard down, but I do want to stress further south has a slightly better possibility of experiencing those strong to severe storms. Thank you very much, Russ. Appreciate it.
And I'll flip on real quick to where that
Athens. Folks asking about Athens as far as what's happening there. Yes, definitely some strong cells right now through Athens. Again, that was Russ Spencer who handed me that note, so I appreciate that because that is a pretty potent storm moving through Athens, Clark County at this time, where we are seeing some heavier rain. But again, no warning for Clark County at this hour. Courtney asking about Calhoun. We talked about that just a second ago. Again, Calhoun just experiencing some light to moderate rain. Might even be a little bit of lightning. The lightning tracker right now is down, and it's out of our control, at least on Fox 5 Live Viper. But we are continuing to see very electric storms across our area. Cleveland, Georgia, great question there as far as a little bit further north and east, experiencing some heavy rainfall, probably some ponding on the roadways there. What's interesting about Cleveland, I'm glad you asked that question, Raven, because your biggest impact, you're just going to get the leftovers throughout the day today. As far as all these storms as they lift north, you're going to get hammered by this tremendous amount of rain in a short period of time. The bulk of the severe storms, at least how it's been all morning long, have been south, well south of Cleveland, down closer to the downtown connector and south of I-20. But right now, as far as what I'm seeing on radar, if you live south of Cherokee County, that's where the best chance for those severe storms to fire up. Saw some comments earlier about Ellijay. Our friends north once again wondering, hey, what's going on? We're not forgetting about you. It's just that the storms further south are much more intense. Roswell experiencing some torrential rain right around around 400, heading over towards North Point Mall and Alpharetta as well. Heavy rain. If you are out and about today, make sure you grab the umbrella. That's definitely going to be a necessity. Slow down on the roads. Marietta checking in with some heavier rain, probably some small hail in addition to the torrential downpours. But again, your reports are so important to us as far as what we need to understand what these storms are doing, because radar only shows us what the possibilities are. You at home confirm if those possibilities are happening or not. And Paul, before I send it over to you, significant weather advisory now. They are not continuing the severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay.
There's going to be a significant weather advisory, which the difference between the threshold of a severe thunderstorm warning and a significant weather advisory is how strong the winds are, which 40 to 50 mile per hour winds versus exceeding 60 miles per hour, and the hail will be a little bit on the smaller side compared to quarter size or greater. So that's just to help you understand what all these terms mean. But severe thunderstorm warning obviously is a higher potential for damage to happen than a significant weather advisory. However, you don't want to let your guard down. But that includes several counties: Douglas, Fayette, Forsyth, Gwinnett, Hall, Heard, North Fulton, Paulding, Carroll. It is a laundry list of counties, but you can see it's that main line where we're seeing the dark red and purple there on our reflectivity on Fox 5 Live Viper, and that's tracking right into the I-75 corridor. So right now it's more so a little bit further west than I-75, but the transition over the next 20 to 30 minutes, the main focus, I think, is going to be along I-75. However, we are not going to lose track of that next round to our south, because those storms to the south really can fire up and to become severe with very little warning. Yes, we're warning you now. What do I mean by that? As far as how quickly they get to the status of a severe thunderstorm warning, which is 58 miles an hour or greater, I should say. And Paul, you want to track a little bit on the wall for us?
And you know, I mean, what you're saying there, it's just a great reminder that whether or not a storm is severe, I mean, it can still be a really strong storm and it can still be very dangerous. So this is dangerous weather, whether or not you're seeing a severe thunderstorm warning or not. And again, that severe thunderstorm warning is expiring here at 11:15. There is still the situation put on it, though, that as this continues to track to the north and east, it is going to be dangerous weather. It's going to drop a whole lot of rain, which is going to make it very tough to see. I mean, look at that picture right now. I think that's our Georgia tower cam, and I mean, you can't see anything right now, so that's not weather you want to be out and about on the roads in. And still the potential of hail, certainly lightning too, and we've had so many reports this morning of lightning sparked fires, so it is really important to be aware of this. Now over on the east side of the city, notice what just popped on there, another little rotation icon here. Now through the morning we've been seeing these pop on and off, showing maybe some broad rotation in a few of these storms. This one's right over by Athens, though. It's actually the rotation just to the east of Athens, but notice this very heavy rain here. This is just north of I-20, so Madison all the way up toward Athens, getting very heavy rain, maybe some good gusty winds in there too, and the possibility of some small hail. A lot of folks went ahead and canceled classes today if they weren't already on spring break, and that is such a good idea. We put a storm track on this one as it continues to move here almost due east. It's a lot less northerly now and moving pretty much to the east here, but it looks like it'll be in Sandy Cross here in just 10 minutes. In Enterprise, about 15 or 16 minutes from now, so at about 11:30 this morning. And this one's holding together pretty well here. We've watched this one here for the past few minutes, and really heavy rain coming down. If you'll zoom the picture out again, so what we've got here is no severe storms anymore. This one is going to be expiring here in about 3 minutes, but we have very heavy rainfall that continues to come through. Strong winds, certainly reports of small hail have been numerous through the morning, and the possibility of some gusty winds as these storms right here continue to make their way almost kind of up along 285 here, moving to the top end of the perimeter along the northern side of the city. So Marietta getting very, very heavy rain right now. Roswell getting heavy rain. Sandy Springs getting heavy rain all the way up into Alpharetta. All of you are in the middle of it right now, and that stretches all the way back toward Carrollton as well. Ryan will zoom in again. Look at Cartersville, just now kind of on the northern edge of what is the heaviest rain. Again, Marietta, boy, I think you are getting dumped on with rain right now. Dallas down to Douglasville, extremely heavy rain. We showed you the rainfall rates earlier. These were something on the order of 4 inches an hour. Now that's estimated, but still, that is really heavy rain coming down. So the best thing you can do is stay off the roads and to wait this out, but also to not let your guard down. Like Ryan's been saying all morning, I mean, we've already had a couple of rounds of storms come through. This is another one right here coming through, and there will be more to come as we go into the afternoon. That's why we're on continuous coverage right now and why we will be with you all day today, because there is the potential this afternoon of even more activity to pop up. Ryan, if you'll zoom this picture out and then I'll toss it over to you. But you'll see, I mean, down in southern Alabama, these are the discrete cells we were talking about. This is more activity popping up here. This is just a big system here, a big complex system. Again, we got that first wave early this morning as the warm air surged in. We had the first few thunderstorms, and it's been pretty much nonstop since then. So this is a day to be aware all day long. I'll make one more plug. You're watching probably on your phone right now, on your Facebook Live, either your computer, your smartphone, or your tablet. Make sure you have that Fox 5 Storm Team app. And we're not saying this because we work at Fox 5 or anything like that. It's just a great app to have. It'll send any severe weather alerts straight to your phone. So you know what, this afternoon, if you got to go out to run, pick up the kids or whatever, you're not going to be near the TV. If there is a severe weather alert in your area, your phone will alert you immediately. It is a life-saving app to have, so please download that now. It's free, it's easy to use, we all use it. And just be prepared, because Ryan, this is going to be a very long day.
Yes, it sure is. And, you know, thankfully this is a day event versus an overnight event. You know, referring to the app, it wakes you up. You know, you can set it to make sure those alerts are
I think it woke up poor David Chanley this morning first thing.
Yeah, several times, you know. So we got some more questions coming in on our feed, and again, we appreciate everyone being interactive with us. It's hard to answer all the questions at once, but zooming in a little bit closer towards Marietta and that area, Mableton area, getting questions there as far as, hey, what's the risk going on there? That's mainly just heavy rain as far as what we are tracking in Mableton right now. And it is arriving right into your neighborhood as we speak. So great question there. Sorry that we were a little bit delayed on answering your question. But just keep in mind that we are trying to be as fluid with this forecast as we can, meaning stressing those areas that are seeing the more significant storms compared to just rain. So we don't mention your city. We're not leaving you out. We're just trying to cover a broader view.
And I don't know, real quick, Ryan, so
yeah.
I'm not sure if they delayed opening or did open today because of the severe weather, but we should mention, I mean, very heavy rains about to move into Six Flags. It is spring break week. I know a lot of folks probably want to be going to Six Flags, so it was just there in the center of your screen. Heavy rain is about to move into the area of Six Flags, so if you were planning on going there in the next few minutes, going to spend some time there, probably want to hold off on leaving because you're about to get downpour and probably some gusty winds there too.
Good catch there, Paul. You know, it's been a while since I've been home in Atlanta. Forgot that Six Flags opens this early. So great that, you know, especially on spring break, enjoying Six Flags. Another thing going on today, the Masters Par 3. So zooming out a little bit over towards Augusta, that's where we are still seeing some storms roll in. But you look down to the south and west, really not seeing much more new development. And I believe they're supposed to tee off for the Par 3 at noon today. So they might have some weather delays with that, but right now, at least, the bulk of the weather happening further off to the west and north as concerning the Masters. But as Paul said, Six Flags, you might have some impacts there. But if you've been traveling along I-20 basically from end to end, you've been battling quite a bit of heavy rain most of the day. So again, I want to look at some of your questions as far as what you... Six Flags is already closed today, according to Emily on Facebook.
Good. All right,
so, because of the weather. So
yeah.
Good catch there, Emily, as far as keeping us in line, and we appreciate that. What else? Let's see what else people are asking. As far as what's going to happen as far as the highest chance for severe weather throughout the afternoon with the second wave. Crystal asking that. Again, the second wave is to our south, down towards Montgomery, Dothan, getting into southeast Alabama. That is going to lift north. I'm going to put it in motion real quick to show you exactly how quickly it is racing north. That's the area that we are concerned about with the development, new development of the possibility of some stronger storms. You can see that there was a severe thunderstorm warning earlier just west of Augusta, but that has now expired, so keep that in mind as well. But zooming in a little bit closer, I do want to talk more about what's happening right now through Metro Atlanta. That severe thunderstorm warning has expired. It is now a significant weather advisory concerning the impacts of the weather. I believe they expired it at 11:11, and it only went to 11:15. So even though it's still flashing, it has expired. There is a significant weather advisory, which does include Fulton County for downtown. So that's where we are going to be tracking some gusty winds, frequent lightning, and torrential rain. Nikki asking about Athens. A lot of friends checking in from Athens right now in Clark County. Yes, it is quite the storm rolling through there. There might be a little bit of broad rotation, but I haven't seen, and unfortunately is right on the radar range as far as being able to see clearly a clear picture in those areas near Lexington. But there might be a brief area of rotation, but it's so broad, it doesn't even have a severe thunderstorm warning. So what that tells me is even the strength of winds, even if we are seeing a little bit of rotation, aren't strong enough to produce damage at this time. Yes, you could have some gusts exceeding 30 miles per hour, or embedded in that, the torrential rain, and it might seem scary or dangerous, absolutely, but the bulk of the severe storms are to our south now as far as talking on the big picture of the severe focus. But definitely a lot going on. Appreciate everyone who's asking their questions. I'm going to look at some of these questions. We'll get back to that in a minute, but first we're going to send it over to Paul.
Yeah, and I'll show you some more images coming in too. So again, as Ryan is interacting with you live on Facebook, you can keep posting your pictures and your videos, and boy, we really, really appreciate this when you do it. Make sure it's safe, of course, be in a safe spot where you can take a picture or video, but when you get one, please post it with the hashtag Fox5Storm. When you do so, I'll be able to access it quickly and I can put it on TV. Greg Musgrove sent in a photo to us. Bad storms over Hiram with trees down. The photo's a little bit cut off here, but it does show that a tree has come down over a road. Not a surprise. Ryan mentioned earlier, I mean, we've had a lot of rain. We had rain a couple of days ago. We've had rain this morning. I wouldn't be surprised later this afternoon, now with the ground getting so wet, if we see trees coming down. With trees down means power outages. That's why we keep saying make sure your phone is charged up so you can keep doing this, communicating with us, because we want to make sure that you're safe and want to make sure to get any weather alerts to you. This is from near Woodstock off of Canton Highway, and boy, I mean, look at the rain coming down there. It looks like a flooded driveway and also some tree branches down. So good video coming in here. We appreciate that very much. Thank you for sending that one in. Here's another one. This is from Dallas, Georgia, an area that has really been under the gun several times today. Heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, and they say, hey, no sign of letting up, and I'm certainly not surprised. That's from Kirsten, so thank you for sending that in, and you could really see the heavy rain coming down in that area as well. Here's video we showed you a little bit earlier, so this is just returning us to the beginning of our loop. This is on I-75. This is northbound from 10th Street, and gosh, I mean, look at the cars driving through standing water there. I mean, really a lot of rain coming down. So even though there's nothing active, severe right now, there's no severe thunderstorm warnings currently in effect, this weather is dangerous. It's dangerous to be out. That's why we're here, and that's why we'll keep you informed all day. And we really urge you just to stay in, try to wait this stuff out a little bit, and also just prepare yourselves for what is to come, because we know this is not the end of it here. Even as the storms lighten up in your area and you think, okay, maybe it's done, maybe the worst is over, it's not necessarily the case, and we could see more severe weather as we head into the afternoon. And of course, David Chanley will be on air on Fox 5 News at noon with a really detailed forecast of what's to come for the rest of the day. So we'll look forward to that. But again, keep your pictures, keep your videos coming. And Ryan, again, we're just we're watching and waiting to see what will happen as the rest of the day moves on. For now, though, boy, heavy rain still in many areas.
Absolutely. A lot of people are asking about Thompson down in Upson County. So appreciate you asking. And I really appreciate when folks are sending their city in multiple times. It's not that we're ignoring you. It's just there are so many comments that it's hard to keep up. But as we look at Fox 5 Viper, we can see down in Thompson, Upson County right now, it's fine. But to your north, towards Griffin, that's where we are tracking new storms. And by new, I mean they are developing here by the minute as far as getting more organized. You can see there were just a few light showers, and now they're blossoming into a pretty strong thunderstorm. Paul, do you see that last radar stamp? Is that a hook forming?
Let's see. Let me go
Let's
ahead and
stop
get
it real quick. Look
Yep.
at that. Yeah. You see how there's a little bit of a hook there starting to form? That's something that we'll have to watch very closely in terms of looking for rotation. Again, these are the discrete cells that they have an unending supply of moisture coming in from the south. So in Pike County, watch out as far as that storm is, to my eye, is looking a little bit more on the dangerous side. And that's going to track right into Griffin because that's racing to the north and east, probably at a very rapid rate. I mentioned it about 20 minutes ago.
I'll put a track on it.
Yeah, put a track on it real quick. So Griffin, about 10 minutes from now, is when you can expect that stronger or developing storm headed into your neck of the woods. But definitely something that has caught my eye. Anytime when we're talking about the ingredients already being in place, and you see these pop-up storms start to blossom with nothing blocking them to the energy. What do I mean to the south? What do I mean by that? As far as storms to the south, that means that it has a full supply from the Gulf of Mexico pumping in that warm, moist air. And that's why that storm caught my eye, is because it is on the southern fringe of this storm system and right in a pocket where, if anyone on Facebook, let me know in Griffin if you had some sunshine earlier today. That would be helpful as far as knowing how much extra ingredients is in that environment or in that atmosphere. Because that one, I definitely want to keep more than just one eye on. That is something that definitely could develop as far as what I'm seeing just by a glance. It really caught my eye. But down towards Montgomery, Dothan, that's where we're tracking the current severe storms. But again, don't let your guard down. a lot of these storms are going to continue to regenerate throughout the day today, and over towards Athens, Lexington, seeing some heavier rain. Again, there could be a little bit of brief rotation embedded in any of these stronger lines of thunderstorm, but I don't think that they're strong enough to create a full spin up or a brief spin up, which is great news because we aren't right now tracking any winds in our immediate area exceeding 50 miles per hour, which is great news in terms of how dangerous that the level of storm is. So some areas are have experienced rain. A lot of folks from Ellijay, North, Gainesville, coming even up towards Blairsville. The severe risk decreases as you head further north, especially right now. Anytime you get a torrential rain, meaning you're just covered in clouds and rain on a big severe weather day, the likelihood of the atmosphere being able to hit restart and generate potent storms that could produce tornadoes much lower than areas right now towards Jonesboro, McDonough, Covington, Madison, Monticello, Jacksonville, Peachtree City, where you're getting that significant break that allows the atmosphere to hit restart and provide the energy needed to support dangerous storms as what we are tracking right now. Again, I've mentioned it before, but I want to recap. There haven't been any confirmed tornadoes as of now, which later on today, we are anticipating the storms to be packing a little bit more energy. So don't think that just because round one didn't produce any tornadoes, even though we did have one tornado warning that lasted for about 40 minutes, even though it didn't produce a tornado, don't let your guard down. Stay weather aware throughout the day today. Make sure your mobile devices are charged. As I say that, mine is dying by the second, and I'll have to get my portable charger. So my mobile device is charged as well. Calhoun, I know we've touched on Calhoun quite a bit. You're on the northern fringe of all of the rain, but Calhoun specifically, we aren't tracking any severe storms at this time, but definitely some moderate to heavy rain rolling through.
Look what we've got back, by the way. Our lightning is showing back up again, so that's good
great
news. Lightning strikes are starting to pop back up again. So you can see there is lightning right now from Marietta down to Douglasville. It looks like the biggest concentration of lightning, so the thunderstorms, probably Marietta south to Douglasville. Don't see a whole lot of lightning right now back toward Carrollton and Franklin, but we've been waiting for that to pop back on, so good news.
Yes, and Chief Meteorologist David Chanley is also playing around on Fox 5 Viper, with the lightning and looking at the velocity. So we are all here in the Storm Center right now, myself, David, and Paul, tracking the latest severe weather for you and your family because we want to make sure that you are informed with the latest information. Some folks asking about Gwinnett and Hall County. That's on the northeast side of what we are tracking right now. Yes, you're going to have a pretty stout line roll through. Again, it is non-severe, but it could still produce wind gusts exceeding 40 miles per hour or up to 40 miles per hour. So as far as Hall and Gwinnett County, there's not a quote-unquote severe risk at this immediate moment, but these are strong thunderstorms. You could have a little bit of hail, but very small hail fall. The flooding is going to be a huge concern as far as how much water is already on the ground. And Paul, I don't know if we want to show that real quick as far as the amount of rain that we've already seen in these areas and that is continuing to fall as far as what the roadways are going to be like in regard to the amount of water that we have seen exceeding 1 inch.
This is 12-hour. This is estimated 12-hour rainfall here, so I'll click around for you.
Okay, great. Absolutely. So about 2 inches over towards Carroll and getting up towards Polk County as well. Moving into Dallas, Douglas County, 2 inches. Marietta, Cobb County, about less than a ½ inch. But look at that, 1.5 inches as you get up to North Fulton. That's probably close to the Alpharetta area where we have had a tremendous amount of rain.
And right in there, remember, that's where that one system we watched for a really long time that came over the state line from Alabama that was just a monster dropping so much rain. That's right where that one came through. So I think that one, as it came through, it just dumped on them.
Right, and it was moving southwest to northeast, and you can see a very fine streak of green going from the southwest to the northeast, producing over an inch and a half of rain, 2 inches in Dallas. So be aware for that as far as how much water is on the road. How bad is Griffin Griffin right now. Jennifer wants to know that. Again, that's that storm that I mentioned earlier that caught my eye. Talking with Chief Meteorologist David Shanley, we didn't see much of any rotation quite yet within this storm, but it is turning into what I like to call, hey David, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
I like to call it the eagle wings, where it really starts to spread out in terms of seeing that notch or that hook form. So towards Griffin right now, I would proceed with caution, but again, there aren't any active warnings at this time, but I would not be surprised if that cell right there does become a severe thunderstorm warning, or could potentially even exceed greater than that. So again, we are going to keep a close eye on this cell, but there are other cells as far as over towards Noonan, Carrollton. That's where we are seeing some of the heavier rain fall at this time.
Yeah, I mean, Noonan has already gotten so much rain today, and it looks like it's about to rain there heavy again. It just keeps moving in these areas, kind of coming over from Alabama. So Noonan's right on the other side of what looks like some very heavy rain here that might move in. It's kind of moving out of Carrollton right now, but stretching up towards Mableton. And
down towards LaGrange. Just had a friend ask about LaGrange. You're in the clear right now. I didn't see your name. I'm sorry about that. But whoever asked the question about LaGrange, let me know if you're seeing any sunshine there right now. That would be very helpful to understand just exactly how much the atmosphere is going to be able to hit restart or regenerate the ingredients needed to support dangerous storms for later on today. Because, Paul, if we zoom out, that round 2 that we've been tracking, look at that. Those discrete cells, meaning they stand alone, those are what can head towards LaGrange probably in about 2 hours from now is when we're going to be tracking those storms rolling into LaGrange. And if the sun peaks out in LaGrange, watch out, because those storms are only going to intensify or maintain their strength as they roll into your neighborhood.
And that's real quick. They just put the Georgia Power Cam up in our up in the screen there, and you can see apparently our studio crew is keeping an eye on that camera, and they say it just all of a sudden got extremely rainy, very dark and windy, and you can see why. I mean, the edge of the rain has moved back into the perimeter, so it's kind of along. You see 85 stretching up to Norcross and down into Buckhead there, and you've certainly got the rain kind of right along that line and then stretching down towards the southwest part of the perimeter there. So heavy rain is moving back into Metro Atlanta. It's kind of moving right in toward the downtown connector. So folks who were planning to go somewhere this afternoon, head into the city, you're about to get some very heavy rain. Also, the lightning is showing back up again. So this is a thunderstorm that is moving right through the city right now.
And we're probably going to start to hear some heavy rain here at the station because that line, which, Paul, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a shelf cloud with this line, because it has gone like significantly linear just in the last 20 minutes, really forming. And what I mean by that, it has formed into one compact line zooming in towards Vinings, Smyrna. That's where we are tracking some heavy rain, maybe even some small hail headed towards Buckhead. Again, there's frequent lightning all embedded in this. Mableton, had a friend on here earlier ask about Mableton. Seems like the worst is starting to move to your east. Six Flags, same scenario there, but again, they are closed today due to the weather, at least according to one of our friends on our Facebook feeds mentioning that. But folks who need to be on the heads up, Tucker, Decatur, Stone Mountain. This storm is racing at about 50 miles per hour, headed right for you. Downtown Atlanta, wouldn't be surprised if it is absolutely pouring through there. Right by Georgia Tech campus as well in Georgia State. That's where we are definitely tracking some of the heavier rain at this time.
And you just mentioning Stone Mountain, just to put out there again, being spring break week, I have a feeling a lot of folks made plans to go visit either Stone Mountain Park or go do a hike up the mountain. So please know that even if you haven't gotten much so far today, it looks like this leading edge of this rain is headed for you, and it's going to be a real soaker out there here probably within the next half hour or so. And
getting confirmed report from Roy Lean saying that lightning and heavy rain in Griffin. So again, that's that discrete cell to our south that caught my eye, that I don't want to forget about, because that absolutely is packing. Look at all of the lightning strikes embedded in that, Paul. Like you can see the little dots flashing. That is a lot of lightning right now that we are tracking. Do you mind if I take over real quick just to show how much lightning we have?
Yeah.
Let's do the counter. So 27 Dave, you said that's in the last 15 minutes, 10 minutes, last 10 minutes, 27 lightning strikes moving through Griffin right now. So that is definitely indicating a lot of energy. And you see how it's a very long neck, I think is what the best way to word it, where you see just a streak of red shooting up towards Griffin. That whole area right there, if that hooks anymore, which it's...
Ooh, right in Griffin now.
Yeah, right in Griffin. If that continues to hook at all, and you see that more horizontal line of storms down towards Williamson, that is going to be key as far as what this storm does as it tracks to the north. If that inflow continues to feed that storm, it will continue to strengthen. Another interesting point, what I want to point out, is by the time it gets to Covington, I'm so glad you zoomed out, Paul. Great call there. When it gets to Covington, when that discrete cell and the line merge together, that can cause a brief spin up because you're merging two powerful amounts of energy at one time, and sometimes it's just enough to create a brief spin up. If that happens, that will definitely be rain wrapped, meaning you will not see, if a tornado were to form, you would not see it in that embedded line. It's just going to be engulfed with a window of rain just totally surrounding that funnel. But nonetheless, I do want to reiterate or stress there are no active warnings. I'm thinking ahead. I'm looking ahead. I'm looking at the ingredients. I'm looking at the radar and figuring out as far as what could potentially happen, especially since we are still under a tornado watch until 1 p.m. Because of that, that's why I don't want to take any of this lightly. I want to each cell, each storm, definitely has the potential to become a very serious situation. And even towards Griffin right now, that's where we are seeing one of the more potent storms developing. Had some friends ask about Athens again over towards Lexington. You see the rotation being indicated there. Again, as far as what actually we're seeing, there's no warning, and we have not, at least what we can tell through our tools, the readings aren't exceeding that 60-mile-per-hour threshold to become severe. So that tells me, again, that we're not seeing enough wind shear or the amount of wind support within that cell towards Athens and Lexington to be enough to support a severe thunderstorm. I believe a flash flood watch or warning has, let me double check that real quick.
Let's see.
A flash flood warning for DeKalb.
Yep.
So that's what we were talking about, Paul, as far as all of this
heavy rain coming down.
Heavy rain, and we are anticipating another line of torrential rain, and I think that's why they issued the warning, because they're looking ahead, they're being proactive in the sense of understanding how much rain this line has already produced and moving into areas that already have saturated or soaked roads. So,
I'll say what's lucky, this system right here that's right around Athens where the radar is indicating a little broad rotation, certainly a lot of lightning and heavy rain. It looks like it'll skirt just north of Augusta. I know a lot of folks are in Augusta right now, and the good news is I think it's going to be just a little bit to the north of that, but that doesn't mean later today there's not still going to be severe weather. So if you're heading out on I-20 hoping to head out toward Augusta later today, please know, again, like Ryan's been saying, I mean, we're not out of the woods here. And I turned this particular image on a few minutes ago because the areas that are marked in pink, that's that tornado watch that's in effect until 1 o'clock this afternoon. It includes Metro Atlanta, some counties just east of Metro Atlanta, and then all the way back into Alabama and south as well. So Macon, Griffin, LaGrange, Eatonton, Carrollton, Atlanta, all included in the tornado watch, which means the conditions are there as these discrete cells form that Ryan keeps talking about. The potential is there for some rotation. Not seeing it so far this morning doesn't mean it won't happen. And I'll zoom in again a little closer to that one around Griffin here, back with our reflectivity on. And boy, I mean, just really heavy rain coming down there. A lot of lightning coming down there as well as we zoom up, talking about that flash flood, that advisory or warning that just got issued there. And you can see why. I mean, we've got the rain moving into DeKalb right now. Decatur's getting some moderate rainfall, but heavy rainfall is right behind. Stone Mountain, you're just on the edge of getting light rainfall, but more moderate rainfall will be shortly behind it. Tucker getting light rainfall, but Chambly some moderate
just real
stuff.
Quick.
Yeah.
Patty saying hail in Griffin. Again, that's what my concern was with that storm.
Yep.
It is continuing to strengthen. If we're getting reports of hail in Griffin, Patty, let me know, give a size, like let's say penny size, pea size, or use some sort of object. Let us know exactly how big that is. Are you also experiencing some wind? See, this Facebook Live not only can you communicate with us, but we can also ask you questions, which I think
or snap a photo and hashtag it Fox 5
so
Storm, and we'll see it.
It's so beneficial to help us paint the picture of what's happening. But that storm has really blossomed in the last 15 to 20 minutes. That is turning into quite the storm. So again, appreciate everyone who is being interactive and letting us know. If I haven't mentioned your town, I do apologize. There are just some that catch my eye as far as where I see the stronger storms at this time. And that is tracking right towards I-75, just west of Jackson. So Locust Grove. I think I saw someone, maybe it was on Monday. Didn't Locust Grove have a tornado? Or they had wind damage?
I don't remember if Locust Grove did or not, but yeah, I'm right along that area. There's a ton of truck stops and whatnot, so hopefully people can pull off. Because look at 75 now. I mean, I-75 is getting just walloped with rain, and like you said, it looks like some small hail in Griffin will be moving over I-75 here in just a couple of minutes. So got to stay off the roadways for this one. And like you said, what's interesting to watch about these storms, Ryan, is as they move into areas where we haven't had rain in a little while, how much bigger will they get? And is there anything that can cut off the energy supply to keep these storms going?
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe our time is up for this Facebook Live. Am I understanding that correctly? That we need to end this?
Yeah, I think we're going to wrap it up. But we'll be back on today for Fox 5 News at noon, coming up in about 20 minutes. Of course, meteorologist David Chanley is here. So is Ryan Beasley and myself, Paul Milliken. Russ Spencer will be manning the anchor desk. So we've got you covered. We'll be back here in just about 20 minutes on Fox 5. And, of course, you can stream us live if you're not near a television. And please keep in touch with us, too. Facebook, Twitter, any way you can. Let us know what you're seeing, and we'll do the same.
Atlanta area holding on to the tornado watch. We still got quite a bit of rainfall to go through, gusty winds, frequent lightning, and the Fox 5 Storm Team will be here to give you updates throughout the course of the newscast and the afternoon. Russ?
And we will be checking back with you often. David, thanks very much. It is a storm alert day across Georgia today. As we prepare for round 2, many people are still recovering from this morning's storms and cleaning up after Monday's wind damage. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes joins us now live from the Fox 5 Storm Chaser. Deidre, what are the roadways looking like at the moment?
We have been on the road for about 3 hours now, Russ, and this is what we've been experiencing for much of the morning. Heavy rain on the roadways. We're joining you live now from 75 North, traveling through Cobb County, through Marietta, actually, right now. We started the morning down south, actually, making our way south through Henry County, spending some time in McDonough and Peachtree City, and we experienced heavy rain this morning. Rain so heavy at times that, frankly, it was hard to see out of the windshield, just coming down sheets of rain. Right now, still experiencing a good bit of rain as we make our way north on 75, and ponding at times. We're experiencing some areas where you really do have to take some care on the roadways, because since it has been raining pretty much nonstop in much of the metro area for much of the morning heading into the afternoon, we're experiencing the situation where we'll run into areas of just heavy rain on the roadways, ponding on the roadways. And as you know, that can be quite dangerous at times, especially when cars are out here with some of the heavier vehicles, the semis and things of that nature. And frankly, people still traveling 70, 80 miles an hour and in all this rain. So when they hit that water, it can prove to be very dangerous if people are not careful out here. Right now, the situation, just some rain, not as heavy as we experienced this morning, but we continue to monitor the situation, Russ, and we'll get back to you a little later in the newscast just to let you know what we're experiencing out here.
All right, Deidre, thanks very much. As you say, round 1, but round 2 is still coming. On my way in this morning, I went through 2 feet of standing water on Peachtree Industrial. This was the scene in Carrollton today on the campus of the University of West Georgia. You can see it and you can hear it. The hail really coming down there this morning. This next video is from Norcross, where you can see some of the heavy rain that's fallen across the area so far today. Watch out, again, for standing water on the roads and stay away from moving water at all costs. And come take a look at this. Fox 5 viewer Wes Crawley was able to snag a photo of lightning striking in Fayetteville. Wes took this photo near Pinewood Studios, but it's not movie making. That was the real thing this morning in Fayette County. We're continuing to keep an eye on the severe weather in our area today. As we've told you, 1 line of storms already come through. Now we're bracing for round 2 this afternoon. And Fox 5's Morse Diggs is live in northeast Atlanta right now. Morse, what's it like where you are?
Oh, so we haven't seen a whole lot in the way of wind out here in the heart of Atlanta so far today, but lots and lots of water. We can pan in and show you some of the puddling here that the drivers will be going through throughout the day. We haven't seen the normal traffic you would have at midweek, what we like to call hump day. We haven't really seen that. Some people being cautious about the weather. But I'll tell you, this is the strongest rain we've seen in the last 20 minutes. And over the time, if we've got sustained rain, what we're going to wind up having, especially in the Atlanta area, I have to tell you, if you've lived here for a while, you'll have to watch out for the water accumulating, especially near drains where we've got drains that may be clogged. So you'll want to be careful. Again, I mentioned the traffic is lighter than I would normally expect to see on a Wednesday, with some people not venturing out. I did have a chance to speak to one man who said there are some things that were just too important to miss. So why did you leave your house?
It's my son's birthday, and this is a very special day for him. So we're not far away from the home, and we've been coming here for years. So if we need to take shelter here, we'll know how to do that.
So you got to celebrate with perhaps your favorite meal, your son's birthday. Other folks are coming out running some necessary errands. But again, overall, it's been lighter than normal. If you do get out, watch out for where the water can accumulate, because it can come up on you quickly, and you may be behind a car that will splash you with a lot of water. So be careful. Reporting live from Northeast Atlanta, I'm Morse Diggs, Fox 5 News.
Chief Meteorologist David Chanley back with you. Paul Milliken, Ryan Beasley alongside, monitoring now. Severe thunderstorm warning for some counties off to the east of Metro Atlanta. Remember the cell I was showing you there coming through Gwinnett right now? Well, it's rather robust. Winds up to 60 miles an hour. Likely, and 1-inch hail. That warning now in effect till 12:45. It encompasses parts of Gwinnett, Walton County, Barrow County, all the way up into Jackson County, eventually into Clark County. The storm now racing off to the east-northeast at 51 miles an hour. That places it in Bethlehem and Winder in the next 12, 13 minutes or so. Statham now in 19 minutes. Jefferson in 25, but it's the leading edge of that gusty winds now just to the outskirts of Loganville and Decula right now. And you can see that with our velocity mode there. You can see how we got 54-mile-an-hour winds detected right there, and so it's probably going to ramp up a little higher than that in some spots. Now, we're not seeing any rotation. There's, in other words, good news here. This wind coming toward the radar site, we don't see any reds ramping off to the north or away from it, so that's great news. And we got some hail with that, too. There's our hail tracker up here outside of Snellville, and that hail about 3/4 of an inch. Now, we've been looking at the Barron Tornado Index. It's a kind of a marker for us to see if we have the possibility of a tornado. Remember, we're under a tornado watch, so it's certainly there possible. 6.9 is a fairly high value. 1 to 10 is the scale, and so we'll see if that inches up a little bit more or ramps down here in the next volume scan. But the hail looks pretty large, again, about 3/4 of an inch. But really concerned about the initial onset of this storm with the wind up to 60 miles an hour as it presses off to the northeast. So you folks in Winder, Bethlehem, Statham, certainly just to the north of Monroe, coming out of Gwinnett County, be on the lookout for this storm. If it does hold together, the warning takes you all the way into the Athens area, Jefferson there in Jackson County. So up here in northeast Georgia, the probability of now we have a tornado warning for Fayette and Spalding counties. Is that what we have? All right, so let's take Fox 5 Live Viper down here. And so this was the cell that Ryan and Paul were looking at earlier. Now this is now a new one that has popped up here. This is Peachtree City, Tyrone, Fairburn. Let's see where the warning now can pop into that at any moment. I'm looking at, it's down on the south side down there. Okay, there it is. So it's right near the radar site south of Peachtree City. So all this is some very heavy rain and hail. You have to look down here, down towards Sonoy, as this looks like this is pressing off to the east. So this is one of these supercells now that has fired up there south of Peachtree City. So if we kind of zoom into that spot right there, and we'll see if we got any the type of rotation we have. Now, this is coming right on top of the radar site, so this is going to be kind of tough down that way because, it's coming right across the National Weather Service office there in Peachtree City. So if I am in south of Peachtree City, if I'm in Sonoy, if I'm in Brooks, I am thinking about going right now. Not thinking about it, but I am going to my tornado safety place immediately. We're talking about an interior room of your house, a bathroom, a closet someplace down on the first floor. The basement is best. You stay away from windows and doors. And again, we talk about putting as many walls between you and the possible tornado. So you folks in Fayetteville, you're not in this warning. Tyrone, not in the warning. I know it's raining like crazy. The wind's blowing, but it's the area south that is the concern there with a possible tornado. So in Bedford Park, Stars Mill, Circle Estates, it looks like now, just the outskirts of Sonoy. And this is in southern Fayette County and eventually probably making its way on into Spalding County if it does indeed hold together, probably racing off to the east. Pretty good clip, about 50 miles an hour or so. So now we've kind of ramped things up here on the south side. So we have the active severe thunderstorm warning up to the northeast. Gusty, damaging winds there. Now this is the active tornado warning that's taking place down in Fayette County and eventually on into Spalding County. So we're looking at now all of Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. This is at the bottom edge of these storms. This is right through the heart of the storms with some really gusty winds pressing over towards the Athens area. But it's the active tornado warning that really has us concerned down there because that's where you're going to get your. Think about this. You've got a small area and you got tremendous amount of wind shifting direction and maybe even speed. So now we have a northern tornado warning. It's been issued. This is in Butts County, and that's a signature. This is what we were afraid of with the supercell structures of these storms now. It was in an environment where we got a little bit of drier air, and it kind of ramped things up. So here we go. This is a storm now just to the northeast of Jackson right now. We're looking at, well, that one's not picking up the BTI right now. Mansfield, your way, the next, here we go, pop it in there. BTI is at 3.6, but see this signature right here? See, we got a little bit of an inflow going on. That's a lot of wind right there, but I'm not picking up a couplet as we speak. Mansfield, Newborn, so that's heading towards portions of Newton County. So this is in Butts County, heading towards Newton County. So we've got a couple warnings that are out there. One back in Fayette, heading towards Spalding. This one in Butts, heading toward Newton County right now. Newborn. Covington, you're south of it. Monticello, this is north of you, but certainly just to the north of Jackson. Let's kind of zero in on that, Ryan, if we can, and we'll see if we can get some... Keep going. Yeah, look at this signature right here. So near the community of Stark right now, McMichael Crossroads, certainly. This is a time that you go to your tornado safety place if you're listening to me down there in Butts County, south of Worthville, south of Fincherville. And this is pushing off in this direction. So here we go. There's Moore Road. If you're listening to me in Moore Road, you need to be in your tornado safety place. This is down south of Metro Atlanta, north of Jackson in Butts County, an active tornado warning in and around Michael's Crossroads. Now we're going back to the reflectivity. It's this area right here, this old notch that we see. That's probably some hail up here, heavy rain to the north, but it's where that wind is, and that's some hail, yes, just to the north of the storm and coming out of Jenkinsburg. So Jenkinsburg, the storm is past you, but it's, again, north of Jackson, south of Peaksville, tornado warning. Now, so that's number one. Then we got number two back in Sonoy. So we're tracking actually two possible tornadoes that aren't connected. They're two certainly distinct cells. This one's right on top of the NexRad radar site, so it's hard to pick up. The green that you see here, this is in the velocity mode. This is coming toward the radar site. This is moving away, and you try to look and see where these things kind of meet up. Brooks, in 12 minutes, this storm is trying to come your direction. If I'm in Brooks, if I'm in southern Fayette County, I'm in my tornado safety place for sure. And so once this gets past the radar site, then we'll be able to pick it up. But Sonoy, Brooks, just to the north of Sonoy, turn and it's past you, you're good. Peachtree City, you're getting some heavy wind and rain, but you're not in the path, so you're good. Tyrone's good. Fayetteville's good. That's just as important, letting people know where it's not happening as where it is. But if you're in the polygon, you need to take action. So that's Sonoy, Brooks, just south of Woosley. So here we go. We got wind 54 mile an hour in one area going toward the radar site, 45 mile an hour the other. That's a pretty good shear. That's getting up near 100 mile an hour shear in a tight spot. That is certainly going to maybe bring down some trees, take roofs off, get power lines down, and the like, move around patio furniture for sure in southern Fayette County, heading toward Spalding County. So we've got a couple active tornado warnings, which means it's happening, radar indicated. We don't have any confirmation yet from any ground spotters or any truth as far as any video or images, but certainly that's quite the signature there just to the south, Peachtree City. Tornado warning in Fayette County. Now here's the other storm. That's getting kind of wrapped up as well. So the air coming right in up the pike. Now, this is the next volume scan. It's still there. It's still there. If we can go, Ryan, over there on the Viper, if we can go down to the correlation coefficient, it's right on there. And we'll see if we get to pick up what we call a debris ball and see if we see anything that really stands out to us. And this is one of the modes of a dual pole radar. And what I'm looking for in this is all this would be the same falling out of the sky, typically raindrops, maybe even some hail. When it's all the same color, that's a good thing. But if you see some different colors in there, if I saw some blues and greens, those are objects that aren't raindrops. And so that would tell me that something has been lofted up into that thunderstorm. So we'll keep an eye on that. I didn't see anything that caught my eye. And I don't see anything here as far as drastic rotation. I do see some very strong winds. And we pixel query that thing right there. I bet that's probably up around 55, 60 miles an hour. That's 42, all right, the bright green. There you go. BTI is down to 3.6. That's some good news. 42, that's substantial. That's substantial wind making its way down towards New Bern. That's in Newton County, so it's in northern Butts County. This particular tornado, possible tornado, radar-indicated tornado. And again, in that area, you need to go to your tornado safety place. Just to the north of Jackson. So it's this, see that little hook that we see right there? your eye immediately goes to this. Well, that's rain, and that may be some hail up there. It's this that we're concerned about. And this is probably a rain wrap situation with that much rain. We'll have to see. No reports coming out of Butts County about any confirmation, but that's what we're looking at on the radar. Let's go back to the Fayette County storm there, Ryan, and we'll see. It's kind of bowed out more than anything. It looked like there with the reflectivity. Not really seeing a hook now. That's probably some good wind. Look at that. Yeah, that is some really strong wind now between Sonoy and Brooks. It may not be rotating, but it is going to be some strong wind nonetheless. Right around Stars Mill right now. Broome Hall, knocking on the door of Brooks right now. Very tight gradient right there. And again, this is in the velocity mode, and I'm not seeing much picking up there. But man, that is a really tight gradient with some strong wind there and the possibility of some rotation going on in Fayette County heading towards Spalding County. Let's widen it back out, give folks a perspective of what's going on with these storms, because we got a lot of storms happening. Not all of them are producing tornadoes, thank goodness, but some of them are fairly potent. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that's now leaving Gwinnett, moving up towards Walton County, portions of Barrow County, and Jackson County. We'll zero in on this storm right now, give you an update. We're knocking on the door of Monroe right now. There's Winder and Bethlehem with some very heavy rain and maybe some hail. Here's the concern, though. That storm there that's coming into Winder.
There's another tornado warning.
That is another tornado warning for...
This one is for Clayton, Henry, Newton, and Rockdale until 1 o'clock.
All right, so here we go. Let's zoom in. It's got to be the storm that's down in here. Yeah, right in here. So we were watching the one that was down towards Sonoy and south of Peachtree City. Now we're looking at another active storm that's just to the south of Forest Park, heading towards Stockbridge and in Henry County. Maybe this right in here, just to the south of Jonesboro. That's a bunch of wind going on for sure right there. See what that looks like. See, again, on the velocity mode, we're not seeing any couplets going on, but we are seeing some very, very strong wind. And evidently the Weather Service, as they look at this, thinks there might be a brief spin up, and therefore they have issued the tornado warning until 1 o'clock for that area that's south of the city. South of Riverdale includes Jonesboro, all the way over to northern Henry County, and eventually probably into portions of Rockdale. We'll see if that does indeed hold together. So Riverdale, Jonesboro. I'm trying to make out where the polygon is right there. Is that it? There it is right there. Okay. Yeah, that includes I-75 Stockbridge. Does not include McDonough, but it includes Stockbridge there in Henry County until 1 o'clock. So in and around Jonesboro, if you're listening to me, now's the time to go to your tornado safety place. And let's remind people, make sure you protect your head. Bike helmet is great. All right, and make sure you have shoes on, because as you get into your tub or your bathroom or your closet, if something were to happen and you needed to leave afterwards, there might be some debris out there. You want to make sure you got something on your feet. So helmet and shoes, great. Also say if you plan ahead, have an air horn. Say something happens and people can't find you, you hit the air horn, people can hear you. That's a great tool to have as well as the Fox 5 Storm Team app, because you can be there and watch us while you're in your tornado safety place. We're live streaming on that right now. So again, we got a whole cluster of thunderstorms that are producing the possibility of tornadoes as they move on through. This is interesting because these guys are kind of lined up. The one that was down in Butts County moving into Newton County, more of a supercell structure to that one, it looked like. This is a little bit more linear, but we may have a spin up on those. So that's... And you see how this is moving this direction off to the east, northeast, pretty good clip with a lot of rainfall. We talked about that's one of the things we don't talk about so much, but it can cause major problems, is flash flooding. And we've seen that flash flooding taking place in DeKalb and Gwinnett County here this morning. Now here, look at this is on the Doppler radar, the rainfall that we've seen, and you're looking at 2 and 3 inches outside of Walton County. Look at that, 2.5 inches. Nearly 2 inches in Gwinnett. So there's that active severe thunderstorm warning, and then the tornado warnings are down here to the south. And we've got, I think, 3 of them, 3 clusters of these thunderstorms producing the possibility of tornadoes. Let's check in on this one down here, Ryan, the one that was in Butts County and now moving into Newton County. Now, it does not include Covington. So Covington, you're in the clear. Newborn, not so much, just to the north of Shady Dale. And this is the appendage right here kind of hanging off. Interesting right there. Maybe about a weak echo region, perhaps, up in that way. I don't know. We'll see. This is kind of hanging down a little bit Not seeing a big inflow. Heading towards Mansfield in 12 minutes, Newborn in 14, Rutledge in 23. Madison, if it holds together here within the next half hour. But certainly got a bit of an elongation. Let's see what the velocity looks like. Still no couplet. Gusty winds now just to the outskirts of Newborn, up to 30, 40, 50 miles an hour. I think it's probably a little stronger than that. What we look for is the shear, though, that rotation. And that's can do a whole lot of damage. Imagine, straight line wind pushing this way, but if you take wind and start twisting it, imagine what can happen with trees, eaves of houses, that sort of thing. And that is the concern with the storm like this. Not a typical, not a classic supercell structure, but trying to get that way, trying to get wound up, and we'll see what the next volume scan and the next trip with the radar shows. But there you go towards Mansfield, Newborn, and Rutledge in the next 15, 17, 28 minutes. You are in the polygon. You need to go to your tornado safety place now immediately. So that it takes care of the, I think now in Butts County, you're probably going to be in the clear as it moves into Newton County. All right, let's go back to the Fayette County storm. Let's see what that off to the west. A storm out here outside of Peachtree City, Sonoy. See, that doesn't have the signature again either, but man, it's got the classic signature of some really nasty straight line winds right there between Brooks and Woosley. Wow, yeah, that's probably going to knock down some things and uproot some things. When you see that sharp gradient, we're looking at now again the velocity mode, and we don't, it's got some noise to it that close to the radar site. But as it races off still to the east. So this one's going more easterly. The other one's up to the north, maybe a little bit more up to the northeast. So there it goes, just passing Brooks here in the next little bit. So that's a tornado warning there until 1 o'clock. But I think right now, Sonoy, you're probably in the clear as far as the risk. All right, the storm that's up here towards Stockbridge out of Jonesboro, south of Morrow. Again, we're not seeing a lot with this. It would indicate a tornado on the ground. Evidently they saw some rotation. The Weather Service are the ones that issue the warnings, and so we bring them to you immediately right here in Fox 5 Storm Center. So within the minute, Jonesboro your way, Stockbridge in 10, Conyers in 28. Here we go off to the east-northeast at 43. Storm topping out near 33,000 feet. It's got a 100% chance of hail. We've seen that. Hail as large as 1 inch. The BTI down a little bit. Again, that's a scale from 1 to 10. 3.7 is low. What I look for is if it starts rising or if it starts descending. Descending would be a good thing. Rising, not so much. I will say now, if we, Ryan, let's give us a better view of the whole metro area, because if you want a little bit of good news with the rain that's happened up here, we've kind of calmed things down a little bit, but it's this area down here that we'll have to start watching as well. Storms rolling in here from Alabama, in addition to the storms, obviously, that we're watching here. The storm that was in Greene County, Oglethorpe County, moving up into South Carolina. Good news. Let's go back to the storm, see it's pressing down on Athens right now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Does not have any rotation with it, but it's going to have some strong winds coming out of Winder now into Statham, Bogart area, Athens, just to the outskirts of Watkinsville, Commerce and Jackson County up there. You'll be under the gun, but a lot of wind in and around Monroe, and that's prompted that severe thunderstorm warning here, I think until about 12:45, so next a little bit. And we'll watch that for the possibility of some rotation. These are what we call hail tracks. You had a lot of hail to the east of Athens over in Oglethorpe County. You got another hail track here. I tell you what, let's go back down, Ryan, on the Fox 5 Live Viper. Let's go back down to this storm, this one right here, the one that's now in Newton County, in northern Jasper County. All right, so there's Jasper County, there's Newton County, left Butts County, so good news there. Put on the shear swath, and this is one of the modes of the radar that we can see where there's been gusty winds, and a lot of times you can follow a path, and we got a little bit of one right there in northern Butts County. It didn't exactly ramp up into Newton County, but again, there was some shear going on, certainly back when they initialized the tornado warning, but that signature right there is not, to me, all that impressive. I would still be in my tornado safety place. Notice that in Mansfield in 10 minutes as we track off to the northeast at 43 miles an hour. The hail down a little bit, which tells me that probably the core of the thunderstorm has dropped some of the hail, trying to see if it can kind of fire itself right back up. But that's we'll see. We'll follow that. Okay, so the storm that's back down here that expired that warning.
Absolutely canceled it.
Canceled it. Okay.
Yeah.
Great news for this storm that was rolling through Fayette County into Spalding County, so no more active tornado warning there. So we had the spin up, Weather Service looked at it. Remember, we were looking at that. I couldn't find any rotation, but certainly straight line winds are going to be substantial, pressing into Hampton there in southern Henry County. So let's take a look at the other active tornado warning we have just to the north of that, coming out of Clayton County and into Henry County. Kind of muddled there with all the reflectivity. The BTI down to 4.6. Remember what it was a minute ago? It was 6.7, so it's down. Good news. 1 inch hail, possibly. That's severe hail, 50% chance of that. Storm topping out near 33,000 feet. Jonesboro in 1 minute, it's probably rocking you pretty good. Stockbridge in 9, holding together on into Conyers and Rockdale County in the next 27 minutes. So between Jonesboro and Stockbridge, it's kind of what I'm looking at. Again, this is a time where you're in your tornado safety place. You know, this thing could, in between volume scans, and we've seen that with a few of these storms, it just takes a second. So you want to make sure that you're safe, and you want to make sure that your family is safe. So you're in your tornado place now, if indeed you're within the polygon. So if you're listening to me in Jonesboro, Stockbridge, and Henry County, and moving over to Rockdale County, southern Rockdale County, now is the time. If I'm in Forest Park, East Point, I'm okay. I'm watching the weather, I'm paying attention, but I'm not hunkering down like your folks down here to the south. Riverdale, it looks like it's just off to your south, and these are some more shear swath going on. So we had tremendous amount of shear outside of Jonesboro, and then that prompted the warning as it tracks from Jonesboro into Stockbridge, Clayton County into Henry County over the next 15, 20 minutes or so. So good news, they got rid of the warning down to the south. Here's this warning now. It's portions of Jasper and Newton counties. And Butts, I think we can probably drop off because it's moved away from that. I'm not seeing any rotation with that, but probably some straight line winds for sure. So we're not seeing any of the twisting going on. And it looks like those wind speeds have certainly come down a little bit, down into the 20s and 30s. So great news there. Again, this is not the end of this. We're going to continue to have these fire up through the course of the afternoon. We may get a bit of a break, a little of a lull. As we've been saying, we don't want to see any breaks in the clouds, and that would be a bad thing. That would help destabilize, intensify the atmosphere. You can see how we've got rain up here, no severe storms, and that's a good thing. Let's hold on to that. Here goes the severe storm now moving towards Athens. That's the severe thunderstorm warning that we started with here at the top of the newscast, and then we started throwing in the tornado warnings. So outside of Winder and Monroe, heading toward Athens. Let's zoom in on that there, Ryan, and we'll give that warning until 12:45, and we'll see what we can pick up with this. That's probably some hail right there outside of Bethlehem, between Bethlehem and Watkinsville. So the hail track is probably going to move in that direction. We saw all that hail back out to Greene County and Oglethorpe County, my word. So Athens, here comes the storm your way, capable of some damaging wind and some hail. The wind's up to about 60 miles an hour. So that's coming your way within the next 20, 25 minutes. Not a tornadic storm, but a severe thunderstorm nonetheless. So it's knocking on the door of Clark County and portions of Oconee County right now. So there you go, into Arcade in 11 minutes, Jefferson in 11. So you're getting hammered, and Commerce in 21 minutes is going to continue for the next 15, 20 minutes. All right, venture on back down to that storm that has the active tornado warning. Ryan Beasley and Paul Milliken alongside here in the Fox 5 Storm Center monitoring all of this. And you can see this was the appendage that really concerned us. It doesn't look as evil as it was earlier. A little bit of shear showing up, just a little bit, southwest of Newborn. So that's the area there in Newton County that's included in the tornado warning until about 1 o'clock. And we'll see if they kind of peel that back like they did the one down in Fayette County and into Spalding County. So here we go. Mansfield 7 minutes, Newborn 8, Rutledge in 18, Madison in 24. All right, so here's the deal. Is we're monitoring all this, and the storm has passed your area, and you feel like you may have some damage or something to show us, please be safe. But we'd love to see images, both video and pictures, and hashtag us at Fox5Storm on both Facebook and Twitter, because it helps us with the verification of what has rolled through. And if you're up here in portions of DeKalb County and Gwinnett County, look at the storms roll through where we have a flash flood warning currently in effect. If you see some flooding out there, big time ponding on the roads and so forth, snap a picture, send it our way as well at hashtag Fox5Storm, so we can let people know some of the roadways are getting probably pretty bad. I would suspect that, say, places like Highway 29, 316, 78, probably a bunch of water on the road. And you see some very heavy rainfall indicated by the Doppler radar there in and around Monroe and Walton County of 2.2 inches at least. And that's just with this round. Remember, we've already had some rain, already had some storms earlier today. All right, so this is the broader picture that Ryan's showing you here. You got some really robust thunderstorms down here just south of Columbus, and we'll have to watch the area between Atlanta and Macon as the afternoon progresses. Nothing's fired up there yet, but certainly wants to come that way. I really think the severe threat on the other side, over toward Birmingham and Huntsville, has lessened. We were looking right before news time with the Storm Prediction Center, thinking that the watch may be extended out this way, east central Georgia into South Carolina, and that hasn't come in yet. Of course, we've been busy tracking these storms, so if it has come in, we haven't seen it yet. All right, active tornado warning. Let's kind of drill down, and we can see it looks like that this is just kind of doesn't have a whole lot of structure to it. I can't believe that we're trying to find, go to velocity. Yeah, it doesn't have a signature on reflectivity, and I don't see anything on velocity that would really scare me, other than look at the winds, up to 53 miles an hour just to the north of Riverdale within the polygon. And that warning expires at the 1 o'clock, if not sooner. This one sees moved out of Butts County. Great news there, heading toward the Newborn area, just to the southeast of Covington. So Covington's in the clear. Monroe's in the clear right now. Madison's thunderstorms coming your way, but certainly Newborn there in Newton County, just to the county line there of Jasper County, to the southeast of Metro Atlanta. Rutledge in 18 minutes. Size of the hail there at 3/4 of an inch, and the BTI at 4.2. So that's come down a little bit. Paul Milliken's alongside in the Fox 5 Storm Center. You got some information for us, Paul?
Well, on our National Weather Service chat, which we keep an eye on, a report just came in, a confirmed tornado in Stewart. And that's one of those warnings that we've been watching. Apparently, this is coming in from one of the workers from the National Weather Service of a confirmed tornado in Stewart.
In Stewart?
Yeah.
All right. All right. So now we'll have to see if this is indeed holding in. We've still got the appendage right there outside of Newborn. So let's hold off on this as far as dropping the warning. But look at this. Look at all that rain between Stockbridge and McDonough. That's coming down, and then the wind pressing into McDonough as we speak right now. Probably in excess of 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour. That's what you can see with these cells that have now kind of fired up. Later in the day. We had the first round in here this morning, spawned a brief tornado warning to the southwest of the city, and then we saw a bunch of heavy rain. Now we're starting to see some of these supercells trying to do their thing and get a little bit more organized. This is good news, though, outside of the polygon, to see that much rain, that much cloud cover, and we can help stabilize the atmosphere. But then you got the storms that are down here, way down in southwest Georgia.
That's where the confirmed tornado is.
Down south.
Yeah.
It's down
Yeah,
south.
that's what I thought when you said Stewart.
Yeah. Well, that's what we've been looking at Stewart there as well, and it's the one in the south.
That's down below Columbus. And that atmosphere down there is ripe. They had very high dew points, a lot of moisture content in the air. They probably had a few breaks in the clouds, saw the temperatures jump up into the 70s. So south of Columbus, that's well down into southwest Georgia that we have that confirmed tornado. So we've got a couple warnings for us with a confirmed tornado down. I believe that would be Stewart County, correct? Stewart County. All right, closer to home. Let's show you this up here in between Winder and Athens. That's severe thunderstorm still pressing toward the Classic City, outside of Watkinsville as well. Look at this, North High Shoals. Yeah, that's maybe some smaller hail in that, and we'll see that probably about maybe penny size, maybe getting up to nickel size. But the rain and the wind is really going to be the factor outside of Jefferson, Athens, and Commerce in the next half hour. Back down to the tornado warnings, because we want those are the folks that are hunkering down right now. And if you're listening to us on our app, all right. So what they've done, notice that they've whittled down the tornado warning for parts of Jasper and Newton counties. Does not include Butts anymore, and the appendage is kind of hanging down. But I'm not seeing a whole lot in the way of an inflow right there. Now see how you got got some green, got some red showing up. You don't want to see bright red and you don't want to see bright green together. That is not a good thing. So there you go. You got this heading toward the radar site, this moving away. A little bit of shear right there, but not enough to be of a huge concern. But that warning's holding on here for the next little bit.
And the other one was canceled, the other tornado warning.
So let's go back to that area there, Ryan, and show folks. So the one that was in Henry County and portions of Clayton County, no more tornado warning. Great news there. So if you're in Henry County, Clayton, you've been listening to me, you're in your tornado safety place, you can come out. I wouldn't run outside or anything because you've got some pretty good rain and wind and probably a bunch of lightning with that, but at least the tornado threat has diminished. So awesome news there. So we only have one left here, northern Jasper County, southern Newton County, and that one's trying to wind itself down as well. Heavy wind and rain moving into the Athens area with a severe thunderstorm warning. I think we're in the clear now in Gwinnett, portions of Walton County, other than this real heavy rain that wants to move towards Newton County and northern Rockdale. Let's broaden the picture back out and show some folks out to the west what's happening. That's some pretty good rain, but notice that we're not talking about any severe storms out there. This has been worked over pretty good most of the morning. So we're just looking at some rain. There might be some thunder and lightning with that. It's a little bit of gusty winds in Carrollton and Villa Rica, but I don't anticipate a severe storm to ramp up. Where I expect severe storms to ramp up is where none have been happening right now. So look out Griffin in the afternoon. Look out Meriwether County. Look out Troup County. Look out portions of Butts County and Jasper and Eatonton. Those are the areas that I would be focusing on here as we get into the afternoon. Up in North Georgia, I'm feeling better about what's going to transpire the rest of the day with what's been going on here this morning. So that's great. Plus, if you get these storms down here firing up, it's going to block some of our inflow. But we'll be right here to monitor that. It's not time to let your guard totally down, but I am feeling better about what's going on up here in North Georgia. So let's get another look at the only active tornado warning that we have. That's right there in northern Jasper and portions of Newton County, right near Newborn. If you know the road, if you drive from Covington down to Shady Dale, heading your way down to Putnam County, again, there's probably some hail with that right there. Would never like to see the appendage to kind of roll out that way. But again, when we looked at the velocity, we just don't see a whole lot in the way of any couplet taking place south of Newborn. Newborn and south of that, I'm in my tornado safety place still. Shady Dale, no, I'm good. Back into Butts County, back into much of Jasper County, I'm all right as well. Covington, you're just getting some wind and rain. You're not in an active warning, so you're all right. Don't need to hunker down. Just need to pay attention. But in this area right there in northern Jasper County, I would still, until this thing, it looks like it's not going to happen and runs out of what I call a worn polygon. So Ryan's put the track on there. Holding together, here comes Madison your way there in Morgan County in the next 22 minutes. Some really gusty winds. Heavy rain, probably been some lightning with that. In fact, pop on the lightning, just if you can there, Ryan. See, I would be real concerned, because we like to follow the lightning where we see a lot of the instability. I'd be concerned if we had a lot of lightning right there, but it looks like most of the lightning is back up here to the north. And in this view now, 128 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. Looks like a lot of them over here in DeKalb County, northern Henry County, where that rain continues to fall down. And we focus a lot, and we should, when we start talking about these severe weather events where we've got the tornadoes and the damaging winds and the large hail, but kind of last on the list that gets glossed over a lot of times is heavy rain. And that can cause as much or more problems than the three aforementioned modes of severe weather, because what we get is we get training going on. Areas get already been rained on, kind of like boxcars going along the train, and then those rainfall totals stack up, and then the water has nowhere to go. Ponds on the roadways, creeks and streams really start coming out of their banks. So that is a concern up there in DeKalb and Gwinnett County. So we have a flash flood warning for those folks until 5:30 this afternoon. All right, so let's get another glance right here of the active tornado warning. It's down just to the outskirts of Newborn, outside of Shady Dale. Shady Dale, you're good. Covington, you're good. Rutledge, a lot of wind and rain. Newborn just to the south there. There's the county line between Jasper and Newton County. Possible tornado. Nothing confirmed yet. Nothing's been on the ground. This is all radar indicated. And heading toward Madison within the next half hour. Again, I-20's cutting right through there. If you know that, if you're heading out east, heading out toward the lake country, that red line right there is I-20 back into the city. So it's south of I-20 right now, the possibility of a tornado. Going till 1 o'clock if they not lift it earlier. So we've had no confirmation of any tornado touchdowns yet, but of course it's been raining and storming, and we haven't gotten any of those reports in yet, so we'll wait on that. If you have any information to share with us, you can safely do it. You can snap a picture, video, you can send it our way on the hashtag Fox5Storm, and we would appreciate that. It helps with, again, our verification. How about checking in another time with this active severe thunderstorm warning that's up in Clark County right now. Athens is getting pounded on right now with some wind and rain, for sure, right there in the Classic City, covering up just about the whole area of Clark County. How about that? and that's racing off to the northeast. So Winterville, Colbert, Comer, Carlton, here you come, the next 12, 18, 22 minutes. Bowman in 28 minutes, making its way up into northeast reaches of the Athens area. We had a lot of hail. This is our hail tracker. We hadn't had any hail lately there in Barrow County or in the Athens area, so it tells me it's just some heavy rain and some wind right now. Can't rule out some small hail, but it doesn't look like that has happened. We did see some hail, and a lot of it in and around Gwinnett County earlier, about an hour or so ago. All right, so here we go. They're still monitoring this little appendage with the possibility of a tornado, rotating thunderstorm, but a tornado down here. That's Jasper County, Newton County, outside of Shadydale. Look at the lightning strikes here. Now 179. A lot of that in South Carolina, but a lot of that there in Gwinnett, in DeKalb County, and northern Henry County. And this is the storm that Ryan's putting on there, heading to Madison. Now that one is about to sped up a little bit. 9 minutes, Buckhead. The Buckhead that's out there in Morgan County in 13 minutes. Greensboro in 20 minutes. Maxey's in 24. And we'll see if they indeed hold on to that warning. We're in the Fox 5 Storm Center with Ryan Beasley and also with Paul Milliken. We're gathering information that's coming into us of any verifications of possible tornado touchdowns. It doesn't look like any of these other storms are starting to ramp up. Good news there, but we do see probably some gusty winds now in Henry County. This was the warned storm earlier, but no rotation with it. And then we got heavy rain back into Villa Rica. Quiet down here to the south, eerily quiet as we get into the afternoon. That's the area could blossom up into some supercell thunderstorms as we continue to watch it.
David, the latest
yes.
issued a flash flood warning for Cobb County until 4:45.
All right. Latest, according to Ryan Beasley, up in Cobb County, now they've joined the group of a flash flood warning, meaning they've got a whole bunch of rain up there in Cobb County, and with more to come, that's why they issued the warning. So we've already had probably 2.5 inches of rain up there in Cobb County. Now the cell that's out here in Carrollton and Villa Rica is moving that direction, probably going to deposit more rain, probably as much as 2 inches. And so that's going to exacerbate certainly the flooding problems that we have there in Cobb County. So there you go. Flash flood warning moving into Cobb County. So what's the latest information?
I took off the severe thunderstorm warning. They got rid of the severe thunderstorm warning, so that's all it is.
Paul Milliken, Ryan Beasley, and the Storm Center now say that severe thunderstorm warning, the Athens one, the one in Clark County?
Yes.
Okay, so it is no longer. So we're kind of peeling back the warnings right now. That's good. Still got the wind and still got the rain, got the possibility of flooding, and we still holding on ever so slightly of this possible tornado warning, or possible tornado. It is a tornado warning in Jasper County and in Newton County to the east of Metro Atlanta. So as we zero in on that, we'll see if that has any more of a semblance of a possible tornado. And evidently, obviously, we had rotation early on. Weather Service prompted the warning, but now not so much. It's just this little bit of appendage right here. It's I'd be more concerned if I saw a little bit more of a notch right there. And again, we're not seeing any sort of a couplet south of Newborn, but I'm still in my tornado safety place. Not so much in Rutledge, not there in Covington. Shadydale and Madison are okay right now, and the storm looks like it's going to outrun the polygon right there. So I think that pretty soon we'll be given the all clear there in Jasper and in portions of Newton County. All right, I'm going to show you this now. This is a Fox 5 Live Viper. We're going to expand the view. That's what you've been looking at. Look at the rain that we've had up here in North Georgia. Not so much in Northwest Georgia. You've kind of been left out a little bit. Heavier rain out towards Carrollton, down towards LaGrange. And then this is what we're looking at in and around town. More rain rolling in here. So that's why we've prompted the flash flood warning here in Cobb County, because this batch is coming that direction into town. We're still looking at the heavy rain in DeKalb in Gwinnett counties. Look at the heavy rain in Conyers, too. Rockdale, they're not in the warning, but they're close. This is what we're talking about over toward Athens. The warning has been lifted. Great, but the storm continues. These are the storms down on the south side, holding on to the tornado warning for Jasper and Newton. Heavy wind and rain in McDonough and down towards Hampton and Henry County. And then you see back up here the red indicating the tornado watch that we're still a part of, waiting to see how that's going to get expanded. But look how it's gotten whittled away here in Alabama. Now, what's interesting about that is they whittled away the tornado watch, but it looks like a severe thunderstorm has popped up just to the outskirts of Birmingham. So we're not done by any stretch, because the front is well out here. Still wants to come this direction. These are the storms now that are getting really ramped up down in southwest Georgia. And you can see how you get a little bit of a window there between Atlanta and Macon. We'll have to watch that in the coming hours. in the afternoon, and then more storms down in the Florida Panhandle. Now, as this develops here, things can happen where it blocks our inflow. That would be helpful, in other words, decrease our risk of severe storms, but that has not happened yet. So we'll continue to monitor that in the course of the afternoon. Back to the storm now. It looks like that the warning is no longer. It's been canceled. All right, so it has been canceled. We have no active warnings in and around Metro Atlanta. We've got some wind, we've got some rain, we've got some flooding issues right now, still got some lightning, but no more active severe weather warnings in Metro Atlanta. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to, Russ, are we going to, where are we going from here? Let me show the radar again one more time so you folks can get a grasp of what's happening, and then we'll see.
Forecast hour by hour set up for
All right, we got the forecast.
WSI.
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
WSI.
Here we go. All right, so as we go forward, watch this now. Here comes a few of these more storms. 3 o'clock, this is another batch. Remember that area I was talking about there south of the city? That's what we're going to have to be watching in the afternoon. And then as we make our way on into, 4 o'clock, more some storms. But notice what's missing. See, up here in northwest Georgia. All right, but here comes the front, and we'll have to watch that. I don't think we're going to see severe storms, but we'll monitor it. Pretty potent cold front. Look how these things ramp up. Now remember, if we get some sort of heating of the day up there towards Rome and Dallas, we'll have to watch that come dinner time or so. And so watch this now as we get into 7, 8 o'clock. We're still dealing with some storms. Hopefully they won't be severe. Still some rain up here in North Georgia. And then really things start ramping back along about 10 or 11 o'clock. Now, as we have storms, we want to see that information from you. And so what you do is you hashtag it Fox5Storm. Do it very safely. I can't emphasize that enough. Very safely, but we do have information coming in, and meteorologist Paul Milliken has a look at what you've been sending us through the course of the morning and afternoon. Paul?
Yeah, David, thank you very much. We'll let you catch your breath for a minute there. It's been a really active day so far here, and certainly this noon hour, we've seen, boy, a lot of severe weather pop up, including some active tornado warnings. Right now, there are no active warnings, so we'll take a deep breath, kind of relax for just a minute, and check out what you guys have been seeing. Again, you can send in photos to Twitter, Facebook, and hashtag them Fox5Storm, and we'll be able to pull them up in here. And this is a great shot. This is intense hail in Lawrenceville. This comes from Megan Congro. Thank you for this picture. And boy, look at all that hail. Looks to be pea-sized hail right here. So again, Megan, thank you very much for that photo. And hopefully you were able to take that safely. This is a great shot that came in. This is a partial collapse of a retaining wall at McGinnis Ferry at Flynn Crossing. And you see, I mean, the wall just totally collapsed there right onto the roadway here. A big cleanup obviously going to have to take part there. And you can see on the wall back here, that's a welcome to Forsyth County in the background here. So this one sent in by one of our former co-workers, so we appreciate that photo coming in. Again, that was hashtagged Fox5Storm. Very easy way to get in touch with us. This is a shot here. This one's coming in of trees down, heavy rain and some lightning in Hiram. Now, the top of this photo is cut off. This is the road right here, but I can tell you because I saw the full thing here, the very top of your screen, this is a tree that came down on the road there. And from that National Weather Service chat room that I've been keeping an eye on, I can tell you a lot of reports of trees down, a lot of reports of lightning-sparked fires coming in as well. So even if we're not necessarily talking about tornadoes, this is still really dangerous weather. This is great video that was sent in. This is Tucker right here. So Kano sent this video in, and you can see the winds really picking up there and certainly a lot of rain coming down as well. So thank you for sending in that video and hashtagging it Fox5Storm. Finally, this video comes in from Jack. We showed this a bit earlier, but this shows you the story of the hail coming down, which was a big problem earlier with the storms that were forming this morning. A lot of hail, at least pea-sized, if not larger, in a couple of spots. So again, thanks to all of you for sending in this photos and the video. We really appreciate it. Please do it safely, but we'd love to see what you're seeing out there. You can use that hashtag Fox5Storm. We'll be monitoring Facebook and Twitter all day today to see what you guys are seeing. And again, keep all those reports coming. Russ, great to see what folks are seeing out there as long as they're being safe when they send it in.
Yeah, and a great job by the Fox5Storm team. Thanks to all three of you.
Absolutely.
All eyes are on the sky today as Metro Atlanta is hit by those multiple rounds of bad weather. Christy Hutchings with News Radio 106.7 is live in Gwinnett County now, where authorities say lightning may have started several different fires. Christy?
That's right, at least 3. If you look right behind me, you can see this house. This is the one that had the most damage out of all of the ones that we have seen. Now, we are here in Logan'sville, and the thunder and lightning, there is a lot of it going on now. But also in Gwinnett County, we've been to other homes that were damaged by the lightning strikes. One attic was messed up. Another home we saw had damage to the back of the home. But fire officials tell us they were planning for this. They were planning for lightning strikes, for any kind of emergency, so they made sure that they really staffed everyone today. They have extra ambulances on hand, extra crews ready to deal with any of these issues that may come up. Live in Logan'sville, Christy Hutchings, News Radio 106.7 for Fox 5 News.
All right, Christy, thanks very much. Again, fires all over the area sparked by lightning, apparently. Fox 5's Laura Neal joins us now with the latest on the situation where she is. Laura?
Yes, we're here in Forsyth County, and you can see where the lightning struck this pine tree. It's the tallest one. It went all the way down, debarking, even throwing some of that pine straw from the bottom here, and then it jumped to the home. And that's where things got a little scary for this family. But the man and the woman and their grandchild and pets were all able to make it out safely. You can see where all of this jumped over. Actually, the man of the home said that he had a ladder sitting on the side of the house already, so he jumped into action, calling 911 and using a fire extinguisher from his home to try to work on those flames. But of course, he was not able to do it himself. Forsyth County Fire had to come out and do it. And of course, everything could have been a lot worse. Everything could have been a lot worse, but they said the family is safe, the pets are safe. They won't be able to return to this home for a little while. And if you come back to us, you can see that damage. They have the whole second floor that had flames and, of course, water to get those flames out. Also, we can see here in the garage, it was the attic, the second floor, here in the garage, and a bonus room that was destroyed. Thankfully, no one was living in that part of the house, so everyone was able to get out quickly. And even the prized vehicle right here, he said he was able to get it out of the car. We're live in Forsyth County. Laura Neal, Fox 5 News.
Chief Meteorologist David Chanley back with you. They reissued the severe thunderstorm warning for Athens, for Clark County. Actually, the storm's now moved east of Athens, but it's eastern Clark County, portions of Madison County, and northern Oglethorpe County. And you can see that the storm kind of ramped up there until about 1:30. Possibility in and around Winterville of 60-mile-an-hour wind and also some 1-inch hail. We're not seeing any rotation with that, but we are looking at some very strong winds there between Winterville and Athens. Look at that with our Doppler radar in the velocity mode saying up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, and that's prompted, once that scan went by, the Weather Service says, yeah, we're going to kick off the severe thunderstorm warning. So here we go, heading toward Winterville in the next couple minutes. Colbert in 16, Comer in 23, Carlton in 28. We're looking at hail, 3/4 of an inch. The VTI index at 4.16, the shear at 69. Not seeing a whole lot in the way of any rotation, but we are seeing very strong winds with that storm, and that's prompted that warning as it rolls out of portions of Clark County and into Oglethorpe and Madison County. Also some hail showing up now with our hail tracker between Athens and Winterville. So that is our active warning here in the metro area. We still have some storms to our right in the metro area, but they're not severe. We're going to be monitoring that through the course of the afternoon for sure, but it looks like that this is a whole lot more stable than what we had earlier today. But this area south, we'll have to watch for the flare-up of any supercell thunderstorms. And so we see heavy rainfall as well moving into portions of Newton County, and then the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go zoom in on this, Ryan, if we can. Looks like we've added a little bit of that. That was the storm that was coming out. Now this is a tornado warning for this. That was the tornado. Yeah. That was the tornado warning coming out of Jasper. Now severe thunderstorm warning there in Morgan County, and this is also moving up towards Oglethorpe County. So good news, some damaging winds possible, but also some very heavy rainfall. Now we're going to continue coverage of this storm on Facebook Live, and if any additional tornado warnings happen, we're going to bring them to you immediately. Fox 5 Storm Team has you covered through the course of the afternoon. Russ? And you've had us covered for the last hour. You noticed that David stayed on the air for 45 minutes straight when there was a tornado warning. If there's another, as soon as there's another, we'll come back on the air. We have crews compiling footage of all the damage, whatever damage exists. Fire from lightning strikes seems to be the primary damage so far. We'll be live on Facebook beginning now
And if you need to go to your safety place, make sure you get to an interior room. It could save your life. We'll see you.
We are going to continue our coverage here on Facebook. We'll try and get some of your feeds as far as answering your questions throughout this time frame as well. A very beneficial, at least a team effort here as far as we'll try and answer yours. And then if you have, if we have any questions in the sense of maybe damage outside your window, let us know. We would love to know your confirmed reports. But the reason why we're continuing our coverage at this hour is due to severe thunderstorm warning for Clark County near Athens, just south of there and east. It seems like the bulk of the strongest parts of the storm has almost split into two. Down towards Madison, that's where we are tracking some of the more fierce winds, and that's going to move off to the north and east. Appreciate meteorologist Paul Milliken for helping me out operating the radar. Chief Meteorologist David Chanley is here. He's just catching his breath after all of his tremendous efforts, keeping you informed the last hour. But right now our focus is east of the city. However, we don't want to let our guard down because we are anticipating new warnings to continue to come into the storm center. So this has a BTI of 7.1. I believe that's one of the higher tornado indexes that we have seen so far today. And that's the terminology that we've been trying to stress all morning long. Yes, in the morning we did have some potent storms, but now forward we're really almost reaching the more focused time frame where we were expecting more tornadic activity. But nonetheless, that is tracking off towards the north and east at a very rapid rate. I believe 55 miles per hour to the northeast. So this has a lot of speed along with it. And anytime a storm is moving that fast, it can create brief spin-ups because of all the wind embedded in that. So severe thunderstorm warning until 1:30. Again, that is tracking off to the north and east with a BTI, meaning Barron Tornado Index, of 7.1. That's on a scale of 1 to 10. So yes, we're getting in that threshold of hey, you know what, Paul? If we can zoom in on that storm near Rutledge and Madison, and let's pull up the velocity a little bit further east, if you will, so we can see the velocity on that, because I see a little bit of a notch right here. Yeah, right there, Paul. If you want to flip on the velocity, we can see some of that. Yeah, look at that. Look at all of that bright red right there. That's going away from the radar as far as the wind direction, but really, really strong winds as far as what I'm seeing just east of Madison. I'm not seeing any turning, meaning I don't see much of any green embedded in that, but we are going to keep a very close eye as far as if we see that the turning of the winds. That's why it is a severe thunderstorm warning suggesting straight line wind damage. Now, this still warrants notes as far as how strong this velocity is, it still warrants the danger or possibility of trees being blown over, roofs being blown off, gusty winds, maybe if you're driving around town, swaying back and forth. So we do want to take this storm very seriously. If you are concerned as far as if you live just east of Madison or Buckhead, just north of there, you would consider, I would recommend getting in your safe zone, because I am seeing some fairly significant wind readings, at least returns coming in that area. Paul, do we have much of any hail with this storm right now as far as what we're tracking? Because I do see some of the purple.
Yeah, the reflectivity would certainly indicate that the possibility is there. Let me turn on and just look on some of our products
there it
here.
is,
This
right
is hail
there.
swath,
Yeah.
and so that's showing the potential is certainly there. I'll pixel query it for you, and you can see the numbers. Let's see if this will work or not.
That's no problem. And that is tracking off to the north and east again. Again, that's meteorologist Paul Milliken assisting me with Fox 5 Live Viper. Really appreciate his help so we can bring you guys the latest information right into your home. But Madisonville was in my old stomping grounds. Madison, we are picking up some quite a bit of signature as far as hail falling, and that would be fairly large hail. I didn't have time to read the warning, but I would anticipate that it's suggesting quarter size or greater, or if not, that means an inch
the warning
in
is
diameter,
for up to an inch in diameter.
Yeah, really wouldn't be surprised with that at all. So anyone over towards Boswick, that's where we want to bring our cars into inside, so you stay safe as far as your cars getting damaged from all of that hail. Let's go back to the radar or velocity, either one of those, Paul, so we can just see exactly what's happening. Again, Athens, you seem to be in the clear as far as where we're focusing. Look at that bright red streak. That's unbelievable. That is a very compact area with very fierce winds just racing off to the north and east. Crawford, Corner, is that what that says? Cormer, east of Athens and Bowman. That's where we're starting to see that. And you notice how discombobulated the colors look here? It's because it's on the very far edge of where the radar can read. It's not that the numbers or color codes are incorrect. It's just that they're getting interference. That's why you're not seeing a clear picture. But I am very confident that we're not seeing much of any turning of the winds. It's straight line winds, which can still be just as dangerous as a tornado, given that some of these wind speeds are exceeding probably 60 miles per hour, which is just below the threshold of a Category 1 hurricane. So again, I see a little bit of brightness in this area, meaning that it could be a spike of velocity, and that could transition to a little bit of turning of winds. That's what we look for. We look for these bright reds, or even getting into the higher parts of our toolbar, to ensure that we, keep a close eye on that. If you want to click the storm track on that, Paul, just to see exactly how quickly it's going to get towards the Crawford area. So Crawford, about 29 minutes from now, that is tracking at about 55 miles per hour. So even though it's about a half hour away, it is moving very quickly. And notice that that's starting back here. So since the strongest winds are now ahead of that point at which we started the storm track, it's going to be much sooner than 29 minutes as far as the arrival time in Crawford. It paints a picture from that exact point. So I was more so wording it in where I think the strongest winds are and giving you a timing based on that. So definitely seeing a little bit of a bowing. Would you agree, Paul? Do you see a little bit of a bow there within the winds?
Yeah, and I'll put reflectivity back on to see if we can get even a better look at that. But yeah, you can certainly see a little bit of bowing and still that hail core. I mean,
that hail
think
core
that's got to be
really
hail.
intense. Anyone watching us near the Athens area or Madison area, Monroe, Cummington, let us know if you're seeing any hail reports. And I don't have my phone on me. I left it over in the Storm Center, but I would love to maybe go through some of your comments just to make sure that we keep that interactive and keep you guys answering your questions. So we haven't answered any of your questions. It's just because we're just in too many places right now as far as being able to do that. But we definitely want to ensure you that we are trying to keep everyone informed. Now, Paul, let's zoom out a little bit, because I know a lot of people are probably asking about other areas as well.
Yeah, I'll tell you real quick. We've had, I just pulled this up so I can keep an eye on comments here for you since you're up in front of the wall. And we've got people asking about Cherokee County up in Rome as well. And I mean, certainly as you can see, I mean, there are areas like Rome where it's completely dry right now.
Yeah, it sure is. So I'm glad that we got the comments up right now, but that's definitely something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on as far as the storms and where they're headed and how quickly they're moving. But we're going to do our best to continue to answer your questions in addition to bringing you the latest. So just a quick recap. Our only warnings, at least in the metro Atlanta area, are for the far eastern counties at this time, over towards Athens, so Clark County, Monroe. That's where we are tracking some more of the potent storms at this hour. But again, this line right here, bright red, that's where I think some of the more compact straight line winds are. New warning just to the south. Exactly what I just said as far as that line right there is where my focus was. And even that to me is interesting as far as anytime you see an odd color embedded in a very stout line of red, it could mean that there's a little bit of interference. So, Paul, I really want to focus on this area. I even see a little bit of turning because that to me seems to be the most concerning factor. Okay, well, that... right, let's just throw it out. That's not at all. It is staying as far as a line. It's remaining as a bow echo effect. So we aren't seeing much of any turning of the winds, which is great news as far as where I was concerned with the possibility of rotation, because we want to make sure that we don't let our guard down. Since now the tornado watch is in effect until 8 p.m. this evening for much of the same counties where it was under effect until 1 p.m. So that tornado risk is still present. And even that, right, look at that, Paul, that's a pretty good turning, at least on radar, where that storm, maybe it's oscillating. Sometimes these storms do that. They have so much energy that they can oscillate, meaning that the focal point may have been further north, but now it's a little bit further south. And with no storms underneath this area, that little notch right there, that's getting unbelievable amount of support from the Gulf of Mexico, pumping in warm, moist air. Greensboro, I don't think that you're in the bullseye if you live in downtown Greensboro or further south, but it's areas north that would be concerned of. Woodville heads up there. Union heads up there. Union Point, excuse me. That's where I would be concerned as far as seeing these storms track to. Crawford, we don't want to forget about you guys because you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. And Paul, remind me what time that goes until, is it 1:45?
This is in effect until 1:30.
1:30,
yep.
Okay, I was 15 minutes off. So these warnings currently go into effect until 1:30, and I wouldn't be surprised if this warning down here goes into effect a little bit longer, since it's the most recent severe thunderstorm warning issued just in the last 5 minutes. Again, watching the velocity very closely, this is probably one of the more colorful radar stamps that we have seen, or returns on our velocity that we have seen so far today. So I really can pinpoint or picture exactly what's happening with my storm chasing experience. That inflow right there, that red streak, that's warm, moist air being lifted into the atmosphere and then wrapping into this colder air. So that support right there is going to continue to strengthen this storm. So yes, it's already under a severe thunderstorm warning, suggesting 60-mile-per-hour winds or greater, exceeding that. But I do see the potential for this to continue to either maintain its strength or continue to strengthen, and maybe even mix in a little bit of broad rotation within that storm. Again, that's just north of Greensboro, headed for Woodville. If you live in Woodville, I want to recommend that you get into your safe zone, because I see a lot of wind packed into that storm system, especially if you have any trees that surround your home. Live in a mobile park or mobile home, excuse me, they're not safe to be in. Make sure if you have a church nearby, or if you have any sort of safe zone that's in reach, make sure you get into a sturdy structure. You don't want to be in a mobile home. That is the worst place to be during severe weather.
Ryan, I'm going to change the graphic behind you just real quick here.
Go ahead.
I think you mentioned a minute ago the tornado watch.
Oh,
and David just pointed out it has been peeled back a little bit, so it no longer includes Metro Atlanta. And as we go into the afternoon, certainly it looks like the threat for the strongest severe weather is certainly shifting south a little bit, where the tornado watch is still in effect. And in fact, I heard our news director in here a minute ago. I think we're going to start sending crews down toward Americus right now, because we're getting reports of incredible catastrophic damage down there from tornadoes. So way south in Georgia, looks like there's been some big problems.
Americus, if you don't know where that is, that's right by Albany, and they were hammered by a tornado not too long ago. That's my old stomping grounds. I know Chief Meteorologist David Chanley also worked in Albany, Georgia, and my thoughts and prayers go out to all my friends in Southwest Georgia because Americus is a great town, and I just can't help but send my best to everyone who that's involved. And look at that. There we go. Right where I was pointing out. Paul, I would not be surprised if they change that to a tornado warning here in a near bit because we are getting some extra indication of rotation right there just north of Greensboro. That is where my focus is. And, Paul, I want to say that's the same storm that was down in Griffin.
I think you're right. It's
we were
the
on
exact
Facebook
same
Live,
one that we've been following.
And we said, what, 2 hours ago? This is a storm that we're going to watch, and we're going to watch very closely. So, I hate any time that storms do pan out as far as what we're thinking, as far as what we're seeing, as far as the severe side. But again, I want to stress anyone over towards Crawford. Zoom in a little bit more. Again, I forgot some of this. I think Union Point was one city. Yeah, Woodville. These neighborhoods and any roads surrounding Greensboro up through Woodville, Union Point, I would really take this storm quite seriously. It might miss Union Point because I think it's taking a little bit more of a northerly track, but Woodville, you are in the bullseye of this storm. I am fairly confident that where the strongest winds are, even a little bit of rotation that we're picking up there on Fox 5 Live Viper, that is tracking right for the Woodville area. So I can't stress that enough as far as if you live in the surrounding area of Woodville, you need to be in your safe zone. Sometimes you don't really talk about getting into your safe zone with severe thunderstorm warnings because it's not necessarily associated with a tornado warning, but definitely something that I'm seeing that warrants seeking shelter or at least taking the necessary precautions. So did we get another warning? Or was
I was just zooming out to check, and it doesn't look like it right now. So
because
it's still...
I'm glad you zoomed out because we don't want to lose track as far as there is a much greater threat. I know we talked about it a little bit, Paul, but if you want to zoom down to Americus real fast, just so we can show them the storm, moving right through. So it hasn't reached Americus yet. Dawson, so all of our friends over towards Sumter County. That's where it's really starting to roll in as far as where there is a confirmed large tornado on the ground in Sumter County and Southwest Georgia. So if you have any friends down there, give them a call. Let them know that there is a dangerous tornado right next to Americus right now in Sumter County, headed up to Montezuma, which is in the path of that. So that's going to head over to some of our friends in Unadilla. I haven't said that name in about 3 years. So Unadilla is in the path.
And as we've been talking about, Ryan, the National Weather Service is saying on chat right now, this tornado is a rain-wrapped one. So that's the issue with these storms. And we talked about this earlier, and you've talked about it quite a bit, too. The fact that these are going to be real tough to see. There's a lot of rain coming down around these storms, too. That's why people need to take these warnings so seriously. You can't necessarily see the threat, but it's obviously there.
And just to add on to what you said, it's literally impossible sometimes to see a rain-wrapped tornado because it's just engulfed. Look at this. It's engulfed with all that heavy rain, that rotation. You want to throw on velocity just so we can show them exactly where the heavy rainfall is and then switch over to velocity. Look, it's right there.
Yeah.
So right embedded in that torrential rain, that's where we have a rain-wrapped large tornado that is extremely dangerous, headed for Americus in Sumter County, Georgia, and that is creeping over towards Coffee County and Dooley County in South Georgia, towards Unadilla, Andersonville, Americus. Very serious situation. I'm surprised the BTI is only at a 4.2 with that storm, but extremely sensitive situation as far as if you have any friends down there, give them a call. All right, let's switch back and talk about our neck of the woods because we do have a serious storm in our vicinity as well. Unfortunately, now we're getting to the area where we're going to lose some of the velocity return because it's right there on the radar band where we just can't see it because it just doesn't reach that far. But we're going to do our best to make sure that we pay close attention to where we're seeing some any rotation if we can pick up on that. Paul, let's just go to radar real quick, just so we can give a quick broad view. So still, heavy rain. Heavy rain is going to be a high concern with all of these storms. And one beneficial part to at least this setup compared to the worst case scenario, our storms up here are being cut off in some parts as far as the influence of the storms to our south. What does that mean? It means that they're soaking up some of that energy that these south storms, they have nothing blocking them to the south. So they're getting an unending supply of moisture from the south, from the Gulf of Mexico, which is going to continue to support that storm. Up towards Athens and Clark County, that cell as well has a similar situation, but notice the green starting to fill in of the additional rain showers, and that's going to block some of the energy. So as Paul showed us earlier, that tornado watch is continued 8 o'clock for south of I-20. I think even, way south down here towards Lamar, Pickens County, or Pike County, and further south of there. Continuing down towards Upson County, over towards LaGrange, Troup County. That's area south have the tornado watch, meaning you need to watch Fox 5 to make sure that you stay informed for the potential for tornadoes to develop. And that is going to continue through 8 o'clock tonight. Thank you very much, Paul. Appreciate that. All right, so back to Fox 5 Live Viper, where did that intensify? My
God, look
goodness.
at how, I mean, that
Wow.
dark black color there, boy, that is nasty.
Let's check out the hail real quick, because I bet that hat is packing. So one question that I saw earlier, again, I am not looking at the comments, so I apologize that if I'm not answering your question or answering where you are, but that black we saw on radar, that's large hail, and you can see it right. Wow. That's even quite impressive as well. The reason why I'm saying wow is because that's at the very top spectrum of where our reflectivity can go. It just means very high feedback to the radar, and hail, it's ice crystals, so that reflectivity is much stronger than just water droplets as far as the rain is concerned. But to me, it is becoming a little bit more unorganized, if you will, but again, it's hard to really set a boundary on that, given that we are losing our data as the radar beam is extending to as far as it can go. Once it gets to that point, it's just out of our control. But I want to step over real quick. So BTI of 4.8. One thing to point out as far as comparing apples to apples, that storm that does have a tornado on the ground was a 4.7 BTI, and this cell has a BTI of 4.8. So that's what I mean by comparing apples to apples. And folks over towards Woodville, that's why I suggested that you get into your safe zone. That's why you take shelter even in a severe thunderstorm warning, because those winds can exceed or maintain hurricane force winds, which obviously hurricanes do a tremendous amount of damage, but this is very compact winds that are just blasting in our eastern communities at this hour. Paul, let's just zoom out and kind of hit restart as far as looking at the big picture, just to show that there is an isolated situation as far as the severe storms are concerned at this hour. Again, just south of Clark County, clipping Clark County a little bit, but I do think the bulk of the stronger winds has moved east of Clark County. If you have any reports, remember to use the hashtag Fox5Storm. We would love to see your pictures, as long and only if you can take them in a safe way. That's very important when being our weather spotters. We want to really stress safety, because we are here to keep you and your family safe. Peachtree City, seeing some heavy rain there, in addition to folks over towards Athens. I believe that's tracking just south of I-20, if I have my bearing shrink.
And the rain is really, I'm zooming in because we can hear it on the roof right now, and the rain is really coming down heavy here through Metro Atlanta. It's a mess right now.
Right, yes. And the rain is a huge concern. I heard Chief Meteorologist David Chanley say earlier, rain is not necessarily associated with a risk of severe weather, meaning when we were talking about the potential for severe weather today, we were talking about the potential for tornadoes, damaging winds, and large hail. Yes, we say that within that you can have, look at all that rain. What is that? West Fulton County, maybe over towards Bartow County a little bit. Cobb County, just south of there. Yeah, there's Mableton. So just south of there. I believe that's inside the perimeter. So that's probably Fulton County, about 4.6 inches per hour right now as far as the amount of rainfall embedded in that storm. Again, that's thanks to Fox 5 Live Viper, and that is marching right into the downtown connector, which normally would be a very traffic-heavy area, but given with it shut down, I want to stress that if you're driving around downtown versus using the interstates, I believe that includes Georgia State, it includes Georgia Tech, anyone who has to go to classes there, it's a good reminder that you need to drive for the conditions that you are given. So if you're driving through torrential rain, slow down. One thing that we have learned just in the last couple of years as far as how frequently people do this, putting on your emergency flashers, that's only if you're stopped or stopping. You don't want to have those flashers on while you are driving, continually driving down the road. Just slow down, make sure your headlights are on, your low beams, not your high beams, and stay safe that way as far as slowing down and giving plenty of room between you and the car in front of you. So again, the severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 1:30, but the good news is we're not seeing additional warnings at this time. And the only tornado warning in the state of Georgia is well to our south in Sumter County. Again, if you have any family or friends down in Sumter County near Americus, give them a call. Check on them. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground down there. Hopefully that all of my friends over at WAOB are keeping them informed as far as that is their stomping grounds in the viewing area. By minute. But for you at home, if you have family down there, double check on them. A, to make sure they're safe, and B, to give them warning that the storm is headed in their direction. Still tracking a lot of hail at this time embedded in that severe thunderstorm warning over towards Greensboro. As I said about 5-10 minutes ago, it was mainly going to track north of downtown Greensboro, headed for a couple Union Point, I believe, was the city, and then another area, I believe, Woodville. Just trying to remember some of the cities that I saw pop up earlier. So Woodville, you're probably under the gun right now as far as experiencing the heaviest rainfall, the strongest winds, frequent lightning. Paul, we haven't really talked about lightning, and we've had numerous fires caused by lightning. Yeah. So let's take a look at the lightning right now. If you pop that on for me, that would be great. If not, yeah, there we go. Even right in focus in that severe thunderstorm warning. Speak of the devil, the thunder right here at the station. So good lightning strike right outside our studios here along Briarcliff. But
ooh, a lot there, yeah.
A tremendous amount of lightning. Wow. Embedded right in the strongest part of the storm. And that was something that Chief Meteorologist David Chanley was focused on earlier today when we were looking at those tornado warnings, as far as when you see a compact area of a lot of lightning strikes in a short period of time focused around a tornado warning, that's some indication of a lot of energy surrounding that rotation. Again, no tornado warnings at this time, but the tornado watch does continue until 8 p.m. today, mainly for areas south of I-20.
And Ryan, I'll zoom in and you can talk about this one too, but it looks like just south of Carrollton, we have a nice little cell here that's got some lightning and possibly some really heavy rain too, so I'll stick a track on that. Again, just to remind folks that even though the severe thunderstorm warnings are off to the west, we still have activity firing up to the east right now, certainly to the south, but we've got a couple areas of really intense rainfall here, and I'll stick a track on this one for you to check out. But
yes, thank you very much for that. So Whitesburg, how many times did we say Whitesburg this morning on Good Day Atlanta? I mean, so I guess, Paul, is it safe to say that we're in round 2?
I think we're in round 2, yeah, although the way this day is shaping up, I mean, although we called it yesterday, I mean, you heard David Chanley say last night, it wasn't necessarily just 2 rounds. This is multiple rounds of storms. Exactly. So we're in round 2, but there could be a round 3. I mean, these storms just keep forming and moving in, and in many cases, as you just said, moving over the same spots over and over again. If
we're micromanaging the rounds, I guess this would probably be round 4 or 5 by now. Right. But looking at the big picture, that's why I said, are we in round 2 yet? Because down in Americus, South Georgia, that's where we're stressing that tornado threat, and round 2 has a higher tornado potential than round 1. So that's why we're trying to use that generic terminology as far as what we talked about and keeping you up to date as far as how that's panning out or happening at this hour, so you stay informed that way. But again, that storm is tracking off to the north and east, probably at about 50 miles per hour. And anytime you have that amount of wind shear, meaning how quickly the storms are racing, it can create brief spin-ups. One thing that we look at downtown Atlanta, just covered in rain right now. So you're most likely not going to have much of any rotation spin up in that. It's the southern fringes of the storms where there's no rain blocking that influence from the Gulf of Mexico that can then create a brief spin up. So that's why, as far as the Metro Atlanta area is concerned right now, our terminology is backed up. I do see a warning over towards Birmingham, Paul, in Alabama. This is something where we can't let our guard down, because this is closer to where that cold front is. So even though we've been covered in rain and storms all day long, if there is any kind of break, meaning we can just get a little bit of sunshine before that front comes through, like we showed you on the hour-by-hour forecast during the noon hour, that's what can happen as far as storms popping up around area. All right, so Russ Spencer is going to join me as far as showing us some pictures that viewers have sent in. Russ.
Ryan, excellent job. Yes, you've been helping us cover this storm, and we appreciate it very much. This is some huge hail in Wilkes County. Just imagine the power of the storm that would lift that ice up and keep it high up in the storm long enough to accumulate to that kind of size. Jessica Cobb sent that in, and Jessica, we appreciate it very much. This is downed trees blocking I-54, Highway 54 in Sharpsburg in Coweta County. Rebecca Turner sent this in. You can see a house there and a huge tree all the way across Highway 54 there in Coweta County. So there has been some wind associated with the storm. There's no question about that. All right, let's take a look at this. Surging currents, Long Island Creek in Sandy Springs. There's flash flooding right now all over North Georgia. On my way in on Peachtree Industrial southbound, there was some really serious flooding right at Tilly Mill, probably because of a clogged drain in that area. There were 3 feet of water over on the left-hand side. So if you're driving on the roads, be careful, be aware that there is flash flooding out there right now and will be for the rest of the afternoon. This is Azalea Drive south of Atlanta Street in Roswell. So we're talking about close to the Chattahoochee River right there, and it's closed in that area because of flooding. Roswell police on the scene making sure that people don't get themselves into trouble there on Azalea Drive. Take a look at that lightning strike. This was in Banks County earlier today. Kevin Rice sent this in to us. We've seen some great shots of lightning. And as David says, the lightning can be an indication of the strength of the storm. If you hear lightning and thunder in see lightning in your area, it's time to pay attention to your Fox 5 Storm Team app and tune into Fox 5 if you can. Some pea-sized hail there in Lawrenceville. Megan Congro sent that in to us. We appreciate that very much. And there's been just a tremendous amount of rain, in some cases 4 inches of rain an hour, that kind of rate. And this is what it caused in Forsyth County. You can see where it says, welcome to Forsyth County over here. The partial collapse of the retaining wall at McGinnis Ferry at Flynn Crossing. This sent in to us by Chip Allen. You can see lots of cinder blocks fell there. Thankfully, nobody hurt. So we'll send it back to you. David, now you're in the Fox 5 Storm Center. Some yeoman's work earlier during that 50-minute tornado warning. So far, I guess no warnings.
No warnings out there. No more tornado warnings for Metro Atlanta, thank goodness. And the atmosphere is becoming a little more worked over, a little more stable. And here's the concern now, is we now have a new flash flood warning for Fulton County. Add that to DeKalb and Gwinnett. So we've had quite a bit of rainfall. And look, we're getting more rain as we speak out there, just covered up all around the metro area. And it is locally heavy, probably coming down 1 to 2 inches in addition to what was already fallen. So as Russ is showing you some of those pictures, yeah, there's some bunch of flooding going on. And so we've got the active warnings in and around Metro Atlanta and over towards DeKalb and Gwinnett County. Now, with this, we've got some thunder and lightning. Yes, we do. Some gusty winds, but they're down below severe limits. And it's not likely that these are going to ramp up to severe limits. Now, we've had some pretty robust thunderstorms that Ryan Beasley was showing you out here to the east. Now, this is exiting Greene County, moving into portions of Wilkes County, southern Oglethorpe County, moving off into east central Georgia. Great news there. but you're still seeing quite a bit of rainfall from Covington, Social Circle, Madison, and this is just north of Lake Lanier. This storm had quite the hail size with it early on. Maybe had a little bit of rotation to it, but certainly some gusty winds and damaging winds at that, and some very, very large hail. All right, south of the city, we got this line here. And more rain. Remember, this area has already been hit a couple times today. Gusty winds, yes. Gusty winds from Carrollton down to Ephesus. They're in northern Heard County, Noonan, Peachtree City, Fayetteville. Here we go. You kind of feel like, oh, gosh, here it goes again. At least this is down below severe limits. That doesn't say that 40, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts can't do some damage. It can, and add insult to injury what's already out there, but just some heavier rainfall there on the south side. And then a huge concern is down here in southwest Georgia. They had what we call we get rare of these, a tornado emergency down in Americus. That's Sumter County, just to the north of Albany. Tornado confirmed on the ground, possibly as wide as a mile. And the latest I saw in the National Weather Service chat room, and they don't use these terms very lightly, catastrophic damage down there in Sumter County. That's well down into South Georgia. That's showing you the potency of these storms. And then we watching over here in Birmingham, another severe thunderstorm kind of fire up, and you see the general direction that's coming. So by no means are we done. Now, we're kind of in the lull right now in Metro Atlanta as far as the severe weather ramping up. But if we get this out of here, get a few breaks. We keep talking about these breaks in the clouds, so we could see some things fire right back up late this afternoon into the first part of the evening, because the actual cold front is nowhere near getting through us. So this is all kind of like we said stage 1 and stage 2. So I think we're into stage 2 of this afternoon. Let me show you what the tornado watch has been whittled away. Now, it does include Cleburne and Randolph County, Alabama, but it's been taken out of Metro Atlanta proper. Draw a line from LaGrange right on into Griffin over towards Eatonton. And that watch extended to 8 o'clock. Now, this watch goes all the way into east central Georgia and points to the south out of our viewing audience. Good news up here in North Georgia. However, they being the Weather Service, kind of reserve the right to backfill this if we see conditions warrant. But right now, we're out of the tornado watch. We're having to deal with all this flash flooding out there across Metro Atlanta. So the tornadoes are possible. Thunderstorm winds to 70 miles an hour. And you can see that goes all the way down into middle Georgia, heading out I-16 and down through I-75 and then down I-85 into east central Alabama. But it does not include Birmingham, nor does it include Gadsden or Anniston, but it does include those two counties there in Alabama. All right, latest computer models show that we got some more storms to go through. Let's stop the clock at 3 o'clock. Notice we're kind of void of activity up here in northwest Georgia. May get some breaks in those clouds. And then we look at some more storms there in Thomaston and Griffin and Monticello. That's later on this afternoon. And then we see some more waves in here, let's say right around the dinner time, waiting on these things to ramp up. Now, as we look at this, though, doesn't look like that we're going to see severe thunderstorms. Let's not rule it out completely, but it does look like these are going to be down below those limits, mainly because we've really kind of kicked off and knocked off our inflow from the Gulf of Mexico with the front. But still, the front is dynamic enough. It's got enough lift that we're going to see some rain and thunderstorms on into the 9, 10 o'clock hour. Things will be improving, though, as we get toward the midnight hour, and then we're catching our breath, and then we'll see the colder air roll in here, and it's going to be decisively cooler in here for your Thursday, Friday, and on into the first part of the weekend. All right, let's go back to Fox 5 Live Viper. This is kind of zeroed in on the storm down there south of Andersonville. This is Americus and Sumter County. Yep. Get your bearings. It's I-75 down through Cordele, Leesburg, Dawson, Albany's there to the south. This is quite the storm there. And if you remember years back, Americus was hit hard with a tornado. It looks like this one is rolling just about around the same path as it presses now toward I-85 and moving into Crisp County and just south of Andersonville, Sumter County. So, again, we'll keep an eye on that, and then more information comes in, we will certainly let you know that across that region. All right, here in North Georgia, then there's the back edge of the rain. Look how there are no showers up there in northwest Georgia, heavier rain to the south. We're holding on to a couple of those warnings well out to the east. So those storms are racing out of our viewing audience. Still that rain, though, going on in Gwinnett, DeKalb County. Wow, just exacerbating the flooding issues. So we've added Fulton County to that, mainly down here on the south side, where we see a whole lot of rain been going on in Fairburn and Palmetto, and over towards Riverdale and Clayton County. But DeKalb and Gwinnett, still holding on to that flash flood warning right on through the course of the afternoon. So there's been a lot of water put down on many of the roadways in North Georgia, but no active warnings here in the metro area. So that's great. And you head out I-20. Notice how the warning's now been pushed to the other side there of Greene County, heading towards Wilkes County, outside of Lexington in Oglethorpe County, and heading toward Lincoln County in the Georgia-South Carolina line. But that is pretty robust right there. That line that Ryan was showing you earlier with the possibility of really gusty winds, and embedded in that was some hail just to the north of the wind. So, wow, what an afternoon there in east central Georgia, just to the north of Lake Oconee. All right, so as we, again, take a look at this rain, you folks want to know outside of Fairburn, Riverdale, Jonesboro, northern Coweta County, southern Carroll County, again, kind of the back edge of it as it moves off to the east and to the northeast. So kind of going to put a lid on this as the afternoon gets in here, and then we'll have to start monitoring as we get into the latter stages of the afternoon and the first part of the evening. Ryan, do you have...
Sure. Yeah, we wanted to talk more about the tornado warning down in Americus, Sumter County, Crisp, Dooley. One thing that, a lot of people are on spring break. They might be driving back. They might be driving down. Either way you look at it, some people do use Highway 19 to shoot down to the beach. So that is something that we are very concerned about with this storm. And as we look at Fox 5 Live Viper on our links, you can see where that storm is and the indication of rotation there. And Paul Milkins behind me, he's going to operate this radar for me and show you exactly what exactly is happening. But this is right in my old stomping ground. So Highway 19 is right in the bullseye right now, and it is tracking off to the north and east. Paul, if we can actually pull up velocity and maybe close the rotation cylinders, because look at that rotation within that storm. That's what we were talking about earlier as far as what we were looking for within the storm as far as rotation is concerned, where you get that tight green and tight red rotation. That is pretty fierce. And David, if you want to point that out, look at that.
Right there. And see this, when we were looking at the tornado possibilities that were here in Metro Atlanta, this is what the signature we were looking for. Remember we talked about the green and the red coming very, very close together? Well, you're certainly seeing that down there in Americus, down in southwest Georgia. So pretty substantial signature right there. So very bright green, very bright red right there, and these couplets just meeting. This is a fairly wide. We talked about the reports being that this tornado was possibly a mile wide. Yep. That is substantial. That is a major, major deal, and that is going to do some major, major damage down there. But certainly you're probably seeing some shear in excess of 100-something miles an hour in a short order there between Americus and Leslie, heading off this way towards Vienna, down in Dooley County, Lilly, Cordeals, and Crisp County. There's Unadilla. That's I-75 right there. So it's pressing.
And it's going to cross right over I-75.
I'm sure that it is. So I'm hoping that the authorities there kind of maybe at some point going to block the traffic there, because that you don't need that happening right there. There's a skit right there. There's a Paul over there. It's just pop it on that one right there. Right there. There we go. Let's see what the BTI is at 3.8. So we've seen it higher. Of course, we're seeing hail, but look at the shear, 92.1. Wow. And that warning down there continues until 2:15. This is not, I want to repeat, this is not in Metro Atlanta, but it is in our states down there in southwest Georgia. And it is a major, major deal, because that's a confirmed tornado on the ground outside of Americus, now moving toward Dooley County in southwest
and
Georgia.
David, you mentioned it earlier as far as the tornado emergency. Yeah. They're now wording it as a potential catastrophic situation, and the National Weather Service, they don't use those terms lightly.
No, not.
Or very often. No. So, a couple months ago, I believe it was in January when Albany had the big tornado that rolled through.
Yep.
Very similar situation as far as what we're seeing on radar now and what we saw on radar. So, again, if you have any family down near Unadilla or Crisp County, give them a call. Let them know, Dooley County as well, that there is a very dangerous and potentially deadly tornado headed in their direction.
All right, just getting word that we've got some good news out of Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport that the ground stop has been lifted. Now, it's going to be tricky getting planes in and out of this with some storms just to the south, but I think they feel like that, we can get that done. So the ground stop has been lifted. Heaven only knows how long that's been, but there's still some pretty good storms going on just to the south. There's the airport right there. I guess they're figuring they can get them in and out. So there you go. The ground stop's been lifted. but still some pretty intense rain going on there across the airport. So wow, wow is right. I don't know why they would do that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's still so much rain coming down.
So there's smarter people than I, and these are some of their shear markers showing up, probably in the upper levels there. I haven't seen that pop up when the storm was back in this direction in Coweta and South Fulton. Really, the concern there in South Fulton is the amount of rainfall they've received. A lot of it, and we talked about that earlier during the newscast. A lot of times when we have a big severe weather event, we focus on the wind like we should and the tornadoes and all, but sometimes it's flooding that does the worst up here, and it can cause the most issues. And we'll have to monitor that now through the course of the afternoon and see how much of this water runs off. But that's still a lot of rain falling there in South Fulton County, northern Clayton, and then back into the cab in portions of Gwinnett. All right. So what do we...
you want to drive? You want me to take over? What do you want to do?
Well, let's see.
We're on Facebook. This is casual.
This is all low key.
Yes.
I guess probably what I need to do is why don't you show or if I can get my phone, I can respond to some
let's answer some questions. Here, I'll pull it up on my phone, and we'll answer some questions. But again, the severe thunderstorm warning goes in for another, I think, 2 minutes for our eastern counties over towards Athens and beyond. But that's about it as far as the current warnings are concerned across Metro Atlanta right now, which is good news.
It's great news, yes.
Yes. So...
there's my phone. All right.
This is kind of 1.5 as far as what we've been talking about with the rounds, but a lot of folks are asking great questions, and we do appreciate that. So we're going to take the time now to answer some. Can you give an update on Athens/UGA? Of course, Ben, we can do that for you. Of course, David is a Bulldog. I was kind of embedded to become a Bulldog fan once I moved to Georgia, but let's zoom in a little bit closer and talk about what's happening over towards Athens right now. It's coming to an end as far as some of the more potent part of the storm, but you look off back to the west, and here comes another round. So that's where it's really hard, and I believe Chief Meteorologist David Chanley mentioned it yesterday, and we've mentioned it throughout the day as far as these rounds are going to be quite sloppy or inconsistent. It's not going to be a definitive all-in-one action. It's just coming one after another. So, again, answering that question as far as Athens, we appreciate it. Yep. People saying go Dogs now, so we open that door.
Right. All right, let me broaden this back out here.
Yeah, no problem.
Hang on one sec. And because people want to know about their area, so spinning circles.
Is North
rotation,
Atlanta clear of danger for the day? I think that's a great question to ask because we haven't really talked about North Georgia too much because the severe storms have been well south of, I guess, closer to I-20 and south. Yeah. But up towards Blairsville, we don't want to say let your guard down yet because until the cold front moves through, there's potential for these storms to cause some damage. So that's one thing that's very important for folks to understand. Yeah,
right there. When will this be out of the Winder area, says Corey. Well, it's still going to be some rain coming through Winder the better part of the afternoon, but the storms have calmed down. Northwest Georgia is just about clear of any storms. You can kind of see that. We expect a few more to fire up later today, but right now, nothing rolling your way. Hall County getting bad weather. They're just getting some wet weather, not getting any bad weather if you mean severe storms. So great there. Lawrenceville tornado threat greatly diminished. Certainly, Lawrenceville's tornado threat not what it was earlier today. You're getting some rain, you're getting some heavy rain, and we're having some flooding issues, but the tornado threat has gone away. What's in store for Conyers? More wet weather down that way. And you can see this is the radar just going back in time with all the warnings that we had down here on the south side.
One Lake
thing
Lanier, real quick, David, sorry to interrupt you. 1:30 as of 1:37 p.m., the severe thunderstorm warning did expire for Clark, Oglethorpe, Thorpe. So awesome. It seems like we're continuing to see improving conditions with the current storms that we are tracking, at least close to our neck of the woods.
Yeah, Stephanie wants to know, is there a chance of tornadoes? I mean, there's a chance mainly south of the city, south of I-20. I feel the temperature change. It is chilly. Temperatures have dropped down. In fact, let me show you that. Watch this.
Go ahead, pop that up, and I'll answer some other questions. A couple people asking about Griffin. Griffin, you're probably drying out right now. But look at LaGrange. See that 73?
Yeah.
That to me means that the sun is popping out, and we're seeing our temperatures rebound a little bit. But where we are in the 50s, Blairsville, Gainesville, saw someone ask something about Lake Lanier. I grew up on Lake Lanier, basically, so love spending time out there. Rain, but not necessarily a severe risk, because look at that temperature of 59 degrees in Gainesville. So.
But you see over here in Rome and Calhoun, they're kind of back into the mid to upper 60s because they haven't had that rain-cooled air roll across them, so we'll have to watch northwest Georgia. So I do think that the severe threat for that area this evening is lower than what we saw earlier today. So folks are asking about doing some things. Jefferson, Georgia, can I safely drive? I would think yes. It's just rain. It's just ponding on the roadways right now. Henry County is about to get hit with a little bit more heavier rain, especially in the northern part, but that storm is down below severe limits, and same for Locust Grove, Hampton, and McDonough. Family in Swanee, bad weather? No, not necessarily, just some rain up there in Gwinnett County. No bad weather. They had some gusty winds early on. Now we just kind of wait. We just wait this out and see what happens as things fire back up later on this afternoon. Is south of I-20 Columbia, South Carolina, you mean? Well, that's off to the east. And they are now probably going to see more of a severe weather threat out there. This is the Fox 5 Live Viper. You see this, there's a thunderstorm kind of firing back up outside of Birmingham. And that's some of the things we'll have to watch. And the same with this complex in between Anniston and Cedartown. And again, we'll see what happens in the afternoon. The wind's going to get bad for Cartersville. No, but it will be windy tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a real windy day. It's going to be a whole lot cooler, too, in the 50s. Will the temperatures rise up here? It depends. Depends if you get a little sunshine. Not seeing that. Thomaston. Thomaston is seeing just some rain down that way right now. No storms. Let's see. Stone Mountain. Stone Mountain's been hit hard with some very heavy rain, wind early on. They're in the midst of a flash flood warning there in DeKalb County. Severe weather coming, Stony? No. We're still having severe rain, thunder, and lightning, even though the warning's gone. Well, it's not severe, but you are still having rain and wind in a lot of spots. Yes. The rest of the afternoon is going to be unsettled. I mean, that's what we've talked about. This is going to move out, then we just kind of wait, and there's going to be some areas where we see kind of a peppered effect of some of these thunderstorms. Clayton County pretty dark because it's raining really hard in Clayton County as we speak. Any more second round for Griffin? It looks like you're going to kind of miss out. This is kind of sliding to the north of Griffin, so Griffin's going to get a bit of a break here during the course of the afternoon. D'Amico says lightning went through her neighbor's house. So we've had numerous reports of lightning strikes in and around the area. I think it's 59 in Lawrenceville. Yeah, that helps. You get the temperature that cool, it's really tough to fire up thunderstorms. Now the front will add some lift, so we'll watch that. Severe in Metro Atlanta. Mary, not right now. We're kind of quiet. Happened tonight for Thomaston. Chance of some storms, I think, late afternoon, first part of the evening. Same with Gainesville. Griffin later on, we'll just have to watch. We'll watch it together. We'll be here to check it out. That is for sure. Already had a sinkhole open in my yard in Kennesaw. Yeah, we've had a lot of rain. And so, yeah, a bunch of rain. I think what Ryan's done is kind of circled some areas that we'll be watching. This batch here out of Columbus moving down toward the Macon area. There's that storm up there outside of Birmingham on the other side of I-20. Covington's just getting wet right now, and they'll probably get wetter as the afternoon goes on, but the storm risk is lower now in Covington and in Newton County.
David, the reason why I highlighted those storms to the south, because people were asking about Thomaston, and that's those storms, they're going to continue to fire.
Sure.
You know, we're talking about maybe some peaks of sunshine here and there, and that's going to refuel the storms. And as they lift north, because the cold front hasn't moved through, enough energy to support that new development. And again, south of I-20 seems to be like the bullseye as far as seeing those storms redevelop and wreak havoc on folks in LaGrange, Peachtree City, Griffin, Jonesboro. That's where we're going to watch it closely.
Let's see. Abby says they're evacuating in Walnut Grove. I don't know what they're evacuating for unless it's some water. I don't know. You need to be more specific than that. It's supposed to be all clear, not till tomorrow. Tornado near Cordele. Yeah, that's the one we've been watching down there in coming out of Maracus. Sonoy. Yep. Sonoy is in the clear right now. You had a couple rounds of storms, no doubt. The lower clouds are moving one direction, higher clouds moving the other here in Dahlonega. Well, we call that shear. That's exactly what it is. Wind changing speed and direction with height is shear, and that is a directional shear. That can cause some issues if you had something being lofted up into the air like a piece of energy, a piece of raindrop, but not so much. So that's good news. What I'm saying is that's okay for that to be happening now up in Dahlonega. He spotted tornadoes, Riverdale, nope. We had a possibility of a funnel cloud south, but didn't see anything on the ground. Calhoun out of the woods for now, yes. Sun coming through in Meriwether now. Uh-oh, Justin, thanks for that update. Meriwether County saying some sun coming out. Look out. Habersham's probably okay, way up there in northeast Georgia. Walnut Grove, she hasn't said anything about being evacuated. Thank you. Touchdown off of Canyon Farm in Walnut Grove. They're making everyone leave their homes. Okay, Abby, okay. There, Joey says report of a tornado hit Walnut Grove off 138. So we'll check on that. See if we have anything there on the what you call it, on the chat. All right, so let's see. Something has popped in. Let me see. That's a severe thunderstorm warning out there, in Wilkes County, I believe, isn't it? Yep, that's out of our audience, so that's good news there.
Sorry, David, I had the rainfall totals up behind you, and I was just talking to meteorologist Paul Milliken about some of the pictures that we're getting in. Folks using the hashtag Fox5Storm really helping us out.
Yep. Indeed. Hashtag Fox5Storm, snap a picture, video, do it safely, and roll it our way. So look at the heavier rain now between Atlanta and Riverdale. No severe weather. The severe weather is well off to our east and down to our south, and now we just kind of wait. But somebody just told me that in Meriwether County, sun broke out. So we don't need that to be happening down in Troup County, Meriwether, then making its way into the South Metro area. This is going to be the greater threat to see severe storms as the afternoon progresses, not so much up here in North Georgia. Remember, we talked about that yesterday. Noonan has sun. Any more storms? Well, you'll have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see if Noonan has sun. Crisp County going to Vienna, that's the storm that's down there in Americus. Grantville or Hogansville, no storms that way yet. We'll see if some pop up. Fox 5 is now at the location where they're evacuating. All right, so we got crews on the scene. We'll hear about that, I'm sure, from the news folks. All right, so Paul Milliken has been here all morning long doing an awesome job, and now you got some images.
Pictures coming in, and I wanted to mention, too, remember earlier this morning, David, we had the tornado warning that was just touching into parts of Newton County this morning. Christy Hutchings with our radio partner, News Radio 106.7, is in the area where that tornado warning was earlier, and according to her, residents there in one neighborhood say it looks like a war zone. Now, we don't know what exactly, if it was indeed a confirmed tornado or if these are straight-line wind damages that we're talking about, but here's a picture that she tweeted. A tree is blocking emergency crews from getting to a damaged area on Wapakoneta Trail. And so, again, this is down where one of the tornado warnings was that was issued shortly ago that we were tracking here on Fox 5. So Christy Hutchings is there, and she just tweeted this picture out, and we're going to keep getting updates from her as the day goes on. But apparently emergency crews are trying to get in, and they're blocked right now because trees are down. But from what I'm hearing from our news desk is that she's talking to residents who are on the other side of these trees, and they're telling her it looks like a war zone back there. So certainly there is some damage in parts of our viewing area, and that's why we've got crews all over the place right now. In fact, as I'm talking, there's a wall monitor on, and I can see our Fox 5 Storm Chaser is driving around right now, too, checking out on possible reports of damage and checking the area. So we are out and about this morning and keeping a very close eye, or this afternoon, I should say, and keeping a very close eye on reports of damage and any continuing formation of storms as we go into the afternoon. So please keep these pictures coming. Hashtag Fox5Storm so we can quickly access them. I'll keep going through them here in our studio and pulling these up. But again, this one comes from Christy Hutchings. She's on the scene here on Wapakoneta Trail where a tree is down. It's blocking emergency vehicles from getting to a damaged area, and she'll have updates on that coming up here hopefully in the next couple of minutes. Ryan?
All right, thank you very much, Paul. You know, it's unbelievable all the pictures that we are seeing as far as what everyone is doing, and we really appreciate everyone sharing their photos with us so we can keep you guys informed and bring you the latest. But right now, the reason why we have the temperatures up is because we want to make sure, keep track as far as where we're seeing much less unstable air, meaning we're a little bit cooler up towards Gainesville, Blairsville, just been pounded with heavy rainfall. But Calhoun, temperature has spiked to 67 degrees. That's indicating some sunshine there, or even a little bit of break. But Rome, 65. I see some storms right there that we want to watch closely. Carrollton, you've been worked over as far as the atmosphere. It's been worked over quite a bit, so we do want to make sure And we keep a close eye on that if we do get a break before that cold front rolls through, like LaGrange, where we are at 73 degrees right now. I'm going to step off and just move Viper around a little bit and zoom in a little bit closer to home, because that's where we are seeing some of the more heavy rain at this time. So keep that in mind as you are out and about as far as what we are tracking. Still severe thunderstorm warning over just east of Lexington, getting into Washington and Lincoln, but that storm continues to race out of our neck of the woods. Greensboro, we talked about you earlier. Madison seems to be getting a break, but one storm that we continue to go back to, a significant situation down in South Georgia right now. Cordele, getting up to Junadilla, Vienna, right along I-75. Anyone have friends in Crisp, Dooley counties? Give them a call. Let them know that a very dangerous situation is unfolding right along I-75. And the problem with a possible large tornado crossing the interstate, at least during this time of day and this time of year, a lot of spring breakers, a lot of people from out of town going up and down the interstates. So hopefully that folks do have the warning that they need to make sure that they are aware that a very dangerous storm is headed that way. You will not be able to see this tornado. It is embedded in that rain-wrapped scenario. So that's where you wouldn't be able to see that tornado coming. That's why we give you those warnings in advance. But thankfully up in our neck of the woods, we are not tracking much of any warnings at this time. So, but again, we don't want to let our guard down. A lot of folks have been asking, you know, what about later today? Are we in the clear? What about Rome? What about Calhoun? What about North Georgia? The reason why we've trimmed down at least the wording of North Georgia is because look at even where the cold front is, where it's associated. A lot of these storms are staying much further south, but the cutoff is right there at Rome and further south of that. So once we get into parts of Cherokee County and south, I think that's a good threshold as far as, yes, we could have some more additional rumbles of thunder. Cobb County, same thing. Carroll County, moving into parts of Heard and Troup, especially down towards Troup County. I would definitely continue to be weather aware in LaGrange, not only from the approaching cold front. I want to keep two eyes on that as far as keeping a close watch as that inches closer, because we have seen this line expand just in the last 15-20 minutes and watching it grow. So that is where we are going to keep a very close eye on that. But one thing we cannot let our guard down are the storms to the south. Look at these pop-up storms over just southwest of LaGrange, right along I-85. So that's probably getting close to the Auburn area, Opelika. That storm is going to march right on into LaGrange. And if it continues to strengthen, it is in a favorable environment for growth. Again, this is on Fox 5 Live Viper, where we are tracking fierce storms. One thing I don't believe we have mentioned is that the Storm Prediction Center has upgraded the severe weather potential to the high category, which is a level 5 severe weather potential for southwest Georgia. So if you have any friends in southwest Georgia, make sure that they are aware that there are the potential is there to support dangerous and long-tracked tornadoes. If you remember on Super Bowl Sunday, we were under a high risk, and we did see some of those storms develop as far as producing long-lived tornadoes tracking through South Georgia, and that's going to be the case straight on through the evening. So yes, that's the focus for southwest Georgia and southeast Georgia, excuse me. But what about Atlanta? Well, we are seeing our severe weather risk drop because we've already experienced a lot of that. David, are we still under a moderate risk? Oh, I didn't realize you were on the phone. I'm sorry.
We're under a moderate risk. Let me show you.
Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't realize he was on the phone, but I just wanted to double check just to let you know what level of severe weather that we are still under at this time to give you a picture of what is still anticipated, even though we're not seeing a lot of activity across our area at this hour. But I want to zoom in a little bit closer towards DeKalb and Fulton County, right through downtown. Heavy rain, East Point, same thing, and Decatur picking up quite a bit of rainfall, and embedded in that probably some frequent lightning. I honestly haven't heard a lot of lightning outside our studios in the last 10 to 15 minutes. I kind of had to think about it for a second to remember the last time that we had a lightning strike, that at least of what I could hear. Stone Mountain, heavy rain. Anytime that you're in these heavier pockets of rain, you could definitely have some wind gusts exceeding 30 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour, and that's going to be embedded in that, but not enough to warrant a warning at this time. I believe, let me zoom out real quick just to double check. All warnings, at least for our area that we do focus on in our warning area, have expired, and we're not under any warnings at this time. But as you march off towards the east, getting into parts over towards Augusta, so it's 2 o'clock. I wonder how the par 3's going. I haven't got an update from the Masters. I am a huge golfer, so my focus is on the Masters this weekend. But I wonder how the par 3 is shaping up. And with severe storms headed for Augusta, I wonder what kind of precautions they're taking. And they did release a statement earlier this morning as far as they are prepared for those storms for later on this afternoon, which now it is later on this afternoon, in which we are watching them track in. Eatonton, a lot of friends on Facebook asking about Eatonton. Just some moderate showers. Covington, same thing. Griffin, LaGrange, Metro Atlanta, over towards Carrollton. Rome, I'm going to zoom into that storm real quick up in Rome as far as what we are tracking moving through there. That is an interesting type. This is right along probably technically round 2, if you will, for folks in Roane County, up towards Roane, Cedartown. That's where that's going to be marching in with some heavy rainfall. And, you know, we have gotten a lot of pictures throughout the day today, and we do appreciate everyone who has sent them to us, sending us reports confirming what we see on the radar, because we can only see what's on the radar. We rely on you at home to help us picture it better as far as what we are getting reports of. And I believe, Russ, are you ready to talk about some pictures? Or?
Yeah, let me just make sure my microphone's on.
Yeah,
yes,
sorry about that. I just saw you standing over there, and
no,
I didn't want to leave you standing there too long. Ready. But we have gotten a lot of pictures into using hashtag Fox5 Storm. Is that correct?
Absolutely right, Ryan. And there has been widespread damage. Take a look at this. This is in Douglasville, a mobile home, and a tree fell flat through it. You can see how it came down and basically cut it in half. Adam White sent us this picture. The good news there is Adam tells us that the family is safe, and that's the most important thing. And when these storms happen, unfortunately, a mobile home is not the best place to be. There really is no interior room to go to. If I can just share with you a quick story. We've been talking about going to your safe place. Several years ago, I went down to cover storm damage, tornado damage in Coweta County. And there was a circumstance where this family, the entire front of their house had been blown off. And the husband and wife went into an interior bathroom, okay? And he laid down on top of her with a blanket in the bathtub. And all that was left of their house were the walls around that bathroom. The ceiling was gone. You could look straight up into the sky. Imagine what that must have been like for them. So when we say go to a safe place, if you can get to an interior room, that might really save your life. Of course, we've also talked about wearing a bike helmet, a motorcycle helmet to protect your head. Have some shoes on if in case something happens to your house and you got to scramble out in the midst of all that damage. God forbid that happens. All right, storm damage in Decatur. Zowo sent this to us. Unfortunately, that truck did not survive. But again, we're just talking about stuff at this point. Hopefully he's insured. No reports of any injuries in that particular area either. All right, let's go down a little bit further. We've shown you this picture here of McGinnis Ferry at the Flynn Crossing area there. Let me see if I can find something for you that we haven't shown you already. Take a look at this. This is on I-75 northbound from 10th Street. You are going, if you're on the road today, you are going to run into some standing water. We've had so much rain. In a lot of places it has nowhere to go, and there are places, you may be familiar with them in North Georgia, particularly on the interstates and some of the major highways where drains tend to get clogged. This happens on I-75 southbound just north of the downtown connector. It happened to me coming in today on Peachtree Industrial, about 2.5 feet of water that everyone had to drive around. So be careful, because, you know, if you hit something like that at 55 miles an hour, there's no question that it can hurt you. All right, let's take a look down here. Katie has a picture here from the conditions in Tyrone. Isabella Rhodes sent us the very dark and ominous clouds there. And there's a picture here from Newton County that I want to see if I can find for you. Or actually, this is from Noonan. Okay. I'm not going to put words in the meteorologist's mouths, but the sense that I get is that south and west of town is where we might see the most activity this afternoon, partly because there's some sunshine there that's heating things up, and that's where everything's coming from Alabama. So Noonan would seem to be a potential hot spot. We've had crews down there. In fact, we have crews all over North Georgia right now gathering the storm damage for you for our complete reports coming up on Fox 5 News at 5 and 6. Ryan, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Russ. And just to elaborate as far as what you're saying with that severe weather potential, you're exactly right as far as where the Storm Prediction Center has the highest risk for the potential for dangerous or severe storms as well off to our south and east as of now. However, we still don't want you to let your guard down. The number one reason why is because the cold front is still well back to our west. And until that cold front rolls through your neighborhood, we are still going to be weather alert day, because there is plenty of energy out ahead of this storm system at which we are tracking these storms rolling through. So I just want to, I know a lot of you are joining us on Facebook. Really appreciate it. I really want to see some of your comments as far as how you're, what you're looking for. And one thing that I continue to see is, where's round 2? Well, if we're going to micromanage the rounds on Fox 5 Live Viper, we're in round 5, 6, or 7 by now in some neighborhoods. Meanwhile, folks up towards Calhoun and even towards Chattanooga really haven't had numerous rounds. So focusing in on Atlanta and over towards Covington, Gainesville, it kind of got a little bit out of control with the amount of rounds that we've seen from the storm system. But there's your cold front continuing to roll in. But that's I still think that's a little bit ahead of the cold front. It could still be draped back a little bit further towards the west, but that is going to be moving into our neck of the woods throughout the evening hours, and that's why we are still under a moderate risk. Even though the tornado watch isn't present for folks of north of I-20, I still don't want you to let your guard down at this point. So keep that in mind throughout the day. Albany or Dawson area, someone asking about. Yes, earlier today there was a really significant situation down towards Americus where there was a potentially large and catastrophic tornado rolling through there, which now is right over I-75. And I do want to show you that on our Fox 5 Live Viper of exactly where it is at this time. And it is about to cross I-75. So as I was saying earlier, on I-75, a lot of folks headed on spring break or even returning from spring break. It's a very serious situation if there still is, I say if because I haven't read the latest information, and with that tornado warning expiring fairly soon here in the next 5 minutes, I wonder if they're going to continue that warning or not. But to me, I'm still seeing a significant rotation within that storm, and it's about to cross I-75 near Cordele, Vienna, and Unadilla. So if you have any friends that live in those cities down towards Crisp, Dooley County, make sure that they have a heads up as far as that severe weather headed towards you. Please, Gwinnett area and I-85. We are doing our best to keep everybody informed about the latest severe weather. But we do have some new pictures just into the studio, and we're going to head to Russ Spencer. Russ, what's the latest?
Well, Ryan, thanks very much. We have Fox 5 crews out all over North Georgia, and Dale Russell sent this to us from Kennesaw Mountain. Old 41 near Stylesboro Road is closed for now. You can see a park ranger is on the scene right there. This is a 100-year-old red oak. They've already made some cuts on this to try to reopen the road. But again, Kennesaw Mountain, Old 41 near Stylesboro Road is closed at least for the moment. Let's see if we have anything else that's new right here. Dusty Poteet says lightning struck his motorhome in Thomaston. Take a look. You can see the charred area where the fire hit right there. So he says be safe out there, guys. And Dusty, you be safe as well. We're glad that he was okay and not hurt in the course of all of this. And there again is that picture we showed you of a pickup truck that was crushed in Decatur by a falling branch. So as you say, Ryan, the threat certainly is not over, and we're going to count on you to keep us posted on where it waxes and wanes throughout the afternoon.
And we're going to continue to bring you guys updates as we need to, but the good news is right now there aren't any active warnings in the metro Atlanta area. Again, I have my phone here because I want to answer some of your questions. Folks asking about I-85 in Gwinnett County. Right now we are tracking some heavier rain in that location, but we aren't tracking much of any severe storms at this time over towards Gwinnett County. Lawrenceville over towards Beaufort. Again, 85 east, that's where it seems like we're getting some of the more heavier rain bands at this time. Same thing down towards Stone Mountain. So just something to answer. Peachtree City, great question there as far as we haven't really touched on Peachtree City in the last couple of minutes because of it just hasn't warranted what's been going on there. So we are continuing to keep an eye on the Peachtree City area. What I would really like to know, Justin, I believe that's who sent it. Yes, Justin, let me know if you're seeing any peaks of sunshine, because notice that we aren't tracking any rain on Fox 5 Viper at this time. Again, I'm going to do my best to answer some of these questions. Covington, Georgia, let's give you a personal forecast real quick. You're in between a gap, so a lot of the light rain is moving out. So here's a great example of why you should watch us on Facebook Live. Right now, I can tell if you live in Covington, Conyers, McDonough, Jonesboro, if you need to run an errand, do it right now. Get out there, try and get it done as fast as possible. Same thing towards Peachtree City and Hampton. Don't venture out there too long, or if you think that your errands might take a little bit longer, make sure your mobile device is charged and you have the app downloaded, and make sure that you have the push alerts just in case new warnings get issued. But at this time, I don't anticipate that to happen anytime soon in our neck of the woods as far as the main arteries along I-20, 285, 75, 85, etc., etc. People asking about LaGrange. LaGrange is someone that some areas that I really think need to pay close attention throughout the evening hours. You're still included in that tornado watch until 8 p.m. today. So you do not need to let your guard down. And you might be thinking, my goodness, I don't see anything on radar that could influence throughout the day today. How could there be additional tornado threat? Well, again, if the sun is shining, the cold front is still back towards Birmingham, and as that rolls into our area, it's going to lift all of that unstable air and produce those strong to severe thunderstorms that could produce some spin-ups or even some tornadoes. So folks asking about Griffin, again, if I don't answer your question right away, I apologize, but keep sending it in and I'll do my best to answer it. We're going to remain on air until 2:30, so just stay with us until 2:30. Right now it's about 2:15. So Griffin, again, you're in that same idea as LaGrange, as we need to keep a close eye to the south as those storms lift to the north, and then eventually the cold front. So this goes straight through the evening hours as far as where we're going to be tracking some of these storms. Fairburn, same kind of talk as LaGrange. You're a little bit further north, so I know we had some stronger storms in Fairburn earlier today, getting a break in the action at this time. But Douglasville, that's where we are tracking some moderate rain. But a break in Fairburn, wouldn't be surprised if some of that drapes down a little bit further as far as seeing additional rainfall. Milledgeville, all of our friends over in Milledgeville, that's where, let me double check that real quick. But you are definitely under the gun throughout the evening hours today, and we'll keep a close eye over there as well. But we do have more pictures. Again, use hashtag Fox5Storm if you want us to show your pictures on air. Russ?
Ryan, thanks very much. We have some new pictures, and we appreciate them very much. Unfortunately, this mobile home in Douglasville was hit by a very, very large tree. No reports of any injuries on the scene there. That, again, is the good news. But you can see it's not only damaged the back of the mobile home, but cracked it in half here. Our best wishes go out to that family. We're glad nobody was hurt on that particular scene. And take a look at this. This is inside a mobile home after the tree tumbled on top of it. I'm not certain, to be perfectly honest with you, whether we're talking about the same one, but obviously you can see the metal construction and all of the insulation all over the place. No reports of any injuries on this particular scene either. That is the good news. If you can get out of a mobile home when you know that a big storm is coming, that's really in your best interest. Go to a local firehouse. If you have a local church nearby, some friends who have a home where you can get into an interior room, because mobile homes are simply not safe. We showed you this before, this out of Thomaston, where that mobile home was struck by lightning. Lightning strikes have hit all over the place. And this again back out near Kennesaw Mountain, Old 41 near Stylesboro Road, still closed at this moment. Ryan, back to you.
Wow, those are some breathtaking images. I really liked your points with the mobile home because they are so dangerous, and we always talk about, folks, to have a plan in place before the storm arrives. And that is a prime example as far as the extensive damage that we are getting in here to our studios, thanks to you, the viewer, sending us your pictures using hashtag Fox5Storm. So thank you very much for doing that. Again, let's get back to some of your questions that are coming in. Waycross, hey, way down in South Georgia, Waycross definitely could have this storm. Another person asking about the storm in southwest Georgia right now, or South Georgia, I should say, just south of Macon in Crispin, Dooley County, crossing I-75 right now. Okay, so they did continue that tornado warning, moving right along I-75 is where we are tracking this potentially large and dangerous tornado, and that's going to continue to head off towards the east. Rochelle, you're probably going to get clipped by the lower fringe of that storm. Same thing in Cordele, but that tornado, possible tornado, went right by the Crisp County Sheriff's Office. So hopefully all of our friends down there, I really enjoyed working with them when I worked in Albany, the sheriff's office down there. So I hope all my friends there are okay. Unadilla along I-75, again, that is some very serious situation if there is a tornado on the ground, given that it is crossing I-75 right in the middle of a spring break week. So, that's just something that we have to keep a close eye on. Folks asking about Rome, Georgia. Let's zoom out and get back to our neck of the woods because, yes, in Rome we are tracking a thunderstorm at this time. So you can see it right there. I wonder, Stacy, if you can let me know, are you seeing any hail or is it just rain? Is it just thunder? Sometimes if you be a little bit more descriptive, we can really pinpoint what exactly is going on. But I'm seeing some brighter reds now rolling in to right on the Alabama and Georgia state line. So we're going to have to watch that closely as that continues to move into our area. Cedartown as well. Just be aware. You don't necessarily have to be on high alert as far as seeking shelter, but just be aware some part of round 2 or 2.5 at this point. It's hard to decipher the different rounds since we've had so many, but this round of storms is definitely going to be packing some extra energy. Calhoun, it might develop further to the north, but it might clip just south Calhoun along I-75, moving down towards Cartersville. Ackworth, anyone trying to head out on the lake today, not a good idea. If you're in Ackworth right now and you say, hey, the sun is shining, the threat is over, not so fast. And make sure you let your friends know that as well, because that line is going to be packing some extra energy as well. All right, so wanting to know about Eatonton. We haven't really talked about Eatonton much, so let's zoom in there. Just picking up some rain at this time, but Monticello as well. Some light to moderate rain. Maybe a few lightning strikes embedded in that, but we aren't really talking about the bulk of the severe threat at this time for Eatonton. So that is good news as far as not seeing new severe storms. Again, we're going to be on here till 2:30. It is 2:20 right now, and we're going to keep a close eye on that time because at 2:30 we will expire our Facebook Live, and then we'll be continuing to stick around in the storm center, and as it warrants, we'll continue to cut in. But obviously, if any of these storms refire or produce enough energy to spin up a tornado or severe thunderstorm warning, we're definitely going to we'll get back on Facebook Live with a new feed and keep you informed hour by hour. Carrollton, great question about Carrollton. What I want to know about Carrollton is if the sun is shining or not. If the sun is shining, watch out. That's going to really fuel this storm right here as it continues to march back into Cleburne and Randolph counties in our Alabama counties as it marches back in towards Carroll County. So that's something we're going to have to watch very, very closely. Lawrenceville, we talked about you guys earlier. The rain is still falling, few strikes of lightning, but the gusty winds and the stronger portions of that sector of the storm have come to an end, and really not seeing much back off to the west as far as looking ahead for the next 1 to 3 hours. Beyond the 3-hour time frame, that's when this line is going to be racing back in towards Lawrenceville. So you do need to remain weather aware through the evening hours. Some locations or some neighborhoods might even need to remain weather aware through sunset and beyond. It's just going to be one of those things. Until that cold front moves through your neighborhood, you're still under the gun for severe weather. So, again, appreciate everybody who is asking all these questions, being interactive. And good news in Douglasville. It is calm, Lisa's saying. So that is great. As far as earlier today, that wasn't the case. Augusta, maybe asking about the par 3. Yes, we are tracking some stronger storms over towards the Augusta area near the Masters course. Look at that. Pretty strong storm, severe thunderstorm warning for that, gusty winds. If that is right around where the golf course is or within 30 miles, hopefully that they are taking care of the players as far as the lightning strikes. And taking lightning, because remember, when thunder roars, you need to go indoors. If you can hear thunder, you can be struck by lightning. What about Spalding County? There was a tornado warning in Spalding earlier today, but right now things are quiet, so we aren't really talking about any threat right now. But I believe it might, no, I don't think Spalding is under the tornado watch until 8 p.m. But folks in Lamar and Pike, you are included in that. Same thing with Upston. So that's why those counties, even though Spalding's right on the border of where that watch is, I still think it warrants that you need to be weather aware through about 8 o'clock tonight for the potential of severe, the potential for tornadoes. Because a watch means that the conditions are favorable for the development of a tornado. A warning means it is happening now. For more pictures, let's head over to Russ Spencer for more on that.
All right, Ryan, we have a new perspective on the damage in Forsyth County near a Publix. Fox 5's Laura Neal sent us this picture. We saw one a couple of hours ago from our former producer, Ileana Allen. You get a sense of this huge cave-in. If you look over here, you can see the squares of the cinder blocks that had been holding up this wall. We spoke to a geotechnical engineer who says poor drainage is likely to blame for this collapse. Laura is on the scene there. We'll have more on that for you coming up on Fox 5 News at 5. Now, I do want to let you know, we've been on Facebook Live for all but almost 4 hours, and that's all they'll let us do in one chunk. So we're going to leave you very shortly. Of course, if there's at any point in the afternoon a severe thunderstorm warning or particularly a tornado warning, we were going to come back on and let you know the latest on that. The team is going to continue to be here, and when the situation warrants, we'll come back on. Our team of reporters and photographers is all over North Georgia, north, south, east, and west, and in fact some heading at the moment right down to Americus, where we've heard about that catastrophic damage. So we'll have full coverage for you of that coming up on Fox 5 News at 5 and 6. But we wanted to let you know that we're going to be leaving Facebook Live here coming up at 2:30. We'll come back on when the situation warrants, particularly if there's a tornado warning. We'll be on right away. Back to you, Ryan.
Thank you very much, Russ. Yes, we're not going anywhere. We're sticking around. David and I are here until the threat is over. That is why we're here, to keep you and your family safe. Since I only have limited time left, I do want to make sure that I give a full recap of what's going to happen. So that's what I'm going to focus on right now. I'm sorry, I'm not going to answer the rest of everyone's questions, but I really do appreciate everyone who's been interactive. But I want to do a quick recap because it is important to understand what's going on. Currently, down in crisp Dooley County, we are tracking a potentially large and dangerous tornado. Any friends over towards Americus in Sumter County, give them a call. Make sure they're okay. If you have any friends as we head over towards Dooley County, make sure that they have a heads up that a potentially dangerous situation is headed their way. Even got a question about Calhoun County. I believe that storm is north of Calhoun County, so it might clip it a little bit. But nonetheless, along I-75, possibly a large and dangerous tornado did cross I-75. So very serious situation down in South Georgia. Up towards Macon, we're just fine. Up towards Griffin, it is clear. But one thing that I've mentioned all along, and now I'm starting to see once again, look at these little pop-up showers starting to blossom on Fox 5 Live Viper, and that's what we're going to have to keep a close eye on. Those little showers can blossom very quickly into some potent and very strong thunderstorms that can cause some damage with very little warning. And what I mean by that, yes, we're giving you warning now, but warning as far as it going from fairly calm to a very fierce storm. Abrupt change is what I'm trying to stress there. Metro Atlanta, let's zoom in a little bit there and talk about what's happening in our neck of the woods. Anyone inside the perimeter right now, keep the umbrella handy. Not necessarily going to be a severe threat at this time, but we could have some gusty winds, but definitely some heavy rainfall. Vining, Sandy Plains, just south of SunTrust Stadium. Chambly, we could see some heavy rain. Norcross, off and on, heavy rain has really been an issue throughout much of the day. So anyone traveling on the roads, slow down, leave plenty of room with a car in front of you, and make sure you give yourself extra time to get to your destination. I want to move up a little bit further towards Cartersville, Kingston, Rome. That's where we are tracking the next line. Again, I believe that this can be considered round 2. And there's a question mark of a potential round 3, at least for northwest Georgia, that, yes, could pose the threat for tornadoes. I was just talking to David, Chief Meteorologist David Chanley, not too long ago about the wording that they have for northwest Georgia. So don't think that you're out of the neck of the woods, even though you're not under the tornado watch. So that's very important. Adairsville, yes, we had that tornado, EF3 tornado back in 2011, right along the interstate there. So I know you're a little bit extra sensitive given that your history in Adairsville, but right now, quiet in the severe thunderstorm category over towards Augusta, National, the Masters. That's where we could have some dangerous and damaging winds blasting through. Hopefully it misses the course, but it might be close enough to cause a delay during the par 3, but that would be so unfortunate if they did have some storm damage today from these storms for the weekend ahead. So that's something to point out. Any friends headed to Augusta National today or tomorrow, that would be interesting. But for today, if you're headed to the par 3 or if you know someone at the par 3, give them a call. Let them know that a severe thunderstorm warning is present just north of Augusta. So we'll have to watch that closely. Showing some rotation, but as I've mentioned before, these storms are moving at such a fast rate or speed, it can create brief spin-ups, not necessarily long-lasting tornadoes like what we have down in South Georgia right now. Again, that's where the tornado threat is currently present, is in South Georgia along I-75, the only active tornado warning at this time, but additional warnings could definitely be possible that we'll have to watch that throughout the day today. All right, so one more time, looking abroad as far as this setup. One thing that's great is we've had so much rain-cooled air that has really stabilized the atmosphere, meaning it is not favorable for the development of new thunderstorms in far northeastern portions of Georgia. But as you head down towards LaGrange, I-85 towards Montgomery, all of that is going to be some fuel for strong to severe storms that could even produce a brief spin up within the tornado. So even though it looks relatively quiet on radar, looking ahead, really need to stay weather aware through this evening. All right, that concludes our Facebook Live. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Fox 5 meteorologist Ryan Beasley. Stay safe.
David's Mike, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Spencer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Our severe storms today have produced some damage around Metro Atlanta and flooding. We have team coverage and crews all over the place. Brand new information, a new tornado watch for Metro Atlanta until 10 o'clock this evening. And we're starting to see some robust thunderstorms fire up again next door in Alabama. We'll have the latest for you. Fox 5 News at 5 next.
There's a reason that Fox 5 News is at
Mic check constant.
1, 2, 3, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2.
Mic check, Ryan.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check.
I can. How are you? Very good. Thank you. Test, 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 test. We are live from Pinewood Estates Mobile Home Park in Douglasville, not too far.
Talk about whatever you want. They wouldn't accept it, so.
Yes, I got you. We weren't able to feed back our video. They wouldn't take it.
Tilt your head slightly, your eyes are dark. There you go.
Yeah, they wouldn't take it. I don't know.
Telling me to get framed up. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Fox 5 News at 5 starts right now.
A war zone. That's how residents describe this area after severe storms and possibly a tornado roared through, leaving a path of destruction. So many trees came down that rescuers had a hard time getting to people in the town of Oxford.
And this is video of one of the storms that caused all that damage. People in Cordele in South Georgia say this looked like a tornado. We're still waiting on confirmation of that.
And in Forsyth County, a retaining wall made out of brick came crashing down into the roadway, and it's now blocked off with no cars getting through.
This is what it looked like in Athens today. All the heavy rain led to this, water rushing down these stairs on the UGA campus.
And take a look at this amazing picture from a Fox 5 viewer, Wes Crawley. It's a massive lightning strike in Fayette County. He took this picture in Pinewood Studios in Fayetteville.
We have been tracking the storms all day. We're going to show you the damage all over Metro Atlanta and Georgia. And good evening. I'm Russ Spencer.
And I'm Constance Jones. Severe storms have rolled through and more storms are on the way. Of course, we have crews fanned out all over Georgia to show you the damage the storms have left behind.
But let's begin with Fox 5 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist David Chanley. And David, the tornado watch for the metro area has just been extended, right?
Just in the last couple of minutes. You're right there, Russ, because we're seeing these robust storms now reform in Alabama. We talked about the waves that were going to come through here, and then what happened as far as breaks in the clouds and the destabilization of the atmosphere. All right, so let's give you a tour now on Fox 5 Live Viper. In and around town, all is kind of quiet. We got a shower, though, up there in northern Fulton County, parts of southern Forsyth. We also have some showers outside of McDonough and Covington out on the east side, out I-20 way, and another rain shower showing up in Barrow County there in Winder, all pushing off to the east-northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Now, up here, or rather down here, down towards the lake country and point southward, more showers and storms. But it's the storm out here that's getting all the attention right now. This is out I-20. That's Cleveland County, Alabama. That's Anniston and Talladega for the possibility of a very strong thunderstorm with large hail, maybe some damaging wind. And we didn't like the look of this here with a little appendage hanging down. We have an active severe thunderstorm warning out for Cleveland County, Alabama for the next hour or so. This area is really going to start firing up. I mean, look at this. We got all the storms down here in middle and south Georgia. That's where your eye goes. But my eye goes to this line out here, getting together in Huntsville and Birmingham and coming across the state line. And there you can see how the tornado watch has been expanded to include all of Metro Atlanta until 10 o'clock this evening. So we got this up here till 10. The county's down to the south of I-20 till 8. And that's what we're going to be looking at. And yeah, we're going to have the possibility of more tornadoes, thunderstorm winds up to 70 miles an hour, and large hail. These are those supercell storms we've been talking about. So as we go forward in time, we're waiting on the actual front. It's going to take a little while for that to get here. But look what happens right on into the evening hours. We see a pocket, some of these strong to severe storms. Now, not everybody's going to see one of these, but where they happen, they are going to be locally heavy until the front and the daytime heating both move on out. And that's going to happen, obviously, by 8, 9 o'clock with the heating, and then the front by 10, 11 o'clock pushing on through, and then we get a whole lot quieter. So good news there, and some cooler weather in here by your Thursday. But I really don't like the look of those storms that are firing up. Temperatures, we rebounded today in a lot of spots back up into the 70s with breaks in the clouds. Then you can see how that line rolls through by the 11 o'clock hour. And then as that happens, well, we see much calmer conditions across west central Georgia. Let me show you again one more look at this storm that I'm going to be watching very, very closely. Again, get your bearings out I-20. That's Anniston, Cleveland County, Alabama. A very strong supercell thunderstorm has the possibility of spawning a tornado very, very quickly. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to have updates throughout the course of the newscast, so you stay with us.
We'll check back with you soon, David. Thanks very much. Now, residents describe parts of Newton County as a war zone, and they had storms there just a couple of days ago. A possible tornado touched down there today. Downed trees kept rescuers from getting to people, so they had to walk to safety.
Yeah, Christy Hutchings with News Radio 1067 joins us live with a look at the damage there. Christy.
Well, I can tell you the sheriff's office tells us that the good news is nobody has been hurt in this. That is a good thing. The road is now starting to reopen for crews. You can see right now they're bringing in power poles. I'm told at least 5 power poles snapped. Now, earlier today, firefighters could not get their trucks down there, and actually their trucks still have not made it down there. So all of these firefighters had to walk in on foot to try to make sure everybody down there was okay. Now, we did get to see a little bit of the area. We haven't been able to get over to the damaged area, but we could see the dangling power lines. We are told at least 5 homes have trees on them. Several cars are damaged. I spoke with some of the men who were able to walk out from the debris. They say the storm came out of nowhere with pine cones falling like bombs.
It's like it. There's never seen nothing like it. It's unbelievable. Well, we were just sitting in the truck getting ready to eat our sandwich, and there come the high winds, and me and Mike, we just scrambling to get out of there.
Yeah, I just want everybody to be safe out there, cause it's a war zone down there, and it's not no game.
And you can see the crews are still here hard at work trying to get the power lines obviously back up and removing a lot of that debris. That truck you see going down the road right now, that is the Red Cross here to help any families that may need some help. So we're going to stay here on the scene, hopefully get down there, be able to see that damaged area pretty soon. Live in Newton County, Christy Hutchings, News Radio 1067 Fox 5 News.
Glad to hear that no one there was hurt. Jack, thanks very much. Right now, firefighters are working to rescue 2 groups of Atlanta watershed workers after their trucks got trapped in rising floodwaters along Woodward Way. Fox 5's Jacqueline Schultz is live with the effort to save them. Jacqueline?
Well, fire crews fortunately were able to get 5 city workers out of their cars. And what's happening here around Buckhead, as you can see behind me, Peachtree Creek is so flooded that the water from here, and you can even see some trash and debris coming in here, what it's doing right now is plugging up the creek, all this water. And as you can see over to my right, you can see how it's just flooding up the roadways. What you see right now as my photojournalist is panning to the other side, you see ahead of me a road that's completely blocked. There are city crews trying to get down there to retrieve 2 cars that are stuck in the water down this street right now. Earlier, fire crews were going from and bringing their swiftwater rescue all around this area because there were people trying to drive through here, and obviously it's dangerous to go through any standing water in this area because a lot of drivers don't know how deep it is. I'm told that those city workers were trying to put up barricades. They were trying to put up barricades to keep people from driving in this area, and unfortunately those crews got stuck down the street here, and we can't get to it because the water is so deep. And you can see Atlanta crews here right now trying to get those cars out somehow. Now, I'm actually told also that fire crews are going to another water rescue in southwest Atlanta right now, and we have a crew headed that way. Bottom line here, the message from the fire department: if you see standing water, try not to drive through it. You might not know how deep it is. They say they are standing by waiting to rescue people who might be in this predicament, but they really do want to warn people to just stay away from these standing water areas so they don't have to rescue drivers. We'll bring you the latest on these swift water rescues around Atlanta, but for now, reporting live in Buckhead, Jacqueline Schultz, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, good advice. And moving water can pick up your car. Jacqueline, thanks very much. Let's head west of Atlanta to Douglasville, where a tree came crashing down on a mobile home. A mother and her child were inside when that tree fell.
Yeah, Fox 5's Kevin Stewart, he joins us live with a look. And Kevin, it's amazing that they weren't hurt out there.
Absolutely. You know the saying, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Well, this is probably worth 1,001. Crews have been out here since about 3:30 trying to pull the tree off of the top of this house. And as you can see, right where the tree landed, the family was in the back of that mobile home. It really was quite a mess. I want to take you inside to give you another perspective. You can see the collapse, how the ceiling came in and the siding. And to give you a bigger picture here, the mom told me she was actually asleep. It was around 1 o'clock. She was in one room, and her little baby daughter, 1.5 years old, was in another room when the tree came toppling down.
Suddenly, I heard a loud sound, and I saw the sky. And I went just running. I don't know, I saw the house just came down or something, but I just ran through the broken everything because I ran to find my child. That's all I kept thinking about. My child, where is she? And then I ran into the room and she was sleeping very peacefully.
Fortunately, no one was injured, and she is obviously a pretty heavy sleeper. I'm told by management here at Prime Brook Mobile Home Community that they're going to be putting the family up in another unit, and everything should be all right for the next coming days. Reporting live in Douglasville, Kevin Stewart, Fox 5 News.
All right, Kevin, thank you. Thank goodness the family's okay. All right, we've seen a number of trees crashing down today. This one in Canton, and you can see its bark and where most of the branches were, where it's completely stripped off. Luckily, the tree didn't land on any homes or any cars.
Authorities blame 3 fires in Gwinnett County on today's storms. Firefighters think lightning hit 2 homes in Lilburn and 1 in Loganville. All those homes were damaged, but no one was hurt there.
And now to Forsyth County, where a retaining wall made out of brick has got a lot of traffic problems after it came crashing down into McGinnis Ferry Road. Fox 5's Laura Neal joins us live, and that road is still closed, right, Laura?
Yes, we are right off of McGinnis Ferry Road, and this is actually an on-ramp into the Publix parking lot. As you can see, a ton of damage. All of this rubble in the road. We saw cars going away to fix it earlier, and there's a lot to clean up here that could be a very expensive problem. We're in Forsyth County in the Publix parking lot. Now, this is a ramp off of McGinnis Ferry Road near the Windward Parkway intersection. As far as we know, we did have this confirmed. No one was injured when this wall buckled. Thank goodness. The ramp is closed in either direction. And as you can see, other parts of this wall might be coming down too. Live in Forsyth County, Laura Neal, Fox 5 News. Back to you guys.
Chief Meteorologist David Chanley back with you. New information now. The storm I was showing you over there in Alabama. Now a brand new tornado warning for Cleburne County, Alabama. That's in our viewing audience here in Atlanta. It's just across the state line from Haralson County and Carroll County. It's this storm right here that's rolling just to the south of Anniston right now. Ryan Beasley and I have been watching this the better part of the last 45 minutes to an hour there as it came out of Talladega for the possibility of a tornado. And we had a volume scan there that had a nice couplet there indicating that we had a rotation, indicating we had some shear working on it. And you can see the latest now information topping out. Look at that storm. That's a supercell up about 40,000 feet, racing off to the east-northeast at 29 miles an hour. Hail, how about that? 2 inches in diameter. That's getting ping pong ball size and larger. And the BTI, the Barron Tornado Index, which is a scale that we use to determine the possibility of a tornado of 1 to 10, I'd say that is pretty high. And you can see Ryan has the radar there on the velocity mode there, and you can see, look at the bright green. Those are going to be winds up above, say, 50 and 60 miles an hour. But we'll start dealing with some shear up around probably 100 miles an hour. So big concern there as it moves toward just to the south of Heflin. If you get your bearings, that's I-20 coming out of Georgia into Alabama. And this storm now is at least the rotating part of this storm is just to the south. We were just looking at some of the hail that was involved in this, and it had a huge hail swath, no doubt. And so running into a rain burn in about 29 minutes. So it's just to the south of Heflin, to the south of Anniston. Look at this hail swath. I mean, tremendous amount of hail for a long duration. And that indicates the power of the storm as far as the updraft is concerned to support that much hail that long to have it that large, ping pong ball size. So that's bigger than golf ball. All right, so here's the latest now. There's your shear. It's nearly 70 miles an hour. The hail now down to 1.75, and the BTI hanging on there at 7.0. This is over in Cleburne County. We've got a shear marker on there indicating some rotation. Ryan, if we can go up there to the shear swath, and we'll see how this path is. Yeah, look at that. How about that? That is continuing now right along I-20, kind of paralleling I-20, and it'll eventually get itself into southern Cleburne County, Alabama. This was probably from an earlier storm there. This is not. That's the current situation right now. And so what happens is you've got these the air rolling into the thunderstorm, and as an updraft now it gets lifted up, and as it gets lifted up, it gets spun, it gets turned by some of the mid-level winds, and that helps create a more forceful updraft, and it's just like a vacuum. The more you take away, the more something's got to go into it, and you start getting that rotation. So there's a little bit of an inflow notch right there, the kind of the bottom of the storm, but you get the idea. This is over toward Abel, over there, Hollis Crossroads, in just to the south of Heflin. That red line right there is Interstate 20. Coming out of Georgia and into east central Alabama. So, again, tornado warning in effect for Cleburne County, Alabama, and it looks like that's going to be coming to the Georgia-Alabama state line probably within the hour. And then we talked about how that area had kind of been raked over pretty good, right? We had the rain in Carroll County and in Haralson County much of the day. We had some storms over towards Tallapoosa early on, we did. But then we got a break. And remember, we said the worst thing could happen is you start getting breaks in the clouds and allow the atmosphere to recharge itself, and that's exactly what happened. And we're going to see, I think this is just one of a couple of these storms that we're going to see over the next couple of hours. I mean, on into the evening hours. Now, not everybody's going to see such a storm, but where they happen, they are going to be very, very strong, very severe, and the possibility of some rotation and the possibility of a tornado, and that's what we're seeing down there in Cleburne County. Let's go back to the velocity mode there, Ryan, and we'll see if we can find ourselves a couplet in there. A little bit right there. Yep, just you can see that. So we've got the green indicating going toward the radar site. The red is going away. And we start seeing that when they get close together like that, there's going to be some shear. So that tornado warning's in effect until 6 o'clock Eastern time, 5 o'clock Central over there in Cleburne. There you go. There's your shear. How about that? 48 to 25. You start adding that up. That's over 75, 80 miles an hour, getting close. And that can certainly do some damage when it's that tightly packed. And we'll watch this now as it makes its way right to the Georgia-Alabama line. There's Tallapoosa, there's Bowden, Carrollton, and so it looks like this is now just to the south of I-20, kind of parallel in that area. So if you Highway 9 is right there. There you go in Cleburne County, Alabama. So if you're listening to me and you're within that polygon, you're just south of Heflin, and you watch us, you watch Fox 5 over there in Alabama, you need to go to your tornado safety place. This is the real deal. This isn't practice. You need to make sure that you've got a helmet on, protect your head, shoes on your feet. Need to make sure that you're away from windows and doors. You're someplace in the interior of a home, because this has the potential to be quite the storm in the next couple of minutes. Right now, just to the south of Heflin. Here's the latest information. East-northeast at 33 miles an hour, and we're looking at 100% likelihood of hail, and the hail was as large as a ping pong ball just a moment ago, and we'll see what that is. It's kind of below our banner there. There's our hail track just south of Anniston right now, and so Cleburne County, we'll see if this does hold together as it makes its way into west central Georgia. Now, here's the story, is we saw those breaks in the clouds, and we're starting to see some destabilization again across our region. This is going to be kind of the MO of the storms that we're going to see over the next couple of hours. So we had kind of the uniformity of the rain earlier today. We had a couple spin-ups along that. This is different. These are the supercells that we were talking about yesterday that were going to just thrive on themselves. And they were getting fed some rich Gulf moisture. We've certainly seen that. And we've got quite a bit of shear going on in the atmosphere. Got a very powerful jet stream up above us, and it's helping to fuel these storms. And now we just kind of wait and see how this makes itself from east to west. So look at this. This is what Ryan's drawing right here. Got a little bit of an inflow there, but boy, such a gradient there between the green right into the purple. And there's some very, very strong winds there, no doubt. So when we try to get the red and the green together, and then the hail core is usually to the north of all that. That's kind of what your eye goes right away when we look at reflectivity, the purples on the map. And yeah, that's bad. That's some bad hail. But we want to see where this wind is. And there it is just outside of Heflin, making its way to the Georgia-Alabama state line. So let me give you a different perspective on, there you go. There's the reflectivity. So we know that's some hail right there. This is a little appendage that's kind of hanging down right there, about to cross Highway 9, as Ryan was pointing out, I-20. Moving off east, 30, 35 miles an hour, not as fast as what the storms were this morning. Not as fast as the storms that we had down in South Georgia, where we have some unconfirmed tornadoes. But every kind of volume scan we see, sometimes that little hook kind of flattens out. Other times it's not so much. And again, this is the shear swath indicating where we've had shear in the past, and it looks like it's held together. This was from an earlier 35. Again, you're listening to my voice in Cleveland County. Time to go to your tornado safety place. And it's a reminder now for all of us to make sure that we have a plan, especially in west central Georgia, because it appears that that's going to be the area kind of under the gun over the next couple of hours as these storms kind of ramp up moving in here from Alabama. Look at Fox 5 Live Viper, this vantage point. There you go. Abracucci there in Alabama, southern, that would be southern Cleveland County, just to the north of Corinth. That's what we're looking at. So look out Bowden, Mount Zion, Tallapoosa, Fruithurst. This storm is kind of bearing down toward you. All right. So again, a broader perspective. That was I-20. Sorry about that, Ryan. I wanted to show we got some showers up towards Gwinnett County. They're just showers, and you got some bigger thunderstorms developing now in Alabama. Here's another one kind of feeding off the backside of that between Heflin and Gadsden. So that's heading up into northwest Georgia. And all of that is right along. Look at how this, see, we knew that this was going to happen here. We start seeing these things fire up in this environment. Remember, northwest Georgia didn't see a whole lot through the day today. That's kind of ripe. That's why the Storm Prediction Center has now extended the tornado watch to include that area till 10 o'clock tonight. This area now right through town's kind of been worked over, but now we're getting some breaks in the clouds. Now we could possibly see some more severe storms ramp up. Not so much over towards the Athens area and in northeast Georgia. That's still just some rain. And then the bigger storms that we saw down in middle Georgia moving into east central Georgia right now, those aren't coming our way. It's these off to our west that are certainly a huge concern. And we're going to follow this now for the next couple of hours as these storms just kind of ramp up across the region. All right, so here's what it looks like as we go forward in time. Look, 6 o'clock, yeah. See how we get some more out there right across the state line and then moving into the metro area up here to the north by 7 o'clock. These are some of our high-resolution computer models, and here we go. That's the actual front, all right? And so things can wind down a little bit towards 9 and 10 o'clock as we lose the heating of the day, but now the front's going to act as that forcing mechanism to fire up another line of storms into 9 and 10 o'clock. And these are capable of some damaging winds and some large hail and some very heavy rainfall. That's going to be fairly brief as it kind of moves on through. And by the time we get to the midnight hour and beyond, it's all gone. And by, say, early in the morning, we all rest easy and we start seeing some cooler temperatures filter in here. Also breezy conditions through the day tomorrow. But in the meantime, we're dealing with this storm there in Cleveland County, Alabama. So Ryan Beasley's working the Fox 5 Live Viper, and that is certainly quite the signature right there of a tornado. I would say that can we see what it looks like on the correlation coefficient?
I just want to tell you that a wall cloud has been spotted on Highway 9.
Wall cloud spotted on Highway 9, and that's that road right there. And that's the wall cloud there where the funnel would actually come on out. Now, this is using some of the dual pole technology, and what we look for is these little chunk. This is a little too much here to find a debris signature, but we'll watch that. We look for this is just one of the modes that we use to determine whether we think something's been lofted up into the air and have it in the air other than a raindrop or a hailstorm. But this is quite impressive, their signature, as far as the red meeting the green. Look at that. Now you're dealing with some shear up around 80 miles an hour at least, just to the south of Heflin. So this is one of the most robust signatures we've seen all day long as we've been looking at these storms that have prompted tornado warnings. So this is the real deal down there in Cleveland County, so just to the south of Heflin. There goes the reflectivity. All this dark that you see there, I'm sure that is hail out of 5 points, and right up at I-20. And we'll watch it do this over the next just about 30, 45 minutes. So if you're listening to me there in Tallapoosa, if you're listening to me in Carroll County in the Bowden area, right along I-20, need to start thinking about, okay, when the warning's issued for me, what am I going to do? What's my plan? And that's really kind of what a watch does for us. When we're under a tornado watch, it gives us a chance to plan, gives us a chance to discuss, think about what we're going to do, and then when the warning comes out, that means it is time to act. What's the hail size there? Can you slide that up there, right? 2.75. So, yeah, how about that? Now we're getting pretty large. 2.75. Now, it's going to lose some of that on the trip down, but still, by the time that hail reaches the ground, it's probably going to be over 2 inches in diameter. And again, that's much larger than a golf ball. So we're starting to get up to some very strong updrafts to support hail that large. 4.4 is the BTI, the Barron Tornado Index, on that scale from 1 to 10. Man, that's quite the hail core there just to the south of Heflin, no doubt. And there's our hail track, and the darker indicating certainly larger hail. 2 inches, 2.5 inches of hail in diameter. That's what we've seen. Back to the velocity and storm relative velocity. You've got the really bright colors there right now in just to the south, and the winds really have picked up the possibility of some shear there at 75, 80 miles an hour. The reason we're focusing on this storm is because it's in our viewing audience. Cleveland County, Alabama is our responsibility, and anytime that we have weather that is this dangerous and potentially causing injury to people such as this, then we're going to stay with it and monitor it, because this doesn't look like it has any signs of kind of slowing down here once we get into the next few minutes. Correlation coefficient again, and let's see, maybe that little brightness right there we'll have to look at. Possibly see what happens is when you look at this in a dual pole format, things that are the same coming out of the sky, like raindrops and or hailstones, it will color coordinate the same color. And then when you start looking at something that's different, obviously pieces of leaves and twigs, maybe even some insulation, wood, when it gets lofted in the sky, it looks different to the radar, and so it classifies it with a different color. And it allows us to look at a tornado debris signature, is what we call that. And it's not popping out quite yet, but what has popped out is the shear that we've seen with that storm. So, hey, David, yes. All right, we're going. Yeah, we can't. All right, so here's the lightning. Yes, yeah. Look at that. And we've said all along, we were saying earlier, this is Orion showing our lightning, and there's a correlation between groups of lightning and a tornado. It's a study that's been going on just recently, probably in the last 10 or 15 years, and so you follow the lightning. Now look at this. In this view alone, how about that? 538 cloud to ground lightning strikes. That would be just like continuous. I'd be really anxious to see video if somebody ever had any of that out there along about I-20. I'm sure it is just, it sounds like just bombs are going off with that much lightning. That's just in the last 15 minutes we've had that many lightning strikes. Wow. And so that, as we look at that, say, yeah, that's all that energy right there. We're probably looking at a tornado. Now, we don't have any confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but it's certainly a large possibility right along I-20. And we'll watch this now as it makes its path more towards our region, into Haralson County and into Carroll County. Again, listening to me in Cleveland County, you should already be in your tornado safety place. If you are in those counties, or Haralson and Carroll, you need to be thinking about that, because that is where the storm is headed. So as we, again, go back to Fox 5 Live Viper, you can see there's the shear marker going on. Here's, if we can pop that skit right there, Ryan, and see what our latest information is on that. Now, look at the hail now. 3 1/4 inches. We're starting to get near baseball size hail with this storm, and the shear in this storm now at 92 miles an hour, topping out at 35,000 feet. No doubt 100% chance of hail, but 3.25 inches. So you're talking about something about that large going up and down within the thunderstorm cloud. Can you imagine the power of the updraft that's sending that up to get even larger? eventually it's going to let loose and fall to the ground. And that in itself, you can get just a rush of wind coming out. Doesn't even have to have any rotation to it that can do some damage as well. Again, this area right in here. There you go. Yes, that is, that is a typical, that is a textbook echo, textbook couplet of looking at a tornado right there in Cleveland County, Alabama. Now, we don't have any confirmation from law enforcement or emergency managers of a tornado on the ground, but certainly it would not surprise me at all. So here we go. This is heading down toward the radar. This is moving away from the radar site. The radar site back here in Peachtree City. Or is this, they're using Birmingham here, I think. Is this we're Birmingham's radar. So Birmingham's radar is that way. So this is moving this way, and this is moving away. There you go. Wow. All right. So heads up there is at Ranburn. That's just to the north of you. So out south of I-20, Cleveland County, and moving still off to that east-northeast, 30, 35 miles an hour. We've added now, since if you're just joining us, we're watching this like a hail core. Wow. That's something else. Yeah, we've seen that hail, baseball-sized hail. I think that's what we're going to see just to the south of Heflin when I'd like to see some images of that. Now, don't go out if you're listening to me. You don't go out yet. Wait till all this is done. Wait till it's behind you, and the hail's not going to melt that quick. And we'd love to see some pictures and images of that. And then here's this appendage hanging down that not so much. Sometimes reflectivity will pick up even some debris in its own right, and you've seen a debris ball even in reflectivity. I'm not saying that's what that is, but a lot of times I'll see that little piece that's right there. That could be a possibility of something that the tornado's already picked up, and it's seen as reflectivity, but it's not. It's debris. Again, yes, Ryan?
I was going to add on real quick as far as what you're seeing on radar, the National Weather Service out of Birmingham, they have confirmed as far as a radar-indicated tornado right where you're pointing. So you are using the radar to show exactly where that point is. And I just want to let you know that the National Weather Service is now using that aggressive wording as far as radar-indicative tornado instead of a possible tornado. So the wording has changed just slightly, and that was as of about 5 minutes ago, or less than 5 seconds ago, pretty much, because it's happening right now.
And I'm sure I don't know much about Cleveland County. I've been out I-20, been through Heflin. I can imagine this is some sort of maybe a farmland forestry, not densely populated. Obviously, there's no town there right now, so it's hard to get a confirmation. But this is going to be heading into areas that is populated, that is communities. And so that's why you need to be on the guard and on the lookout. Man, that hail core just continues to expand right there. This is unbelievable when you start seeing in the southeast baseball-size hail. That's the updrafts that we're seeing that can support such an object. Wow, it's unbelievable. All right, so here's what I want to do also, show you the larger picture. There's a couple cells there north of Huntsville, but this is one here, but we've also had one kind of splintered off there and heading toward northwest Georgia, and we've got heavier rain in middle Georgia, and the showers have kind of moved out of the metro area. And the red that you see there indicating the tornado watch that's been expanded until 10 o'clock this evening, includes most of metro Atlanta and northwest Georgia. So you can see how things have kind of cleared out of the metro area and cleared in a couple ways. One, the rain is cleared out, but in places the sky cleared out, and we got the sunshine, but we still have the juicy air mass. We still have all that rich tropical moisture in place, and it is really buoyant. And so, boom, you get these thunderstorms that are just firing up. So we had some showers in and around the metro area, but see, these have all moved away. They've moved off. There you go, kind of rapidly off to the east, northeast. Now we wait on these storms, and you can see this one right here. This in Cleveland County, Alabama, with the active warning. And you got one up here in what would be DeKalb County, Alabama, not DeKalb County, Georgia, but DeKalb County, Alabama. There's like a severe thunderstorm warning, and that has its sights set on Floyd County and Rome. So you folks in the western counties, you're starting to get into the act. You kind of missed out. Northwest Georgia did, at least earlier today, with a round of severe weather. Well, here comes your piece now, mainly because you just didn't get your atmosphere stabilized. No, it's going to get kind of ramped up. So this cell now heading toward places like Bomar and Tucker Crossroads and Noah in the next 7, 9, 10 minutes. And then this is Floyd County right here. So it's coming that direction, Chautauqua County up in Somerville. But this is the monster right there, the certainly supercell structure with this, and likely tornado. So Abracucci and Hopewell. If you're listening to me right there, man, oh man, you need to be in your tornado safety place. How about along State Highway 45 there in Alabama, just to the south of I-20? Tremendous amount of hail and tremendous amount of wind. Even if you're not getting the circulation with this storm, the sheer, just the possibility of a tornado, you're getting tremendous wind right here, right up into Hopewell, that can do damage as well. When we're talking winds, and you see these in the supercells, up to 70 miles an hour. Can you imagine that? Just a straight line wind of 70 miles an hour. You see what that does. You can knock down walls, get up under the eaves of roofs, take roofs off, knock trees down, power lines down, and the whole bit. So it's why in this situation, you need to make sure that you've got your Fox 5 Storm Team app, because you can be watching us. Even if the power goes off, you can still watch us. You also get your warnings even with the power out. So great news there. So there's a couple, almost maybe a couple vortices working there. Wow, that's something else. There you go, to and from the radar site. There's some shear going on. There is no doubt. I'd be anxious to see what's going to come of this as in the hours that we roll on through. So here you go. Now, Bowden, Mount Zion, Waco. This is in Carroll County, Tallapoosa up there in Haralson County. You need to be on guard. You need to be ready to go to your safe place, because that storm is coming your way. Again, baseball size hail, 3 1/4 inches. Look at the BTI, the Barron Tornado Index, on that scale of 1 to 10. Wow, it's up 7. It's been hovering right around 7. Storm topping out there at 40,000 feet. Now off to the east-northeast at 35 miles an hour. And we know that there's hail with, oh man, did you see that, Ryan? Go back to that right quick. Look at this, look what the hail went up to. 4-inch diameter hail. Now we're getting near softball size hail. That's what this storm is producing. Softball size hail, very, very likely just to the south of Heflin. Now, again, we've talked about the hail and the updraft that would support something like that. Can you imagine? No wonder there's the possibility of a tornado. And then look at all the lightning that we have out there. Wow. We had over 500 so lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. North of Fulton, this is all in Cleveland County right here, just outside of Fruithurst. Constant lightning. And we say follow the lightning and it'll lead you to the tornado when it's that concentrated. 427 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. It's almost continuous. Well, I think it would be continuous in a lot of spots. That storm has no sights, it looks like, of slowing down even as it starts knocking on the door of the Georgia-Alabama line right out I-20 way. So it'd be interesting to see if we had a camera. Yeah, there we go. Wow. Look at that signature right there. Man, that is a tornado. That is just what that is. And look at that shear now. 85 miles an hour going toward the radar site. What do you think that value is? Oh, look at that. 76 miles an hour. This is a tornado on the ground. It has to be with the values like that there in Cleveland County, Alabama. That's 150, 160 mile an hour shear. Are you kidding me? That's going to mess up some things, no doubt. Not taking it lightly. I mean, that's a serious business. So I'm kind of waiting on, with a storm of that magnitude, of the National Weather Service office here in Atlanta, now extending that tornado warning to include Carroll County, maybe even portions of Haralson County, but certainly Carroll County. Bowden, watch out for this storm for you. I'm sorry, what did you say? We have some live pictures out of Tallapoosa. Oh, this should be interesting. Let me see the live pictures out of Tallapoosa. Just pictures, all right. Looking off to the west, can't see much of a storm structure there. You can see that we did get some breaks in the clouds. You can see that it's not totally overcast. But, man, I bet that is such a towering cumulonimbus cloud. It would be, almost breathtaking to see off to the west. But there you go. Those are some images out of Tallapoosa looking off to the west as those storms build out of Cleveland County. And this is the storm now with hail up to 4 inches in diameter. The BTI's climbed to 7.1. Softball size hail and a tremendous amount of shear. So this is a very, very dangerous storm. So I'm hoping you're heeding the warning there in southern Cleveland County. Now, if you're up towards Fruithurst, you're getting some rough weather, but you're not getting the tornadic storm. It's not going to come your way. I don't think it's going to hook that direction. It's going to continue to kind of move in this way, east-northeast at 35 miles an hour. So here we go. We got some time. Mount Zion moving into Waco in the next 24, 25 minutes or so. This is time now that you can make sure you know where you're going to go when that tornado warning gets extended your area, because this is a serious, serious weather situation out to our west, right in east central Alabama. So there you go. Ryan Beasley driving the Fox 5 Live Viper. Again, there you go. There's your wind speed still very, very high. We had that really bright couplet there just a moment ago. And these things will cycle through. It's almost like a living organism. It'll spin up, and then it'll go back up into the cloud, then it'll come back down, and then it'll maybe flatten out a little bit, and then it'll ramp right back up, depending on what type of environment this is going to be running into. And this, evidently, they've got some breaks in the clouds out this way, and so there's nothing that's really going to slow this thing down as far as the intensity. Now, once it gets a little further to the east, perhaps that'll happen. One, we're going to be losing the heat of the day, but we've got the forcing mechanism of the big front that still has to come through us. So that'll be something that we're watching. There's that very, very large hail core, no doubt, across the region. Let me see if I can go back to, oh, wow, look at that image. Unbelievable, right there on Fox 5 Live Viper. So, yeah, we're going to see some streets now as we start getting closer to Georgia. And this storm kind of trying to ramp up, too, moving into Floyd County. That's a severe thunderstorm warning, but this is the one that has the hook to it. This is the one that has the possible tornado. You see how we're kind of cleared things out here in Metro Atlanta nicely, and then we got some showers and storms down toward Macon. They're not severe right now, and then quiet in the North Georgia mountains. So we kind of knew this was going to happen. You know, things went according to plan with the warm front this morning and the storms that we had, and we had one active warning, kind of a spin up with that. And then we saw a lot of heavy rain. I mean, the problem in Metro Atlanta is we're dealing with, now we just have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Carrollton and for Carroll County and for Haralson County. So it looks like they're not going to extend the tornado warning. They're going to continue with the severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds up to 70 miles an hour and probably some large hail. So, Ryan, you got something?
Yeah, yep. It's until 6:15. I just wanted to bring you the latest information on that. It's until 6:15, and it does include Carroll County. So that's where we are. I guess they're not continuing the tornado warning is the best way to word that. We are switching offices as far as going from Birmingham National Weather Service to Peachtree City National Weather Service. And sometimes those meteorologists, they talk over the phone to make sure that they issue the proper warning based on what the storm has been producing or what it's capable of doing. But nonetheless, severe thunderstorm warning right now for Carroll County until 6:15. However, we are still tracking some significant rotation within this storm. So I would not be surprised if we do see a brief spin up, even though the wording is severe thunderstorm at this time. Again, that's until 6:15. And just because they issue a severe thunderstorm warning doesn't mean that we're in the clear as far as getting in on a tornado warning that is reissued. So that's something that we're going to be watching very closely. I have not heard of any reports from the Cleburne County area as far as any damage or any possible sightings of a tornado. The only confirmation that I have seen through a storm spotter was a wall cloud along Highway 19, but that's about it as far as what we are seeing as far as the immediate threat. But we do want to keep a very close eye on this situation, David.
Certainly we are, and that certainly the structure of that storm, it's interesting. What's going to happen is it crosses the state line and moves on into west central Georgia with the potential of some very damaging winds and some really, really large hail. And again, we've been following the lightning, too. Here it is, a number of lightning strikes in this area now. It's getting closer right along I-20, 400-something lightning strikes. Man, that's a heck of a storm. That is a supercell thunderstorm, no doubt. And we're going to be examining this for the next time period, all right? So for the next 30, 45 minutes at least. Maybe the circulation for them has gotten, well, see, that's a nice couplet right there. I really don't understand why this is not extended into a tornado warning in for Carroll County. The Weather Service, as Ryan says, they're kind of switching offices. Perhaps they're thinking that this is moving into a different environment here in Carroll County. I don't know how the storm knows that there's a line right there, but we'll see. And you can see there's the hail core, and then here's the little appendage hanging down. and then a little bit of an inflow. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right there in southern Cleveland County, moving into western Carroll County. Now, Tallapoosa, Buchanan, you're going to get some wind, you're going to get some rain, you're probably even going to get some hail. We'll see if that rolls towards Tallapoosa. It's leaving Fruithurst right now, and it's left Heflin, so Heflin's in the clear right now. But right along I-20, there's going to be some cars messed up with some hail. We saw that hail as large as softball no more than about 10 minutes ago. So wouldn't want to be traveling on I-20. If you got somebody that's heading out that way, tell them they need to go under one of the service stations, the convenience stores and so forth, to get off the interstate there at I-20. So that is certainly the area that's going to be pounded by this large hail. Now the storm's still trying to roll up towards Rome. So we got a bunch of shear markers on there, Ryan, no doubt. Look at the hail core in this right there. Wow. And it's right along the Georgia-Alabama line right now. So here we go, drawing a storm track on that. So now it takes it into Bowden now in the next 14 minutes. Ranburn there in Cleveland County in the next 6 minutes. Union Hill, it's on top of you now. Same for Trickham there in Cleveland County. But you can see as we drew that, Mount Zion and Carrollton is going to be under the gun in the next half hour for sure with this storm. In Mount Zion, right along I-20, just outside of Bremen, you're going to start seeing this large hail momentarily, just in the next 15, 20 minutes. Very, very large, damaging hail, and with that, winds probably up to 60 and 70 miles an hour. So we just got a new scan. Look how it's traveled right into Georgia right now on I-20. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, in effect, I think, until about 6:30 or so. At least for the next little bit. And then here's your hail. There's your appendage right now. So that is what we're looking at. All right, so here we go. We're going to look at the storm in 3 dimensions. And this is our Fox 5 Live Viper in 3D. And you can see the updraft. And this is what I don't like seeing right here. You see that little right there? That is a descending reflectivity core. And I think that's what would look like if we had a tornado. And that is showing that updraft right there. Here's the hail right here, all right? And then there's the downdraft, and then there's this thing kind of hanging down. And that to me, that looks like a tornado, does it not? It does to me. I mean, from what I've seen through the years, the hail's way up here. That looks like a tornado on the ground. And when we looked at that shear a moment ago, and we had some 140 mile an hour shear, that was something else. Look at the hail that's in this, and that's that hail that's been brought up. I mean, just a huge updraft when you've got 4-inch diameter hail, softball size hail. And this is the storm. It's now headed right towards Bowden and Mount Zion. So if I'm in Bowden, even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning, I get it. I'm going to my tornado safety place. This is one heck of a storm right here. And I'm also making sure that I've got a helmet on, make sure I've got shoes on, make sure I'm in the interior of the home in western Carroll County right now. And same for eastern Cleveland County, Alabama, right near Ranburn. So if you're out that way, and you know folks that live out that way, make sure they know what's going on. I'm sure they know what's going on. I'm sure with that lightning continuous and the thunder that they're seeing and the damaging wind and the roar that they're going to hear with this is going to be something else. So here you go. There's Mount Zion and Carrollton about to bear down on Bowden as we speak right now. Coming, there's the state line. Again, I-20. There's the hail, as I was talking about, just right along the interstate. Waco, here comes your hail. It's going to be fairly small at first, and then probably increase in intensity. Now, the latest information shows the hail down to 3-inch in diameter. The BTI still at 7. So it's maintained that level on the scale of 1 to 10. The hail's come down a little bit, but you just can't sustain 4-inch hail very long. But it tells me that once that hail falls, it's getting replenished by something else. If the latest scan shows the hail right at 3 inches once again. And again, that severe thunderstorm warning, till 6:15 is what that is in store for. This appendage hanging down, that really, really concerns me as it makes its way across the line. What we have on there is called a shear marker, and shows where the rotation is. And boy, that's right there on that hook. I mean, if you take out your meteorology textbook, this is what this looks like when you're dealing with a supercell thunderstorm and a tornado. I mean, boom, that's it. What have we seen, Ryan? Can you go back to the correlation coefficient? See if we can pick up any Well, I think that's debris right there. I think that's debris lofted right there in Cleveland. See the blue that's right there? That's got to be some debris, something other than rainfall that has been picked up by the radar. That's got to be limbs and twigs and leaves and dirt and that sort of thing. So certainly that's now heading towards Bowden.
Warning for Carroll County.
Well, now we have a tornado warning for Carroll County. So yeah, they're looking at the same thing that I'm looking at to issue that warning into Carrollton and Carroll County. So it's about to cross the line. So if I'm in and around Bowden right now, I'm in my tornado safety place. This is not the time to go out and look. This is not the time to check things out. This is the time to act. This is the time to go to your safe place. A basement's the best place. If you don't have a basement, then interior room, closet, bathroom, someplace in the middle of the structure, down on the first floor. Make sure you protect your head. Make sure you have something on your feet. Make sure that you're, got the kids taken care of as well. Pets as well. Bring the pets on in. This is a very serious situation there in Carroll County. So the storm now bearing down on Bowden in 8 minutes, Mount Zion in 15, Carrollton in 24. And it's kind of making a beeline now to the east. So not a lot of turning to this. What's that? East at
35.
East at 35. All right. Very, very good. So, wow, look at that hook right there in Ranburn. And there's Bowden. There's the hail core. I mean, that's what your eye goes to. I get it. And that's bad. This is worse. That is worse right down there. And then you start seeing a little bit of a couplet. And there, yeah, certainly. There it is. Right there. Wow. Right on the line. So just to the north of Bowden right now. Maybe we can drill down even more and see if there's a couple roads that are out there. Oh, look at the BTI. That's still at 7. Hail's down to 2.75. I say down. That's really large hail. Was up to 4. Topping out 36,000 feet. And then what's the movement there? 35 miles an hour. So, again, Mount Zion in 17. Carrollton in the next 25 minutes. So, tornado warning for Carroll County until 6:15. There's the couplet that we look at. See right there? See how the red and green come together? That's certainly an indicator, a very strong indicator. And so that's why I am, that's why we're on the air, obviously, but that's why we're telling folks to go to their safe place just to the north of Bowden right now. I-20's up to the top right there. Wow, look at that. Look at that couplet right there. That is something else. Something is getting lofted, no doubt. No doubt at all. And we saw that descending reflectivity core when we went to Fox 5 Live Viper in 3 dimensions, where it's kind of like an MRI of the thunderstorm. We kind of go inside of it to see. All right, so Mount Zion, you're probably going to get some hail here in just a minute, probably some hail and heavy rain falling in Waco. And we're looking at, see that tight gradient there, so there's really some strong winds there, in addition to the possible tornadic winds down there moving toward Bowden. So Bowden and Carrollton. We got students over at West Georgia, University of West Georgia. Now's a good time to call them. Make sure, here it is into the evening hours. Make sure they've got a plan of where they're going to go in their apartment or their dorm, because this storm is heading that direction. Now, I'm not saying that's going to hit West Georgia. I'm just saying if I had kids at West Georgia, I'd be letting them know, hey, there's a big storm coming your way. So it's right there in Carrollton. And so we'll see if this continues that easterly path, but it certainly doesn't seem like it has any signs of slowing down or decreasing in intensity. So there it is, just on the doorstep of Bowden. Mount Zion's about to get rocked. We've gone back to the velocity mode, and sometimes, remember, this thing's going to cycle through, so is each volume scan, meaning when the radar sweeps by, and I'm sure they're using the sales method out there at the Weather Service as we scan the radar, kind of going back and forth rather than a whole volume scan, so we can get it to you quicker. And here's Ranburn, Bowden, and there is our potential and likely tornado. Okay, so right now with that scan, the BTI is down to 5. That's better, 1.75. It just doesn't mean things are all clear. Just means things haven't ramped up again like they were no more than about 15, 20 minutes ago. So Mount Zion in 11 minutes, Carrollton 16, Villa Rica in 27. This is an active tornado warning for Carroll County. Now, we still have it for Cleveland County, but you can see that storm's really crossed the state line right now. So you're Heflin, you're there in I-20, you're in the clear, you're good. Not so much in Mount Zion and in Bowden. Let me do this. Let me go back up to this particular scan, and you can see that how the rain extends up into Buchanan and Tallapoosa, but the core of the storm is south of that. All right, so this is the vantage point. We got a storm now moving into Chattooga County, but it's not severe. This is the one that we really have our eye on, and you don't see any others building back across the area. Not yet, anyway, but I expect that to happen with the arrival of the front. We still got some rain down towards the lake country, nothing here in town, and we just kind of sit here and wait and say, I wonder how far that storm, that supercell that's out there across Alabama is going to make it if it parallels I-20 and starts heading toward the city. So there's a flashing going on with the warning, but obviously the storm has moved on through. Another storm trying to ramp up in Randolph County, Alabama, there in Wedowee, but it's the one in Carroll County right now that gathers all the attention. We expanded Storm Prediction Center, the tornado watch there for north and northwest Georgia until 10 o'clock tonight. With these supercells firing up, we figured that was going to happen, and then they extended the watch, and that's going to be with us until 10 down in middle Georgia until 8 o'clock. So let's go back to that storm there. It's in Carroll County and on Fox 5 Live Viper, and we'll kind of drill down into it, and we'll put a new storm track on it as it makes its way toward Bowden right now. So there's Mount Zion, there's Bowden. There's quite the inflow there. That's all hail. And then this is moving off in this direction. So Mount Zion in 12, Carrollton in the next 20 minutes or so. I understand we have some pictures or video of some hail from Alabama. Maybe you see the size of this hail. Does anybody know where that is from? There you go. Oh, wow, look at that. That's getting almost baseball size. That's in Talladega County. That's where we first started. Ryan Beasley and I were looking at that storm in Talladega and waiting on the warning of it. And then it happened. And then the storm now marched from Talladega toward Heflin right there in Cleveland County. And now it's made its way into Carroll County, Georgia, as an active tornado warning. So in Bowden right now. So here it comes, Bowden, and you're in your place. You're in your safe shelter right now. You are in your tornado safety place, or you should be. Mount Zion's about to get hit with hail. Hail along I-20 right now. Heavy rain up in Tallapoosa. I've gone to the correlation coefficient in one of the dual-pole modes, trying to see if we see any sort of a tornado debris signature. It's kind of muddled at best, but perhaps just the outskirts of Bowden. How about, well, that was with a hail swath. Wow, yeah, no doubt. Tremendous amount of hail. No worries. And then let's just see what the shear swath looks like with that. There it goes, yep. So the red indicating very, very high winds. And look how everything's just kind of holding together. And the general motion off to the east right there. So just to the north of Bowden is where this cell is right now. Listening to me in Carroll County, in your tornado safety place right now. If you're in Whitesburg, I think you're okay. If you're down in Heard County, you're okay. If you're up north of that, up in much of Haralson County, I think you're all right. Your weather radio and your Fox 5 Storm Team app, if you program for Haralson County, probably went out with a tornado warning. It looks like that you're going to miss the tornado warning, miss the tornado though, but the warning allows you to see that we're going to have some hail your way and probably some gusty winds. But the Weather Service kind of included you in that. So there we go, pushing towards Carrollton now in the next 19 minutes. And we said if you know people in Carrollton, give them a call. Look at that hail swath. You know, anything that we see there in the blacks and the grays indicating very, very large hail. We saw the images just now from Talladega. We had on our storm skit here up to 4 inches in diameter hail. Wow. There's 2 inches now in the latest scan and 5 on the BTI. The BTI was up to 7, down to 5. That's a nice trend that we see. I'd like to see it all the way down to nothing, right? But we haven't seen that. How about last 15 minutes? Lightning, follow the lightning, and we're following it right there on I-20. It is just peppering I-20. 539 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. Almost continuous. Well, it would be continuous in one spot. And then now just to the north of Bowden, I think is where the strongest winds are. So Bowden, you folks are in your tornado safety place, and I'm getting there in Carrollton as we gear up for the storm rolling into a fairly populated area now. It was out in the countryside of southern Cleveland County, Alabama. Now it's starting to affect where people are, homes, businesses. So there you go. Let's zoom in. There's Jonesville, there's Bowden, Farmers High. There you go. Right almost, what road is this right here coming down through Bowden? West College, okay. That's very good. Yep. All right. That's good.
Street, Indian Creek Road. That's where the storm is. Pretty heavy rainfall, even a little bit of circulation there. West College Road through Bowden. Jonesville, make sure that you're in your safe zone right now near North Jonesville Road.
Right.
It looks like that road goes north to south over towards anywhere towards Burwell Road. That's where we could have a little bit of
and there's
warning.
Carrollton.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. So we don't like seeing something like that. So perhaps now what's happened is, remember how we were tightly packed earlier? Now we may be seeing this thunderstorm kind of be a bigger, larger, rotating thunderstorm. Now, what that means is probably the wind speeds aren't as strong as when it was so tight, but it may affect more of an area with wind speeds up to 60 and 70 miles an hour. So we're not seeing that really, really tight couplet of earlier, but we are seeing some broad rotation. So that means between Bowden and Mount Zion and Carrollton, you have the more potential to see some wind damage there with this cell. So even though it doesn't have that classic tornado look right now, doesn't mean that A, it can't reform, or B, you're not going to have any sort of things getting knocked down, because that's going to happen with a cell such as this, the supercell. So now we have a traffic camera out on I-20, I do believe, and you can see, oh, look at that as you look off. See how we had those right there at the Georgia-Alabama line, and folks are moving fairly slowly right there. And we probably had some hail, but you see those clouds there just kind of billowing, and we've got breaks in the clouds, and that helped fuel some of these fires, some of these storms out there. It was like throwing gas on the fire. Had to get a drink of water there. Thank you very much. All right. And so that's I-20. Is that right at the Georgia-Alabama line? Is that where that is? I believe so. It's obviously traffic's moving, but it's not zooming by at a record pace, and you can kind of see some breaks in the clouds. So that was up here underneath the banner. That's I-20. So all this is kind of south of I-20. So Mount Zion, Carrollton, Waco, that's the areas that we've been looking at for some hail and some very heavy rainfall. Now it looks like the rotation has moved to the east of Bowden, about to bear down on Carrollton. So again, you know somebody in Carrollton, say, hey, storm's coming your way. Need to take shelter right now. We're still looking at a pretty good shear amount there, not what it was in Cleveland County, but I'm trying not to downplay this because that's a serious deal. And you can see how the shear swath has continued just to the north of Bowden right now. So that's quite a bit of shear. Anytime you see that red in there. So yeah, look how it's just kind of stayed together on each of the scans from the radar. Very, very powerful. There's the hail core. Typically, you get the hail core north of where you're seeing the possible tornado. So that goes in line with the very, very strong hail that we saw, the very large hail up as big as softball size hail. We saw the pictures of baseball size. So that certainly softball is not too far off from the realm of possibility. How about this right there? Lightning strikes now ramped up to 631. Somebody's getting peppered big time with a lot of lightning and thunder. I'm sure that it's very, very kind of scary sounding out there to I-20 and just to the south there in Carrollton. We got some more pictures, perhaps there of what do we have pictures of? All right, there we go. That's that hail. Yeah, the hail that we're seeing right there in that was in Talladega County, Alabama. Look how large that is. That is truly some baseball-sized hail. All right. So let's look at, let me go back to this, Ryan. I want to give it a big overview here. And listen, if you're out that way and once that storm has passed and you can safely send us some images, please do so. And do that at the hashtag Fox5Storm. We'd really appreciate that because that helps verify kind of what we're seeing out there. Quiet in the metro area. Seeing the storm there in Chattooga County up near Somerville. It is not severe. The severe storm is right there in Carroll County. This is our lone supercell of the late afternoon. And you can see that we're quiet in town. Yeah, we are. Until this storm comes rumbling this way. And we'll see how much this holds together now as it makes its way out I-20 into maybe even Douglas County and then into town. And so we've got another traffic camera of I-20. We'll see what's going on out there on I-20. Well, look at that. That's at Interstate 20 and Highway 1, Georgia 1. So that's way out there to the west. And, man, you can see, oh, this is great. Look at it, moving the camera for us. Great. And notice something. There's very few cars out there on that road. Yeah, people are heeding the warning of not going out. Plus, who wants to get their car pelted by large hail? And that's what we have seen. I bet there's some people parked underneath the underpass. That's not usually a wise move. I know you're protecting yourselves from the hail, but not a wise move when it comes to trying to protect yourself from a tornado. Now, the tornado's not there on I-20, but these people probably don't know that. But that's, again, if there's just food for thought for you folks of not hiding up underneath, because that really funnels the wind, and there's been more injuries and fatalities of people doing that than just staying out into the open. Of course, the best thing is to just not go some structure, and that's the safest place to be. But look at those cars hiding underneath there with the rain and the hail.
And David, I just want to add on to your point real quick. That backs up traffic.
Yeah.
That's one thing you forget. I've seen so many pictures from storm chasers out in the Midwest just stopping underneath these overpasses, blocking all of the lanes, and then traffic gets backed up beyond that. And it becomes a very dangerous situation, just to add on to your point there, as far as seeing a dangerous situation and trying to avoid it. Because look at that semi racing in there to that overpass, and cars are stopped on both sides of the interstate, and sometimes folks even stop in the middle of the lane. So proceed with extreme caution. If you have friends right now over in Carroll County, give them a call. Let them know that there's a tornado warning still in effect for Carroll County, and it looks like it's headed right for the campus of West Georgia, and even downtown Carrollton could potentially be in the bullseye, David, and we're going to continue to pay close attention to that cell.
All right, so Ryan had to take a look at the Fox 5 Live Viper over there, and we'll kind of drill down. This is becoming a little bit more ragged right now. It doesn't have that great storm structure that we had next door in Alabama. Remember where we had the hail up top, and then we had the appendage hanging down, and we had the hook working. Now we got a little bit of an appendage, but it doesn't look as robust. Now, what we have to look out for is this thing cycles. Perhaps we'll get something cycling out here towards Carrollton. Right now, it's probably just some very strong winds up to 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour. And then also the hail has been up here in Mount Zion. Pop it on that skit right there, Ryan, and we'll see what that hail is up towards Mount Zion and see if it's come down at all. Yeah, it has. See, 1.5 inches hail. That's larger than a golf ball, but it's not 4 inches, what we had earlier. And the BTI is down to 4.8. That's really nice news. East at 37. So that part of the storm heading toward Mount Zion. It's right there now, really, and then holding together into Villa Rica in the next 26 minutes. So, again, if you're just joining us, thanks for hanging with us. So we got an active tornado warning for Carroll County. If you don't know where Carroll County is, it's off to the west of Metro Atlanta, right along the Georgia-Alabama line. Let me give you a better vantage point. There you go. Here we are here. This is the cell. And we've gone through a whole day of severe weather. We had the storms this morning, and we've had some flooding going on with the torrential rainfall. In fact, Atlanta itself picked up over 3.5 inches of rain. So we've had flash flood warnings in effect, places like Fulton County, Cobb County, Gwinnett County. We've had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Then we kind of had a bit of a lull for just a little bit, and now we're kind of ramping things back up with what we thought was going to happen with these supercells in the breaks in the clouds in the day, and then we're just kind of firing up, waiting on the front to move through. So up here in northwest Georgia, they didn't get kind of steamrolled by some rain earlier today, so they're a little bit more volatile, and that's certainly been the case out here in Carroll County. What's going to be interesting, though, if you remember earlier today, once you made your way into Douglas County and Paulding County and eventually Fulton County, we had a bunch of rain, had a bunch of storms today, so we'll see what that does to the storm as it moves into that type of atmosphere. All right, so we got some new images, new pictures coming in from the west. This is out in Temple, Georgia. Yeah, out there in Temple, just out I-20. And it looks like that not much is going on. You know, there's maybe some storms off in the distance. Looks like traffic's flowing pretty good. Doesn't look like it's raining too hard, and I don't see any wind whipping there. It's hard to tell in that particular vantage point. And we probably had some small hail out there, but nothing too grand. I think the hail has been confined over towards Mount Zion there in Carroll County. But that's in Temple, out to the west of the city. All right, so back to Fox 5 Live Viper, and we'll show you here in town. We're quiet, but you can see how the storm is looming out there. Still getting some more rain in Paulding County. And then this is the cell that's prompted the tornado warning for Carroll County. And you see some heavy rain, maybe some hail up towards Buchanan there in Haralson County. But the warning for the tornadoes, just Carroll. We had a severe thunderstorm warning up there in Haralson County, and another cell trying to fire up in Wedowee, but it's not as robust. But have to watch it moving in over across the West Point Lake, Franklin, and down toward LaGrange and Roanoke in Randolph County. The structure of the storm, I would say, is not what it was. It still has the possibility of some damaging wind and some large hail. The lightning has been relentless, so you're going to have to deal with that. We've had numerous reports of lightning fires all across Metro Atlanta from the storms of earlier today, so we certainly don't want to downplay that, and we don't downplay the amount of rainfall that's out there as well. I mean, we focus so much on the damaging winds and the possibility of tornadoes that those other modes of severe weather sometimes get overlooked, and we certainly don't want to do that. So there's Carrollton, there's State Highway, what is that, 81? No, 61, my bad, 61, yeah. Between that, between Shady Grove, yeah, Highway 20, US 27 heads south out of Carrollton. And so right now the storm is over Carrollton. And so hopefully people there are in their tornado safety zone, safety place, interior room of a house, basement, closet, bathroom, someplace in the interior away from windows and doors. So this is the time that you're going to do that in and around Carrollton. I think if you're in Mount Zion, I think you're getting in the clear. So you can come out of your safety place there in Mount Zion. Ditto that for Bowden. The storm has passed Bowden. If you're in Bowden right now and you have the opportunity to snap a couple pictures for us because the storm's moved on out, make sure it's not lightning anymore out there in Bowden, and you've got some hail or something on the ground, shoot it our way there at hashtag Fox5Storm. Hashtag Fox5Storm on Facebook and Twitter. We'd love to see some of your images. Again, Ryan Beasley driving the Fox 5 Live Viper, and you can still see I'd say that's probably broad rotation with this. We don't have that tight couplet that we had earlier this afternoon over in Cleveland County. So, again, this indicating it's moving away from the radar site, this moving toward, and so you start seeing that circulation right there just to the west of Carrollton. Notice it's moved past Bowden. That's what I'm saying. If you're out there, and certainly if you had any damage, you see anything, trees down and so forth, please send it to us because we like to verify if indeed that's what was going on out your way. We know that the hail fell. We've seen images of that already, and large hail at that. And that is probably going to continue. But notice with this, with hail swath here, what's interesting is the core of the hail. Look at the blacks and the silvers indicating larger hail, and then it kind of gets smaller as it makes its way into I-20, meaning that most of it was deposited there, and this hail here is not as large. Still some hail, though, and still fairly large hail. Anything bigger than a quarter to me is really, really large hail and can do some damage, dent cars and roofs and so forth. So here we go with our ragged supercell thunderstorm. We're holding on to the tornado warning for Carroll County until 6:15. Oh my, though, look at this. A couple things. The hail size is smaller. I was showing you that with the hail swath, but the BTI is ramped right back up to 7.1. How about that? So that's a little bit higher than it was a couple of scans ago. Villa Rica, 19 minutes. Here comes the storm your way. So it's storming right now in Carrollton. I'm in Carrollton. I'm in my tornado safety place. Not so much in Villa Rica, not yet, but I'm thinking about it with the storm coming this way. But really the possibility of the rotation is down more toward Carrollton. So I'd be more concerned if I lived out here in southern Douglas County than I am in Villa Rica and or Douglasville. Although the storm's coming your way and capable of the wind and the hail and the lightning. The lightning has been relentless in a lot of spots. And there you go. We're plotting our wind going away from the radar site there, 30, 40 miles an hour. We try to see where we got inbound and outbound and get that shear and that rotation. And we had it earlier, didn't we, over in Cleveland County? Don't see that much right now. And the storm structure is not what we've seen earlier either. But still, it's bearing down on Carrollton. Let me see what it looks like on our radar and the lightning. And Ryan just clicked that on there. Number of strikes, nearly 700 in the last 15 minutes. That would be just unbelievable video to have, wouldn't it? If you had a camera out that way mounted and you can see that much lightning going on. Wow, making some noise too, no doubt. And we've said early on that in these events, in these supercells, when we kind of follow the lightning, we can kind of follow where a tornado might be with that much energy going on. All that hail going up the cloud and down the cloud, up the cloud to get larger. And you create quite the updraft. All right, let's go back to Fox 5 Live Viper. And here we are in the storm in Carroll County. There's the hail. Here's this appendage kind of hanging down, but it's that doesn't do much for me other than maybe some gusty winds just to the south of Carrollton. Got the other storm trying to ramp up down there in Randolph County, Alabama, and still some more storms. I see a couple out there in Birmingham, so we're certainly not done yet. I don't think that every one of these storms is going to ramp up into a supercell, but it has that possibility. That's the type of environment that we are in, and that's why we have the tornado watch until 10 o'clock this evening. Now, once we lose some of the solar energy, the sun's setting tonight at 8:02. We can kind of put a lid on some of it, but then we got the forcing of the front that wants to come in here. So we're in store for still some active hours ahead here in North Georgia. All right, Douglasville, this holding together. You've got less than a half hour before the storm arrives your way there in Douglas County. The potential there for that damaging wind and some hail and all that lightning is coming your way. So quite the line there. There you go. We put the squall on it. So here's some towns. Villa Rica, it's right on top of you right now. Douglasville in 15 minutes. Powder Springs in 18. Lithia Springs in 21. Clarkdale in 21. Austell in 22. Mableton in 27. So you get the idea. In the next half hour, it's going to start affecting some very populated areas. So it was out in the countryside of rural Alabama, not so much now as the supercell thunderstorm pulls to the east. Now, it is not as robust as it was, and hopefully it's running into an environment that's going to keep it that way. But we have to watch it nonetheless. And so that's certainly what we're going to do. There's Highway 27 going down into Carrollton. That's where some of the real large hail is going to be falling here momentarily. We still got the hail out here on I-20. We saw all those cars up underneath the underpass with the tower cam that we had out there, the traffic cam. And then in Carrollton, we get the rain and the wind, and we see some gusty winds, and maybe this little appendage kind of hanging down to the south. So hopefully people have heeded the warning and gone to their tornado safety place in and around Carrollton, in and around University of West Georgia, and the like, as we get into the 6 o'clock hour. You can see that's our only severe storm that we have in the metro area. We still had some storms down in middle Georgia. That area was under a high risk to see severe weather, something we don't see very often at all in our state. It happens maybe once every couple years, and today is the day. And we had the possibility of a tornado down in Sumter County, down near Americus. We also had the possibility of tornadoes in and around Cordele. And then on into middle Georgia, out by the Dublin area, right along I-16. And I'm sure the National Weather Service, when all is said and done, will go back out there and survey some of this, just like we probably go out there and see if there's anything that happened out towards Bowden in west central Georgia with this supercell coming out of Cleburne County, Alabama. So the rain shield continues to expand. So does the hail up to the north. Shady Grove, you're getting probably whipped pretty good by a storm. Cross Plains, here comes the storm your way. Carrollton, yeah, it's coming your way. Right now, it's on top of you, and it's going to be hopefully getting a little bit better as we go through time. Let's just take a look at the storm and what we call Fox 5 Viper in 3D. It's an MRI of the thunderstorm, and we can kind of dissect and go into it. We saw a descending reflectivity core back when it was back in Alabama. Now we just see a nice towering thunderstorm, updraft, sending the hail up to about probably 35,000 feet, and passing the freezing level somewhere around probably 12 or 14,000 feet. And so it gets even larger as it makes all those trips up and down the cumulonimbus cloud. We have some video or a picture out of, where's this? Carroll County. All right. This is out in Temple, and you see the large raindrops, and you think that looks like some hail to me out there that has kind of pooled up a little bit. And you get that with the release of a lot of hail in short order. It almost looks like it snows, but that's not snow. Oh, there you go. There's a nice hailstone. Look at that. Just fell right into the picture. Cue the hailstone. That's pretty good size right there. Ping pong ball size, I would think. A little larger than a golf ball. So that's out in Carroll County. So new information, I think, coming in where the tornado warning has been expired and allowed to expire. Great news there in Carroll County. Still, pretty strong thunderstorm, but they've even lifted the severe thunderstorm warning. So as we're going to track that storm, keep an eye on it as it makes its way along I-20, now moving into Douglas County and eventually into Fulton County, and probably, if it holds together, right into the downtown area. So we've got crews kind of fanned out all over the area looking for damage, and we've got flooding going on right now, and this will add to that, especially if it rolls over, obviously, the flooded areas. And then up in northwest Georgia, we'll watch that cell just to the outskirts of Calhoun. Ryan Beasley and I have been in the Fox 5 Storm Center monitoring this through the course of the afternoon. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be right here to take a look at those storms that continue to kind of fire up the supercells. We got a couple more hours of this to go before we kind of put a lid on it, and the lid's not going to happen until later on this evening. In fact, Ryan, if you can cue up the WSI computer for me, and we'll run through that forecast right quick. Put it into play, because we got the new computer models of the timing of this, and that will come into play of the next couple hours. So here we go. That's Fox 5 Live Viper. That's the storm that we're looking at. All right, no longer warned. Great news there. And as we get into the afternoon and early evening, here we go. Timeline, 7 o'clock. See, we still get a couple of these cells that are out there. And then they kind of fire up in town along about 8, 9 o'clock, even in the North Georgia mountains, the possibility. But notice how the line starts breaking apart and starts ending along about 10, 11 o'clock. And past the midnight hour, the line finally moves on out. And we see decreasing clouds. A few more clouds, though, kind of filter back in. This is going to be early on Thursday morning. No storms with that, just a few showers, and it's going to be much cooler. Temperatures there in the 40s and the 50s. And then tomorrow, man, the wind's going to blow. I mean, it's going to come right out of the west, 10 to 20 gusts higher than that. Wouldn't surprise me if we had a wind advisory through the day on Thursday, with temperatures very, very cool, but no storms. Once we get past tonight, the storms are going to go away. Here's our tornado watch. It was expanded up here in north and northwest Georgia till 10 o'clock. Kind of south of I-20 that goes till 8 o'clock, and I don't think that's going to be expanded. All right, so we've got crews fanned out covering the severe weather event for you. Going to send it back over to Russ and Constance.
All right, David, thanks so much. So glad that the storm there in Carrollton is losing at least some steam. Check out this video from one of the storms that caused all the damage in South Georgia. People in Cordele, east of America, say they thought it might have been a tornado. We're still waiting for confirmation on that. We do have team coverage tonight of the flooding and the storm damage across the area, including Fox 5's Christy Hutchings, Laura Neal, and Randy Travis.
Yeah, but first let's go to Jacqueline Schultz, where crews are out where rising floodwaters are a major concern. Jacqueline.
Yeah, well, in fact, firefighters had to rescue 5 city workers from their car here. I'm going to step aside so you can take a look at their cars stuck in this flood water. Now, firefighters told me that those city workers, some of them had even jumped on top of the roof of the cars to get away from the rising water. And finally, and fortunately, fire crews were able to get them all out safely. One of them right here is an Atlanta Public Works truck. The other is a watershed vehicle. Now take a look at this incredible video right now from Skyfox drone. This is an aerial look at Woodward Way. Incredible. This is actually the street right here, and you could see just how Peachtree Creek has pretty much overflowed into the streets. Now, I'm told that the crews were actually trying to put up those orange barriers in the back of one of those trucks onto the street when they got stuck here. Now, fire crews have been going around all this area and now other parts of Atlanta to rescue people driving into the water. Now, the warning from them tonight: if you see water in the road, drive the other way and circle back around. Do not drive through that standing water.
Please do not drive in standing water or in any type of water that you feel that you can't make it through. A lot of times it may appear to be deeper than what it is, and then you'll get caught up in that, and then we'll have to come and help you out.
Now, as you can see right now, these vehicles are not going anywhere. Atlanta crews are waiting for this water to recede. But we were on the other side of Woodward Way about half an hour ago, and fire crews actually told us to leave because the water was even trickling into the street. So what they're saying right now, even though there's no rain coming down right now right in the city, you still have to be very careful and stay away from standing water in the middle of the road, because it can, as you can see, look very tricky, and you can very much underestimate how deep that water is. We're going to bring you the latest on this developing situation and all those water rescues throughout the city. But for now, reporting live in Buckhead, Jacqueline Schultz, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, definitely good advice out there. Jacqueline, thank you.
The experts can get stuck. We can all get stuck. Well, the Flint River near Lovejoy is flooding right now, and Fox 5's Randy Travis is on the scene. Randy, what do you see?
Yeah, Russ, you know, the rain stopped here a couple hours ago, but that's when the trouble started for the people out here along Upper Riverdale Road in Clayton County. The reason? Because the Flint River got really angry with all that rain. In fact, you can still see it hitting against the bridge here on Upper Riverdale Road. But the good news is it has receded significantly since we first got out here about a couple of hours ago. When we arrived, the river had really overflowed this entire bridge and actually cut off a significant route going to the Southern Regional Medical Center, which is right across on the other side of that green light that you see behind me there. But as I said, things have calmed down significantly out here in the last couple of hours. And in fact, it looks like they could probably open up this road here pretty soon and let people go on up and down this road. Let me just spin around and show you what's been going on. The people who've been coming westbound on Upper Riverdale have had to be detoured around through that gas station parking lot. Earlier, they were actually going down Arrowhead Boulevard, but then the water got so bad that they got cut off down there as well. So they just are turning people around and sending them back out the other direction. But as I said, hopefully things are getting back to normal out here, unless more rain comes. I'm not just talking rain here, but rain north of us, because of course that's what the Flint River is carrying all the way down through Clayton County, all that moisture that fell all throughout North Georgia. That's the story from here in Clayton County. Back to you.
Well, that storm heading east from Carrollton still has a lot of water. We'll see what happens. Randy Travis, thanks a lot. Well, like a war zone, that's how people who live in Newton County are describing the damage tonight. A possible tornado touchdown there. And Christy Hutchings with News Radio 106.7 is live on the scene. Christy, how bad is it? Have you gotten inside to see?
Well, we haven't gotten inside yet. We do have a crew that is inside there now, so those images will be coming to you shortly. I have seen some pictures, and it does look pretty bad in there. I'm told at least 100 trees have come down, landing on at least 5 homes and damaging several cars. And like you said, the people who were actually there when this storm hit say it was a force they won't forget. Power lines dangling, some on the ground, trees blocking the roadway. Firefighters had no choice but leave their vehicles behind and go in on foot. What does it look like out there?
It's a war zone down below here. There's trees just everywhere.
Tim Mathis says in an instant, the sky suddenly changed.
Within a second, pine cones were falling out of the sky like bombs.
Randy Mathis and Michael Jones were also there.
Well, we were just sitting in the truck getting ready to eat our sandwich, and there come the high winds. And me and Mike, we just scrambling to get out of there.
Yeah, I just want everybody to be safe out there, because it's a war zone down there, and it's not no game.
The Newton County Sheriff's Office says right now there are no reported injuries.
It's like I've never seen nothing like it. It's unbelievable.
And this road is going to be remained closed while crews continue to work to restore those power poles, get the power on, get the trees off the houses. It doesn't look like there's a lot going on right now, but about a half a mile from where I'm standing, there's a lot of work going on. Live in Newton County, Christy Hutchings, News Radio 106.7 for Fox 5 News.
Yeah, absolutely a mess out there, Christy. Thank you. And also a big mess in Forsyth County, where a retaining wall made out of brick fell apart on McGinnis Ferry Road. Fox 5's Laura Neal joins us live with the latest. Laura.
Yes, as you can see behind us, there is a lot of mess to clean up. There are stones in the road, gravel. The gravel continues to fall, all of this retaining material, and it is unclear on whose responsibility it is to clean it all up. Now, this could cost a lot of money to fix, about $100,000. That's according to a geotechnical engineer we met today and Forsyth County resident Jim Penman. He says he's noticed bulging in the wall for years, and it was just a matter of time before it busted. The
bits that haven't failed yet, the kind of bulging of the wall sort of halfway up and beyond. So it's been on its last legs probably for a little while as far as, some sort of failure goes. But, I've probably seen it this way for about 5 or 6 years, something like that. I would guess that it's something to do with water pressure building up behind the face, and, the reinforcement layers within there maybe weren't attached to the face as well as they should have been, and well, you can see the result now. It's fallen off.
Luckily, this is off of a ramp off of McGinnis Ferry Road near the Windward Parkway intersection, so this isn't messing up traffic. It is blocked off from this side down here all the way to the Publix parking lot, so it will affect some of those grocery shoppers out here. Live in Forsyth County, Laura Neal, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, someone could have been seriously hurt if that had fallen on them. Laura, thanks very much. We're going to turn back now to David in the forecast center. Boy, it's been a really wild afternoon, particularly in Alabama.
Yeah, and what else is left of that storm? It looks like it's still heading our way.
It is. It's heading toward downtown Atlanta. We're talking about the severe thunderstorm that was out in Carroll County. It is weakened. It's moving into an environment that I don't think it's going to ramp back up, but still it's going to be fairly potent as it arrives here in the next 45 minutes or so. So here we are in town. So from Dallas, Douglasville, just to the east of Carrollton right now, pushing off to the east about 35 miles an hour. So there's going to be some wind, some rain, and there's still a tremendous amount of lightning with that storm, but no active warnings going on. Watching the storm moving out of Wedowee into Randolph County, Alabama, into Franklin, just to the north of West Point Lake. But right now, looking at the environment, it looks like that the storms of earlier today have helped us here in the metro area. Didn't help them too much out there in west central Georgia, and certainly didn't help them down to our south. In fact, take a look at the larger picture. They're still dealing with all sorts of nasty storms down in southeast Georgia, heading toward the Georgia coast. And then you see our batch still firing up between Huntsville and Birmingham, and that's why that tornado watch is in place. Also have to watch that storm up north of Calhoun right now. One thing these storms did, they dropped a ton of rain, and I mean a ton. Check this out. Doppler radar estimate totals across the area from this morning and this afternoon. Look at this swath from Coweta County right through the metro area and Hartsfield, Jackson, and all the way up into Gwinnett County and Lilburn. How about over 3 inches of rain? And that's a lot of area that's seeing 3 inches of rain. And then you move over to northeast Georgia, and it's much the same story with 3.5 inches of rain in around Winder, Monroe, and just to the outskirts of Athens, a little heavier over towards the Georgia-South Carolina line. So man, oh man, how about that? Now, as we take you forward in time, we still see some showers and storms out there. We'll have to watch that line. This is right with the front as it makes its way along about 9 o'clock. There's the potential for more strong to severe storms, but as the hours go by, that potential goes down. So great news there, but still heavier rainfall up there into northeast Georgia. We'll talk about what's ahead as we look down the road through the end of the week and into the weekend after all these storms. That coming up in just a few minutes.
I'm Kevin Stewart live in Villa Rica, where the rain is coming down hard and fast, mixed in with some hail. I've got the story of a West Georgia family that had a close call when a tree collapsed on their home. That's straight ahead.
I'm Morris Diggs in Grant Park in Atlanta. Behind me, city crews cut down a huge tree, putting it away. The family here, where it came down, they missed getting hit by a matter of seconds. Coming up, we're going to show you the pictures.
Wednesday's Child is brought to you by Georgia Division of Family and Children's Services.
I'll walk from here, Dad.
Are you embarrassing me?
Oh, no, it's not you.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Better get Mako. Stop by for our $2.99 paint sale, or only $1.99 when you use your Mako credit card. Mako, America's Body Shop.
Home. It's where your story comes to life. Trust CertaPro painters to create the perfect setting as each new chapter unfolds. We're easy to work with, and our professional painters deliver the highest level of service. So wherever life leads, your home follows. CertaPro painters. We do painting, you do life. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com.
Trifexis presents Life with 3 Dogs.
My 3 boys keep me busy, and taking care of them is my responsibility. But I've got it all under control. Well, mostly. I do everything 3 at a time, so I use Trifexis. It's 3 types of parasite protection in 1 tablet every month. It's easy and effective.
Trifexis kills fleas and prevents infestations, prevents heartworm disease, and treats and controls adult hook, round, and whipworm infections in dogs to deliver 3-in-1 protection every month. It's one and done. The use of ivermectin at higher than FDA-approved doses at the same time as Trifexis can result in serious side effects. Treatment with fewer than 3 monthly doses after exposure to mosquitoes may not provide complete heartworm prevention. Prior to administration, dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection. The most common adverse reactions are vomiting, depression, lethargy, and itching.
Protecting my boys gives me peace of mind, so I choose the 3-in-1 power of Trifexis. It makes parasite protection easy, even if you don't own 3 dogs.
Both parties in Washington
moving off to the northeast at 35 miles an hour, but we'll have an impact in central Hatchie and on into Franklin. So here's the story with this storm. Maximum winds that are probably up around 60, 70 miles an hour. You're looking at the BTI 4.7 on the scale of 1 to 10. Pretty good size hail, 1.50. Of course, now we're comparing everything to the 4-inch hail that we had earlier, but that is still large hail. So that's why the Weather Service has issued this warning here for about the next 30 minutes. You can see the hail swath coming out of Randolph County into Heard County right now. So you'll see that storm move toward the Franklin area here in the next 9 minutes in Heard County. And if it holds together, it'll make its way on into Coweta County, and that's what we'll be watching for you. So severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Troup, although I think Troup is okay. But then you look at Heard County and you look at Coweta County as far as this warning is concerned. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for those areas. So we'll continue to monitor it from the Fox 5 Storm Center.
All right, David, we know you will. Thanks very much. It was a scary afternoon for people who live in Americus when a tornado warning was issued. The Weather Service called the situation a tornado emergency and called the tornado rotation on radar catastrophic.
Yeah, and brought back memories of 10 years ago when a devastating tornado, several tornadoes, rolled through the city and destroyed a hospital. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes has a look at the damage in Americus tonight.
The Hewitt family, like others in America, is headed for the basement when those tornado warnings were issued. The National Weather Service calling it a tornado emergency. Well, once they received the all clear, they headed back upstairs, and this is what they found. A huge tree had come crashing down onto their home, taking out the roof and landing in their dining room. We talked to homeowner Brett Hewitt as workers started clearing the tree this afternoon.
We have been tracking the storm on TV, and so the house cleaners had come, and they just got through cleaning the dining room here, and we said, well, we better get something to eat because we knew where the storm was at. We knew we had about 20 minutes, and so got something to eat, and we prayed, and we went downstairs, and as you see, we all okayed. The Lord answered our prayers. This right here is nothing. It's just that He protected us like He promised He would.
The Hewitt family tells me they lived here in this house in 2007 when that catastrophic tornado came through this town, causing a lot of damage. They say they were actually in Atlanta attending a concert. Their kids were here. They weren't hurt. The home didn't receive any damage. And despite what damage they suffered today, they say they are just thankful no one was hurt. In America's Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
All right, Deidre, thanks so much. Of course, we've got crews fanned out all over North Georgia, giving you a look at the damage out there. But many of you guys are shooting pictures and videos showing us the damage in your area. So let's take a look and see what you guys are sharing with us on social media. And take a look at this. This hail is gigantic, measuring in at least 3 inches there out of Alabama. And thank you, Iris Robinson, for sharing that with us. Ashley sending us this of the ominous clouds in the background. You can see this is taken in Bowdoin. Of course, a scary sight for anyone to see. It looks like it's near a school. Of course, our kiddos off at spring break, which is the good news. Christy sending us this one. She's out at the scene. Oh my goodness, take a look at the devastation out there. You see the tree toppled right on top of that home there, and just debris littered all over the front yard. Just a scary sight out there. Not quite sure where this is at, but obviously the scenes toppled all over the area, something that we're seeing a lot of throughout North Georgia and also the Alabama area. Lloyd, one of our photographers, taking this shot right here of folks taking cover when that tornado warning was issued in Carroll County. Looks like 2 trucks parked right there underneath the gas station awning, and we obviously heard the importance of doing that. But of course, we want to see all of your pictures, you guys. So if you have any pictures or videos, tweet us at Fox 5 Atlanta and use the hashtag Fox5Storm, or just post them on our Fox 5 Atlanta Facebook page.
Constance, thanks very much. If you've been with us, David tracked that tornado warning out of Alabama for about an hour. The warning is over now.
The warning's over there, but now there's a storm to the south of that that's kind of fired up that has our attention. So we want to talk about that. New severe thunderstorm warning down there in Heard County and Coweta County. Take a look at Fox 5 Live Viper, and this is what we're looking at now as we kind of zero in on these storms. That these are the supercells that we were talking about that would form in the afternoon once the storms of the morning kind of moved on through. Get your bearings. You come down I-85, come down through Noonan, and then making your way towards LaGrange and Troup County, but then kind of splinter off into Heard County. And you can see that this is a pretty powerful thunderstorm right there, 23 minutes into Franklin right now with some hail and some gusty winds. The hail size at 1.75. The BTI index, Barron Tornado Index, on a scale of 1 to 10 at 4.8. So it's marginal. But we are looking at a nice little couplet showing up there with some shear happening there to the south of that storm, the southernmost reaches, a little appendage coming down, and bears watching certainly. And these storms can and often do spawn a quick tornado in the environment that they're in. This is in Heard County, and so there's the hail core again. Seems like we've been seeing this over and over again. These are classic supercell structures with the hail up here, and then the appendage kind of hanging down here, the little inflow notch right there. So Hogansville and Grantville, here comes this possible storm your way in the next 26 minutes. It is a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and we'll keep an eye on it, see if the Weather Service decides they're going to upgrade that if the information that they look at determines that it will be a tornado warning. But right now, severe thunderstorm warning there in Heard County, and it includes Coweta County because it's heading that direction. All right, so let me show you Fox 5 Live Viper, a little broader view, and you can see that we do have that storm that's down here in Franklin heading toward Noonan, and we've got more wet weather out just to the west of the city, Douglasville, South Fulton County, right up into Cobb County right now. This is heading toward downtown. This was the robust storm that spawned the tornado, the possible tornado, the likely tornado really in Cleburne County, Alabama. Now not as robust as it was, but still probably some gusty wind and heavy rain over areas that have already gotten 2 and 3 inches of rain. So the flooding issues, Jacqueline Schultz reporting there from Peachtree Creek, showing, yeah, it's up out of the banks in a big way, and that is not the only place that's happening. And then we watch the storms that are next door in Alabama continue to fire up, and you can see them here. Another supercell in Birmingham. Some more there in northern Alabama trying to move into northwest Georgia. That one's climbing out of the North Georgia mountains. So a lot to go on here over the next several hours. So we still see the chance of some storms. Here comes the front. Now we lose the heating of the day. That's a good thing, but we have the forcing of the front, and that's not a good thing. Still some heavy rain, possible storms there in North Georgia by 10 o'clock. I do think by the time we get to 11 o'clock in the midnight hour, things will wind down and we'll finally get some peace and quiet. Even though we'll see a few lingering showers there early tomorrow morning, we are going to see much cooler temperatures. So here we go. The bigger picture shows the front sweeping through. There's the area of low pressure on the backside of it, still squeezing out a little bit of showers because the air is going to be that much cooler. And we're going to see that through the day tomorrow. It's also going to be very, very windy through the day on Thursday. Wouldn't be shocked if we have a wind advisory because we have winds up to about 20, 25 miles an hour and some few spotty showers. Not everybody will see a shower, and no thunderstorms tomorrow, just showers. Look at the temperatures. Cool tomorrow in the 50s, and then we're going to roll them back down into the 40s come early on Friday morning, even sneaking in a couple 30s there in extreme North Georgia. And then by Friday afternoon, we're up through only the low 60s when all is said and done. So much cooler weather. I mentioned the wind. Watch this now. The wind today has been southerly out ahead of these storms. It's going to be southerly right on into the evening hours, and then here comes the front, and then it's going to start kicking out of the west, and you see those sustained winds there, 15, 20 miles an hour. That is Thursday morning, and they're not going to diminish. I mean, if anything, it's going to pick up 20, 25 miles an hour by Thursday afternoon. And you know, along the ridge lines up there in the mountains, that's even going to be higher than that. Now, this is a great day that you should have downloaded our Fox 5 Storm Team app. Yes, indeed, because you're going to get all this information right in the palm of your hand immediately when rain is in your area, lightning is in the area, and obviously you're going to get the watches and warnings as they happen for where you are. Wherever your phone is, that is the warning that you're going to get on all your devices, include your watches and your gadgets and your iPads and your iPhones and all your Google Play stuff. Yeah, get it in Google Play and go to the iTunes store. Check out the Fox 5 Storm Team app. Here you go. Fox 5 Storm Team AccuWeather forecast. Much, much quieter. Windy, cloudy, a few showers on Thursday, sunny and cool on Friday. Milder on Saturday after a pretty chilly start. We'll be in the 30s in a lot of spots Saturday morning. How about Sunday back into the mid-70s, and then some delightful April weather Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. We'll monitor that storm that's down there in Heard County and Coweta County. We'll give you an update as conditions warrant.
All right, David, thank you. Taking a look at some of your local headlines tonight. A man who threatened to blow a person's brains out and then stole their car has been arrested.
That is according to Marietta police. Officers say it happened last night at the Quick Trip on South Marietta Parkway. Officers found the suspect, Lan Weddington, walking away from the stolen Corvette a short time later. When they tried to talk to him, they say he jumped on top of another vehicle and pointed his hands at them as if he was pretending.
Moving into Cave Spring in 17 minutes and Cedartown in 19 minutes. It is racing off to the east-northeast at 45 miles an hour. So the cell about to cross the Georgia-Alabama line. We've seen with these cells as they move into a little bit more favorable environment or as we get into the state of Georgia. That's good news there. But the Weather Service out here in Alabama pulled the trigger on the tornado warning until 8:45 for right there in Alabama. Now, so this is what's going on as far as the tornado watch, holding on till 10 o'clock this evening for that area there in northwest Georgia. But it's this cell that we'll continue to monitor as it makes its way into Georgia. Severe thunderstorm warning. Look out Cedartown and Floyd County around the Rome area. We'll continue to monitor this through Facebook and Twitter. And you keep it right here on Fox 5 for updates.
17 Camry.
Thank you, Jane. Now from Tallapoosa. I was in Cordele earlier. Tornado was spotted. Yep, down there in South Georgia, for sure. And so what I need you guys to do now is to flip on over to the Fox 5 Atlanta Facebook page. I'm going to go live there so we can talk to all sorts of people. So you guys do that for me. I appreciate you. And climb in over there, and I'll try to answer questions. So here we go. Thanks. All right. Hey there, everybody. Fox 5 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist David Chandley here. And we're talking about severe weather across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia that started early this morning, and it is still going on as we speak. Can you believe that? And we're going to get to the map here in just a minute. I'm trying to call you guys up right here and right now. Here we go. All right. Let's see where we are. And we go, boom, there we are. And we'll get to your question in just a minute. But hey there. Coming up on the 9 o'clock hour, we do have some, what time is it? 8:41. We do have an active warning that's up here. This is Polk County, Floyd County, portions of, for the most part, Paulding County, but it's in and around Cedartown right now. And this is moving off to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. Look at this. Another cell's building back in Cleburne County, Alabama. They've been kind of hit a couple times right there, right along I-20 north of Heflin, between Heflin and Piedmont, outside of Oak Level right there. So I'll tell you what, we're going to advance our thing here. I got it, Mike. Watch this. So we got to zoom in on that area. There's your warning. Goes for till 8:45, so just a few more minutes, but that storm is moving off to the northeast. And then we've kind of zoom in on the Eastham Hill, Oak Level, Piedmont storm right now, north of Fulton and Cedartown. And then how about this, up into the North Georgia reaches of Bartow, Cherokee County, no severe storm in Jasper and Pickens County. And then down on the south side, still some more rain, Coweta County, South Fulton, where they don't need any more rain. We have flooding issues down there that we have been dealing with. And then we take a look at a broader picture. We still have these cells training in here from Alabama. You see them firing up. And so we've only got a few more hours to go before all this rolls on through. But in the meantime, it is still a busy night across North Georgia and Metro Atlanta. What a day it has been. Hang on, I got to turn off my earpiece here because I'm hearing other stuff. All right, so let's see. I'd like to talk to you guys. We got a new event coming in, a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see where this one pops in. This is up here in Dade and Walker County, up there all the way into the northwest corner of the state for severe thunderstorm warning until 9:30 for Dade and Walker County. That's not in the Atlanta TV viewing area, but it's in our state. People kind of watch this, so up there. And that also moves into, it looks like, Catoosa County as well. So another active warning. Let's see. We've got around 3 or 4. I've lost count. Says Loon. Yes. Is this ever going to end? It's going to end in just a couple hours, folks. You're going to be able to go to bed tonight and rest easy and have a great day tomorrow, even though it's going to be chilly and breezy and some showers. But it's going to be Leanne, Mableton. Some storms are kind of skirting past you right now. Rotation in Noonan. Well, there's a little bit. There's a shear marker showing up there just to the outskirts of Noonan right now. It's probably not very well defined, but it shows up on our Fox 5 Live Viper nonetheless. Rockdale is kind of quiet right now, but they got hit hard earlier. Henry County, a few blips of rain. One cell was to the west. Think he might clip you guys. Yeah, well, it's this is moving off to the northeast, so I think it's going to miss Henry County. Let's see, Woodstock, yeah, comes some wet weather out your way. Certainly, if this continues to move off to the northeast, it's going to be really close up there in Cherokee County. Heading for Calhoun, just to the south of Calhoun, it looks like. How about that? Henry County looks quiet now. Again, I think all this is going to be pulling on through here by 10, 11 o'clock, and certainly by the midnight hour, we should be done. Cartersville going to catch this. It looks like it's sliding to the north of Cartersville. So that answer would probably be no. 5-year-old take cover at home today. He grabbed his blanket and pillows. All right, way to go, Tracy. Biggest tornado today known yet. Don't know yet. Still checking out the stuff down in South Georgia. We also had some damage in Newton County that we know of, and we're going to check that out. But it's going to be a while. It's going to be tomorrow before we can ferret out all these possible touchdowns that we had. Fairmont, like the Bartow-Gordon County lines, are going to get rough here. You know, we don't have all that lightning that we did earlier today, and that is certainly some good news. Man, it was something else. Buford Lake Lanier area, that's quiet, but they got some beneficial rainfall today. Let's see, camping in Ackworth at the lake. Well, some storms are going to try to clip you up there in Ackworth, so watch out. I'd get away from the lake for sure. What a day. Yes, Terrace, it's been a day. Cedartown get any more after this? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. It looks like this is it. Is the storm in Noonan headed to Gwinnett? If it holds together, it'd be yes, because it's coming right across the city, right up the I-85 corridor. Athens dodged the severity of the storms. I think Athens has dodged the severity of the storms, yes. They got heavy rainfall. I don't see any severe storms coming your way tonight, but still some more coming through the evening hours. Fairburn, you see that? Thank you there, Shannon, for the comment. Newton County got crushed. Is it gone for now? Yes, it is. Thank you, Rodney. The storm in Rome, will it be over? It's going to be over in just a few minutes for Rome, and then you're done for the night. So how about that? So there we go. Let's see. Looks like that they've taken away that severe thunderstorm warning, perhaps there. That's great news, the one that we were looking at right there. So no longer severe. Thunderstorm nonetheless, but no longer severe. Yay. Yay. This atmosphere has been worked over pretty good. We had all that rain and storms of earlier today. So that's great news. Let's see. Oops, hang on. We go back. Any more storms in Habersham? Doesn't look like Habersham probably going to get some rain. Yes. The weather alert radio on. That's great. You also need to have the Fox 5 Storm Team app on your hand. Dade, Walker, Chautauqua, Floyd should start able to clear out in the next hour or so. Yeah, all this, there's nothing behind that one, so it's going to kick on through. Driving tonight from Virginia to Tennessee. Will you run into bad weather? That I don't know. There's probably some storms up that way. I hadn't looked up. I'm just looking out here for North Georgia. All right, all still done for tonight? No, not yet. Not yet. Severe thunderstorm expected to hold together? No, not until it won't be severe into Hall County. Through Atlanta, it's about to come into Metro Atlanta as we speak. Brittany says storm in Noonan intensify. I don't think it's going to intensify, no. The MO of these storms is kind of once they've rolled in from Alabama, they're not intensifying here. If anything, they're getting a little calmer. Now, there's still a storm, still can have some wind, maybe a little hail, gusty winds. That's going to be a bunch of wind right there in Cleveland County again with that gradient. And then there's some heavy rain there, southern Floyd County on up into the Adairsville area there, Bartow County. But the storms aren't ramping up as they move our direction. And you can see up here in North Georgia, let's see, there they are. Canton, Jasper up into the foothills of the North Georgia mountains. Some more. There's your storms rolling out of Mableton. Somebody asked about Mableton and into Marietta right now. Let's see. Is Athens going to get any more storms? They might. Tallapoosa got hit bad earlier. You clear for the night? No, you're going to have a little bit more. Just one more kind of mini round, and it's going to kick on through. Cave Spring get bad weather tonight? No. Looks like it's pushed through Cave Spring. Great news there. McDonough's quiet. Marietta going to need more bad storms. Well, this one's trying to come your way. I don't know if it's a bad storm, but it's a storm. So we don't have any additional warnings. Now, there's some heavy rain again in Floyd County. Flooding's been an issue. I mean, we got 2 and 3, 4 inches of rain in a lot of spots, and this is going to just kind of add to that, certainly with the runoff. This is pushing right into downtown here in the next little bit. So be on guard right here in town, certainly for some ponding on the roadways. Cedartown fixing to get hit. Yeah, there's one cell out by you. And you can see this is the back edge of it here. There's nothing else going to be firing up between that and Birmingham. Notice how these severe storms now, as they made their way, they ran into that environment and they just kind of squashed it. Great. And still dealing with some severe weather down in southeast Georgia. They have had a long day as well. And they had several more tornadic storms in that vicinity. So, again, we've taken a look at this. And our active warnings are up here now, Dade, Walker, and Catoosa County. Nothing here in our metro Atlanta area. There's some rain, there is some storms, but nothing severe. That's great, great news. So there you go. Possible tornado warning for Noonan? No, there's not. Clayton County okay for the night. That looks like that's kind of slipping off to your north, so you might be okay for the night there in Clayton County. No more sirens. Enough of that today. Yeah. Thank you there, Wesley. About Lithia Springs. Maybe another shower heading to Lithia Springs. We got some more wet weather there in Carroll County. Doesn't look too rough, though. Good news there. And again, as this storm down here in Alabama comes into this environment, it's much more stable now than it was earlier. Thank goodness, lost the heating of the day, and plus it's been rained on. So that's awesome. I'd love to see how this affects the drought. Yeah, Jeff, good news. We're going to have a new drought update tomorrow, but it really won't include this. You're going to have to wait till next week, see what that does for the drought monitor. But I would assume and guess that this does pretty well. All right, so my colleague, Mr. Russ Spencer, has been monitoring all your images. We love having images. You do them safely, obviously, hashtag Fox 5 Storm, and we have a few out there, don't we, Russ?
Yeah, you were telling us, David, around 5:30 that there were potentially softball-sized hail in Alabama. Take a look at this from Heflin. Easily 3 inches, and that looks like it had been melting for some time. This was sent in from Helfand, Alabama, not too long ago. Iris Robinson, Kent, thank you for sending that in. We appreciate it very much. This is from Carrollton. Of course, the storm came east out of Alabama toward Carrollton and thankfully lost some strength. But it was strong enough to knock a tree down on top of this house. Michelle Jasinski, or on top of this car, I should say. Michelle Jasinski sent that in to us, and we appreciate it very much. Sorry about the damage you have there. Now, it wasn't just west of town. This is really from right in the center of town. Charlie Murphy sent in this flooding. Take a look at those floodwaters. I mean, it was really coming down. The water had no place to go. And caused some serious damage in some places. Until 5:30, 7 o'clock in some places, we had flash flood warnings in effect. Now let's take a look at what we have here. This is Cobb County, northwest Cobb County. Manuel Zitzman sent this in. Look, 3 inches of rain since 7 o'clock this morning. So serious rain in that area, no question about it. I love this picture here. This sent in, David has been telling everybody, look, you go to your safety place, make sure to put on a helmet if you've got one. And look at this precious child with the bike helmet on. The family in an interior room, that's what we suggested that you do. Have your shoes on. Make sure you're listening to weather radios or have your Fox 5 Storm Team app. And in Winston, Georgia, they're all smiles because they're taking cover and safe. Now, this is from west of town, Carroll County. You can imagine everyone there was concerned about their vehicles because of the size of the hail that was falling. This obviously is a gas station, people pulling undercover to try to get away from all that hail, and who can blame them? All right, let's see what else we have here. Let's end this on a positive note, shall we? Take a look at this. This also in Carrollton, after it passed, a nice big rainbow. And they had a lot to be thankful for there in Carrollton. There's no question about it, because if that storm had stayed as powerful as it was when David was tracking it in Alabama, David, you've got more perspective on this than I do, but I don't know that I have ever seen that kind of radar image, Viper radar image from a storm, certainly not in a long time.
Yeah, it certainly it has been a while. We're talking about the storm that was over in Alabama there in Cleburne County. There was a tornado, not confirmed yet. They'll check that out through the day tomorrow, but by all indications, it looked like it was certainly a tornado on the ground with that amount of shear going on. All right, so this is Fox 5 Live Viper, and I give you the tour here as we're getting up onto the 9 o'clock hour. Thanks for joining us right here on Facebook Live. Cedartown, Cartersville, up through north of Canton. There's some rain, throw in some thunder and lightning, gusty winds, but nothing severe, nor do I anticipate those to ramp up to do so. This is going to come right into the heart of the city, bringing some more rain. And, the flooding issues we've had there on Peachtree Creek right in Midtown and Buckhead. So this isn't going to help because that's some more rain and a bunch of it. And then up into the foothills of the mountains from Jasper, north of Dahlonega into Blairsville and Hiawassee, light to moderate rain, maybe a rumble of thunder, but nothing severe. Now, the lone severe storm that's keep an eye on is out here in Alexander City. That's Alabama. Again, there's the state line, and it's going to be moving this direction. But, again, this area has really been worked over, and we've lost the heating of the day. We've lost a lot of energy, and with the fronts providing some, but I really think that is going to weaken by the time it gets here. So this is it. This is the back edge of it, and it'll be pulling through here over the next couple of hours. In fact, when we look at our computer models, as we take a look at 11 o'clock, most of it's pushed to the east of the city, and temperatures will make their way down into the 50s. And by early tomorrow morning, we're waking up into the upper 40s and low 50s, some clouds and a few scattered showers, but no more storms. So tonight, rest easy. You'll be fine. And then tomorrow morning and through the day tomorrow, it's just going to kind of be blustery. It's not going to feel like April. It's going to have a chill to it, going to have a wind to it, going to have some clouds and have some showers right on into your Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening. Looking for highs running at least 10, 12 degrees down below the average for the first week of April. So watch this now. This is a little broader picture. You see the front sweep on through. There's the area of low pressure on the backside of it. We're squeezing out some more showers, squeezing out some clouds. We'll see some breaks in the clouds more to the south, more clouds to the north, and a few lingering showers, but nothing major, no storms to speak of. Watch this. Thursday night, it's going to get chilly come early Friday morning. Some areas, when we get the wind down up there in extreme north Georgia, may have to battle some frost, but I think we'll see a rebound nicely into Friday afternoon with temperatures there into the lower 60s. So that's something to look forward to. And then pretty tranquil weather making its way on into the weekend. Again, Fox 5 Live Viper shows the storms that are out there. Bigger storms down into southeast Georgia. Holding on to our tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. So that is just one more hour. There's your active severe thunderstorm warning up there, Dade, Walker, and Catoosa counties. All right, so go back to the you guys right here online. Hey, thanks for doing this. We're here with you. Going around Calhoun. Calhoun, yeah, it's kind of going around you. It is. Good call on that. Not 100% done for Kennesaw. Yeah, got some trying to slide that direction toward Kennesaw and Ackworth. Bartow loves Fox. Thank you there, Kimley. Where's Max? Good question. Where is Max? We need a Max fix. Where's Max during severe weather? Need to bring him in here. Roopville, it's probably going to have some lingering showers. No more storms, it looks like. Is Rome finished? Yes, Rome is finished. You think Noonan is finished for the night? I have to keep an eye on these things all the way back down there in Alabama. So not yet. I'm not ready to call it for Rome. I feel like I'm doing election coverage, calling the areas. Anybody know how Douglasville will look tonight? Well, Douglasville is probably going to get some more wet weather here momentarily, but no big-time storms. Walton County, Walnut Grove, you're kind of quiet. You may be quieter now the rest of the evening. White, Georgia, thunder and lightning up there in portions of Bartow County. Yeah, you are. So you got a little bit to go, next hour or so. Roopville and Carroll do see a bit more starting to build to the west. You do. Back there in Randolph County, Alabama, you're exactly right. Trying to come your way. Hurry up and get Gwinnett finished. We're trying. Chatsworth, Eaton area, any concern? Well, that storm that's up there in northwest Georgia is kind of moving. It may clip part of Chatsworth, northern Murray County anyway. Brittany says, what about Gwinnett? It's almost over. I was about to buy a boat. Yeah, all that rain that they have out there still. I had some flash flooding there in DeKalb and Gwinnett County. Thanks for keeping us weather aware. You're welcome. You had to be weather aware today. Today was the day you had to be weather aware. And that's what we talked about. You know, we had the good coverage of the rain and the storms this morning. Then we got a bit of a break. People could get out and about and do something, but you can see how sporadic these storms were. And people were asking about, well, what about my town? Well, you can see how that kind of widely spaced when you start dealing with these thunderstorms. Thanks for this morning. I was in Sergeant during the rotation. All right, Heath, there you go. Decatur didn't really anything too bad. Okay, yeah, a lot of places didn't get things too bad, but the potential was there. Certainly it was, and some areas did see a bunch of trees down. We saw the heavy rain. We had a bunch of lightning fires. I mean, the lightning was relentless in some spots, so it was going to be a big cleanup over the next days or so. Athens, any more rain? Maybe a shower. This is very, very light out there, Walton County, northern Morgan County, but I don't know how much this is moving off to the northeast, so it may skirt right by Athens. Thank you there, Desiree. Still moving northeast, it is. What do you think about Roswell the rest of the night? Probably another thunderstorm coming to Roswell. Again, they're down below severe limits, so yay, but still they could have wind gusts 40, 50 miles an hour, and that can do something. Anything coming to Athens? I don't think so. Any more storms in Stone Mountain? Perhaps, yep. Yeah. You deserve a day off tomorrow. There you go, Amanda. I like the way you think. Amanda. Which direction is the supercells pushing? Northeast. When will all this end? It'll end in the next hour or so. A couple hours, certainly by midnight. Shayla Dakota didn't get anything bad. Good news. Yeah, some folks didn't. Some folks did. Whitfield County, just to your north there. That storm's going to slide to your north. Toccoa, Stevens County, Tripp says, yeah, you're quiet right there in Stevens County. Good. Pickens County is getting some rain right now, especially east of Jasper. Emerson, pretty covered up, I'd say, rain and thunderstorms. So that's what we're looking at. We've got crews fanned out. We're going to have team coverage coming up on Fox 5 News at 10 and the News Edge at 11. I'm going to be here, obviously, through the evening and monitoring these storms. And if any additional warnings come your way, we're going to bring them to you immediately. I don't think that's going to be the case, but you don't know. It's April, and it's been a dynamic, stormy day, no doubt. So we sometimes, what we call, expect the unexpected. Thanks for joining us right here. Go check out my Facebook page, David Chanley Fox 5. Make sure you download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. It's a great tool to have. And you join us coming up tonight on Fox 5 News at 10 and the News Edge at 11. Thanks for being there.